Good morning, everyone. Is this on? Yeah. Okay, good morning. So thank you all for being here. We're running a little late, so I'm sorry about that. But we're here to acknowledge individuals, businesses, and organizations who make it a priority to positively impact our community by making a difference in the lives of others. So this morning, our first recognition will be the presentation of lapel pins to 8 students in the Sister City Student Exchange Program. This amazing program provides students who have an outstanding academic and leadership performance record to understand citizenship and what it means to be an ambassador for Corpus Christi. So now, Luis Cabrera, the Student Exchange Committee Chairman, will begin the pin presentation.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you so much, City Council. We're excited to be here today and present our students, not only our local students, but also our foreign students that are visiting us from our sister cities from all over the world. And I'd like to, if you allow me, introduce first Melody Cooper, who is our chairwoman. And
So I'd like to introduce a couple of our members who are here today. Elmira Flores, if you'll stand, please. And Adria Vasquez, if you'll please stand. And we are so very thankful that the Mayor, for your support and the council's support of this program. It means so much to us, and y'all's support, it touches us all. Thank you.
Absolutely, yes. Your support really does mean so much to us because it allows our students to experience a whole other world that's out there outside of our city. And not only that, but bring back ideas and development and leadership to our community here locally. So I'd like to, I guess we begin, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't want to, yeah, we'll pin. If you can just, yeah, sure.
Absolutely.
Help us out here. So first we have Mr. Leon Gonzalez from Veterans High School. So he's our student here, so if you could just give it to them, yeah. There you go, you can pin yourself. And his partner from Jean France is Gaban Rumeguer. Congratulations. Thank you. We have Morgan Dye from Ray High School. And his exchange partner is Lina Fournet from Jean France. We have Paul McNiff from Incarnate Word Academy. And his partner is Kaito Suzuki from Yokosuka, Japan. And then we have Angel Solis from Miller High School. And his exchange partner is Ryoko Hosokawa from Yokosuka, Japan. Thank you. And I think our friends from Yokosuka also have a present for you, Mayor.
Oh, wonderful.
So
Thank you.
For you.
Here you go. Sorry.
And
This way?
and this is kanji, calligraphy, and meaning is Yokosuka City. And this kanji is Corpus Christi, meaning
Body of Christ.
Body of Christ. Yeah, wonderful.
and
Beautiful.
yeah, and meaning that, and shaking hands,
Right.
and yeah.
Love that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's take our picture. Hold that. Here, we'll get
Here, Mayor, may I make a comment? May I make a comment?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to add that, as somebody that you sent me as the ambassador for the city of Corpus Christi to Jean France, that when I spoke to the mayor and he said that in a community that has that dates back to before Christ and to the history and the culture that they bring to our community, and that they understand the dream that is America. And I mean, it's so emotional and so inspirational, and to welcome to all of you to come from across the world. And I can say that it, as somebody that was there for that purpose, is just truly moving. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. For sure.
Are we good?
There's too many people over here. I need this whole group to just come this way. Or let me have,
Yeah. Or you want me to be over there
if
next
you
time?
could come this way, and I need one per, if I can have you.
You want to come on this way? There we go. And y'all come in. Okay, yes.
Okay, everybody look right here. Perfect. Big smiles, 1, 2, 3. One more time, 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. We're there for you.
Thank you.
Well, at least we are.
Okay. Okay. Where are we? Go ahead, Leanne. Okay, so it's time to highlight our Teacher of the Month. And first, I have Councilwoman Sylvia Campos. She is the District 2 Councilwoman, so she is going to be helping me today. You'll take next too. Okay, so today our first commendation recognizes Diana Johnson. Raise your hand, Diana. All right, Diana, we love our teachers. She's from Sam Houston Elementary. Mrs. Johnson has been a dedicated teacher for over 24 years, and she's a mentor to many teachers and, of course, students. So with that, we will read the commendation. So, Mrs. Diana Johnson has made a profound impact in the Sam Houston and Corpus Christi Independent School District community for the past 24 years. During this tenure, one of her greatest skills is her ability to build relationships with students, parents, and staff. Her passion for teaching is reflected with her belief that all students can learn. Mrs. Johnson also prides herself in helping grow the professional community. Her ability to collaborate, instill trust, and build strong relationships is what makes her a phenomenal leader. Schools across the CCISD district send teachers to observe her instruction methods in both math, English, language arts, and reading. Learning walks have opened opportunities for her to collaborate with a broader community of teachers within the district, which in turn has brought her great joy. Mrs. Johnson also strives to build Bobcat leaders. As her school's student council sponsor, she creates opportunities for her students to participate in many service-oriented activities. Her hope is that her students will become great leaders and one day give back to the community. Diana Johnson is an incredible educator, a mentor, and colleague. Sam Houston and CCISD are incredibly blessed to have her on their team. On behalf of the City of Corpus Christi, we thank you for your dedication to our youth, and we present you with this $100 gift card to Amazon. Compliment, oh, and I have to say, that's compliments. That is compliments of Clark Pipeline. So, and this is for you.
Thank you so much for the support. I really love my job, and I'm very humbled by this recognition. I really appreciate it. I couldn't do it without all of my coworkers and fellow educators that have been such a big part of my career. This is Valerie Sanchez. She's our instructional coach at Sam Houston. Thank you for being here.
Just want to wish you congratulations from everyone at Sam Houston. We're rooting for you and can't wait to embark on a new school year with you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Jennifer Arismendi with Corpus Christi ISD representing Central Administration, and just so humbled to be able to have teachers be recognized in CCISD, but around the coastal bend. I mean, been in the classroom and they deserve all the praise and glory. So nice job.
Good to see you. Let's take a picture. Everything you do. You're a hero. All of y'all are, but today you are. They want to congratulate you. Yes. Okay, Leanne, bring him in. Oh, that's so sweet. Okay, our next commendation honors the J. Sonny Smith Foundation and their remarkable work that they are doing in educating the public and bringing awareness about rip current safety. J. Sonny Smith was a beloved student at Richard King High School, and he will always, always be remembered in this community. But his mom and dad are doing an amazing job at continuing his legacy and really making a difference in the awareness and education of rip currents. So on April 11th of 2019, Jasoni Smith, a senior at the time at Richard King High School, lost his life while enjoying our city's beach as a result of being swept away by a rip current. Since then, his parents and members of the community have honored his memory by creating the Jasoni Smith Foundation to educate the public about the dangers of rip currents and promote water safety. In addition, the foundation hosts an annual Surviving the Rip 5K and 10K run and walk, which provides scholarship opportunities and serves as a founding partner of the city's Vision Zero initiative. In conjunction with today, July 25th, being World Drowning Prevention Day, and in recognition of their continuing efforts to spread awareness, the City of Corpus Christi is honored to present this commendation certificate to the Jasoni Smith Foundation in remembrance and legacy of Jasoni Smith.
Well, thank you. Congratulations. I just want you to know that we are very well aware of this really huge problem, and thank you so much for continuing to bring awareness, and congratulations. Okay. Anything else? Did you want to say anything?
We just want to thank you for your continued support of our foundation, and because awareness is key, and we know that well at our foundation, and we so appreciate the awareness that you've helped us bring to this community. And because of that, we in the past over a year we've had 0 rip current fatalities on Corpus Christi beaches, and we hope to keep it that way.
Thank you, sir.
I'll jump in. Everybody take a step that way. Okay. She's doing pretty good, Councilmember Swan. She's doing pretty good. Yeah. Okay.
So you read that, and then I just read that. Okay.
Hi there.
I'm Nora Garcia. Yes. I'm Nina Garcia. This is my daughter, Nina.
I'm Edie's.
Hi, Susie.
Hi, Paulette.
I love your top. Yes, oh, thank you. Okay, so our last commendation is in remembrance of the late Dr. Oscar Garcia, who was a loving member of our community and an active civic leader. Dr. Garcia supported many local organizations and practiced dentistry in Corpus Christi for over 45 years. So now let's hear the proclamation.
Yes. The City of Corpus Christi Certificate of Commendation awarded to the late Dr. Oscar Garcia for civic leadership and dedication. As the mayor of the City of Corpus Christi, I would like to recognize a tremendous civic leader of our community who recently passed. We extend our heartfelt condolences to the family of Dr. Oscar Garcia. Dr. Garcia was born on February the 19th, 1930 in Falfurrias, Texas. He attended Falfurrias High School and enrolled at the University of Houston in 1952, where he graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree and went on to earn his Doctor of Dental Surgery at the University of Texas of Houston. He served in the U.S. Air Force and as a dental officer and retired as captain from the reserves in 1972. Dr. Garcia practiced dentistry in Corpus Christi for 45 wonderful years. Mr. Garcia was a civic-minded, serving as an active volunteer at Mission of Mercy, oh, I love that place, and the YMCA. He was the former president of the Boy Scouts of America Board of Directors and was honored by Foy Moody High School for his support in the community. He had a passion for ranching and was a successful beef master cattle rancher for many years. Dr. Garcia was also the founder and co-owner of Gaoro, wow, Channel 28 Television, which is Corpus Christi's primary Spanish broadcasting station. On behalf of the City of Corpus Christi, we appreciate the commitment and legacy of service of Dr. Oscar Garcia contributed to our community in remembrance of influence and commitment. And therefore, here we are, graduating. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Did you want to say anything?
Thank you. Well, Oscar loved Corpus Christi. He was very civic-minded, and when we moved here in 1957, he jumped right in and was very active in the elections and, you know, what was going on in Corpus Christi. So he would really be pleased that he made a difference.
He did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
What's that? Hold it. You hold it in.
Do you want to say who's here?
Yes. This is my daughter, Nina.
My husband. I am the firstborn,
Susie Garcia Jarvis.
I'm the second-born, Carlos Garcia. And this is my lovely wife, Liz.
And I'm the adopted son, Michael.
We've known Michael since he was a baby.
Let me jump in here. Oh, yes. Hold it together here. I'll hold this.
The mayor's office really did all this.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, one more photo. Okay, get back in.
Okay.
And the council members, yes. Thank you, Ms. Garcia. You look so pretty. Allison? Oh, good. You gonna bring him in? You gonna bring him in? I'm talking about Christian. Okay, our last, what are we doing? Oh, we're I'm sorry. If you are here, let's see, as an individual that was appointed to any city council, board, commission, or committees, if you'll please come down. We are going to be swearing in city board, commission, and committee or corporation members that are volunteering of their time to serve. So if you'll join me, we will go ahead and swear you in. We have, okay. Yes, it's going to be, let's see, we have, yes, Murad, yes. So we have Arthur Granado, who will be on the Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority, and Murad Hasboui, Sister City Committee. So if you'd please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, state your name, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of a member of the board to which I have been appointed and upon which I am about to enter, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state and of this city. So help me God. Congratulations. Thank you. Let's take our picture here real quick. Well, let's take our picture real quick and then shake hands.
Oh, yes.
They want it. Let me-
Don't leave. I need everyone in the back. Squeeze it.
Big smiles on three. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Got it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Thank you for joining us here at City Hall and in council chambers. I would like to start with the invocation, which will be given by Associate Pastor Brandon Cunningham with Grace Community Church.
All right, let's pray. Father God, we just thank you so much for this beautiful day and this beautiful city, and we ask that your hand is on our discussion, our words, our thoughts, as we try to plan what's best for this city that was named after the body of Christ. And Father, we just pray that we will put our differences together to make one solid lead into where we want to go as a city and to work together as citizens for that end. And I pray blessings over those council members that are here today that are making these decisions. Father, it's in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And next, we will have our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag, led by Christian Sapsuk. Christian is a senior, or will be a senior, here at Veterans. He's earned a 4.08 GPA. He recently committed to the United States Air Force Academy to play football on an NCAA Division I scholarship. In basketball, he was the 2022 Defensive Most Valuable Player, 2022 Texas District 14-5A I unanimous first team selection at cornerback. Wow.
Would everyone please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Christian. Good luck. Not that you need it. The Air Force Academy. Oh, Veterans High School. Mhm. Oh, thank you. You don't want this? Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera. Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley. Everett Roy.
Here.
Dan Suckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Okay, we'll move on to section E, and that is the update on city operations by City Manager, Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, members of
morning.
the council. We have a pretty busy meeting today to include presentation of the city's FY24 budget. I'm going to take these items a little out of order, and first, though, go to our introduction of our new RTA, Regional Transportation Authority CEO, Derek Majak, so he can get back to work. He's here with us today. So on Tuesday, June 20th, the Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority's Board of Directors announced the organization's next Chief Executive Officer, and he's right here with us today, Derek Majak. He previously served as RTA's Managing Director of Operations, and his first day as CEO was July 1st. Derek and I had a chance to have lunch together to get to know each other a little bit more, and his whole career has been in transportation, in public transportation. He began his career as a bus mechanic more than 17 years ago and has 17 years of public transportation experience. He joined the RTA in 2017 as the Director of Transportation before being promoted to the Managing Director of Operations, where he led 250 employees and contracts and managed a $26 million budget. Derek earned a bachelor's degree right here from Texas A&M Corpus Christi and a master's degree in public administration from Tarleton State University. So he knows about transportation and he knows about local government with that master's degree. So Derek is here today to say some comments to the council and the community. Derek, thank you for being here today.
Thank you for the introduction, Peter, and thank you for your time, City Council. I just wanted to get in front of you to introduce myself. Some of you I've had the fortune of just having discussions with prior. Some of you don't know me too well. Peter pretty much gave most of my history. I'd also like to add I'm a proud U.S. Navy veteran and an Iraq veteran, as I served as a Navy Seabee during that time. That's over the last 6 years, I've had the privilege of building many positive working relationships with much of the city staff, and I look forward to continuing those relationships and expanding upon them while working with the city council, the city manager, and our other stakeholders in the community, working to make this place improve our community and working towards improving our regional economy. My focus is going to be working on increasing and improving our communication, coordination, and involvement with our community partners, including the City Council, being ambitious, innovative, and progressive with the projects we deliver and our use of technology, increasing ridership through a restoration of our previous service levels, and most importantly, ensuring that we're continuing to provide safe and reliable services and facilities to our customers and the community. I just want to thank you all for your time. I look forward to seeing the City Council over at our building shortly as we host some of the future meetings. With that, I'll take any questions or comments.
Yeah, I don't think we have any, but thank you very much for taking the time to be here. We appreciate your leadership.
I'd like to make one
Yes.
comment. You know, Mayor, just as somebody that's obviously been intimately involved with the Transit Authority for years, or at least since 1999, you know, I've recognized that the CEOs or general managers that had the most tenure were really ingrained in the community or from here. That's Tom Niscala, you know, retired from the RTA, went on to the MPO. Ricardo Sanchez, who, you know, born and bred in Corpus Christi, went on to Houston, came back, worked for Cap Metro, retired from here as well. Jorge Cruzaedo, who recently retired. All the other ones basically moved on as stepping stones. Now, Fort Worth, right, is where you're from?
Yes.
So he's from Fort Worth, native Texas. But one of the reasons I have to say that he's made himself a native here because he married a local girl. So we know he's not going anywhere. So we expect him to retire, and I think I want to commend your board of directors. They did a wonderful job. We're excited to have you with us.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez.
Well, welcome aboard.
Thank you, Councilman.
I want to say I have some experience with the RTA as well, as I served as that board member. I've had somewhat of a different experience than my counterpart over there as to where, you know, the RTA has not had the most stellar reputation in this community. And I hope that you do your best to improve that, that organization's reputation as being one that's ethical and does things the right way. So I encourage you to do that, and I really wish you luck in dealing with all that.
Absolutely, and thank you,
Thank
Councilman.
you.
Okay, Ms. Campos.
I just also want to just say congratulations also, but I also want to give a shout out to the RTA and putting up the benches and the covers already. So, you know, we hope to see continued improvements for the rider. I hope that one day maybe y'all will be able to do electric buses or maybe even a water taxi. So I'm just putting it out there. So again, congratulations. And thank you for staying with us, and again, marrying a hometown girl.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Mayor and Council, our second item is a very important one, and it's a presentation on our proposed FY 2024 budget. So I'm going to provide that here from the podium. Mayor, tell me how you want to do citizen comment. I don't know if this will probably take more than the 20 minutes or so, but we'll just play it by ear.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
let's do that.
Okay, good. So Mayor and Council, you do have in front of you the presentation that I'm going to walk you through. You should also have in front of you copies of our proposed operating and capital budget that was delivered to you this morning. So consistent with the city charter, the city manager is to present the city council with a proposed budget before the fiscal year, and that's what I'm doing today. The budget before you will be for the next 12 months, beginning October 1, 2023 through September 30th of 2024, our fiscal 2024 year. Our budget is balanced. That's before you today. It does focus on public safety. It focuses on streets, animal care, parks, and libraries. It is consistent with city council approved financial policies that city council approved recently. And it does address council priorities as were set in the April 6th retreat that we had this year with city council, as well as the community priorities. And something new this year in terms of the priorities from outside stakeholder groups is in this budget we made sure that the 6 most active boards and committees gave us their budget recommendations. And so in June or July, some of these boards and committees actually held a special meeting to give us input on what they thought was important to be in the budget. So you can see copies of the memos here. That does include our Animal Care Advisory Board, our Island Strategic Advisory Committee, our Marina Advisory Committee. We got input from those committees on what they wanted to see in the budget. Our Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, our Library Board, and our Airport Board. So those 6 primary boards and committees gave us input, and a lot of what they have asked for are in this proposed budget. So we don't stop there. After the budget is proposed today, we want to get even more community input, consistent with the past 4-year budgets that we've presented. After that, we go out to the community. So we already have 5 community workshops, town halls, if you will, planned and scheduled, 1 in each city council district, Monday, August 7th, Wednesday, August 9th, Thursday, August 10th, Monday, August 14th, and then Wednesday, August 16th are the dates, 1 in each city council district. We want to thank Del Mar College. We'll be at 2 of their facilities. They're providing facilities for us to include their Del Mar Economic Development Center near Ray High School, and then we'll be on their brand new campus on the Oso Creek campus for City Council District 5's meeting. Now, we know last week we held already 1 work session with the City Council on the budget, and we have 5 additional scheduled. They're on your calendar. We'll send to you a correspondence that tells you what topical areas we'll be discussing in each of those 5. We have 1 beginning next Tuesday, August 1st, also Thursday, August 3rd. Thursday, August 10th will be another one, and then 2 final ones on August 21 and Thursday, August 24. All of those work sessions will be right here in the City Council chambers from the hours of 9 to noon. Let me talk a little bit about how we develop the budget. It's certainly, as I described recently, I think to the media, this is probably one of the, or I should say, this is the most intensive development process for this organization. When we focus on a singular thing, it takes everybody, all department heads, a lot of staff in each of the departments. This is a planning guide of how we want to provide services to the community for the next 12 months. It's a multi-month long development process. The way the process begins is our budget office, coordinating with the departments, sets a baseline budget, kind of a budget consistent with the prior year, less one-times, and makes adjustments for increased costs that we can't get away from. Once that base budget and capital budget is established, myself and the city manager's team upstairs meets with all the department directors and some of their key staff to go over their proposals, whether it's reductions, new improvements, or even just baseline services. Once we work with all those departments, then we have a decision process. It's a team effort. It includes myself, the deputy city manager, assistant city managers, chief financial officer, and the department heads. We take into consideration everything I told you before to include community input, board and advisory input, and the council priorities. And it gets us to today, and what I'm going to do is go over that budget. But before I do, that budget office that I talked about is here, the real people, and I do want to recognize them, even though they're probably extremely tired. We know Constance Sanchez is the leader of this team as our chief financial officer. Eddie Houlihan, our budget director, is here. Amy Cowley, our new assistant director, has done an outstanding job. This is her first budget in this city. Christina Garza, Camille Taras, Vanessa Sanchez, Donna Vickers, John Juarez, J.R. Barentinos, and then Kelly Davis. They're all here this morning. I want to just take a moment to recognize them and thank them for the work they've done.
Can they stand?
Yeah, can you guys stand up?
Oh, they're over there. Okay.
Great job, you guys. Okay, before I get into the budget, one thing we did the same this year that we did last year is we got a perspective of our local economy. We have 2 financial advisors that we brought to meet with us. That includes Meter, who is our financial investment advisor, where we invest our cash daily. And then we know our specialized public finance financial advisor. We met with them, the executive leadership team did, to get a perspective from them on the local economy, and that helped us in gauging revenues and on how much we should recommend for expenditures in the budget. So both these financial firms said that the city's economic outlook is moderate. It looks decent. Moderate growth was projected. These financial advisors, as well as many others, are predicting or projecting or forecasting a soft recession later this fall and winter. They said that could impact us here in Corpus, but maybe not as much as other parts of the country. They did recognize oil prices were falling and rig counts were also flattening. And then nationally, as well as here, inflation, while coming down, isn't coming down as quickly as we had anticipated, so that might have some impact on the economy. But generally speaking, no cause for concern or alarm. Moderate growth in our economy. So that brings us to the budget. The budget that we have before you today, consisting of all funds, including our capital budget, is $1.5 billion. That includes $291 in the general fund, our enterprise funds, like our airport, $292 million. Some of our special revenue funds, total, not some of them, but all of them, total $596 million. Our debt service fund, where we pay back our ad valorem, and other debt, $125 million. And then our capital budget, without any transfers, is $604 million. So just in the general fund, which is the fund that most of our community benefits from, that's where our basic city services are budgeted. That budget has grown 4% in the recommendation. So this year the budget is recommended at $343 million, and that is up 4% from the $329 million from the current year. And when we look a little closer at the general fund here on this chart, what this shows you is the revenues that the city receives or anticipates to receive to provide those services in our general fund. You can see in the outer ring, the black ring, that is our revenues. And if we start around the 9 o'clock position in that outer black ring, you can see our sales tax revenue is about 21% of the budget. So we're forecasting about $71 million in sales tax. As you go around clockwise, our property tax revenue, 31%. So those two primary revenue sources are a little over 50% of all of our revenues. The property tax we project about $105 million. We do have some use of fund balance, some one-time expenditures are included in the budget using fund balance. And then our services, fines, and fees are about 25% of the budget as well. In the inner part of this chart, you can see our expenditures. Our public safety, which is our most important and most expensive in our general fund, is close to $159 million, or 46.3%. As a percentage of the general fund budget, it is the same in this recommendation as it is in the current budget. So 46% of all of our general fund resources go to police and fire. You can see some of the other significant areas, including solid waste, transfers to streets. Our streets operation has more funds in this. This is just a direct transfer from the general fund. Our Parks and Recreation budget, $23 million, and our financial reserves, I'll speak about momentarily. All the other departments are listed on the right there, totaling $71 million. Okay, so in the general fund, let's just look at the revenues for a moment. I'm going to just focus on two of the primary ones. As I mentioned, they comprise a little over 51%. That would be our property tax and our sales tax, and then other revenues is the difference. So in property tax, this is the unofficial or not certified roll. I think we have not yet received it, right? Yeah, we haven't received it yet. Last couple of years, we received it ahead of the deadline. So these are the preliminary values. So as we meet with the council in the coming weeks, we'll make sure we talk to you about the certified absolute roll. This is the estimate. And so on property tax, we're expecting, based on that preliminary roll, about 5.8% more in revenue, or $5.7 million. Sales tax, our forecast, given that moderate growth economic outlook, is 3.5%, or $2.4 million more. And then all other revenues, we project to increase about 5.8%, or about $17.9 million. As I mentioned, we do use $18 million in fund balance for one-time expenditures in the budget to help us balance that budget. So let's look a little bit closer, and again, I don't want to spend too much time on this because these are preliminary values that could change, but on our property taxable value, this is not the revenue, but the taxable value. I have a two-year comparison here, the current budget year, FY23, compared to the 24, using preliminary values. So this last year, when we were developing the budget, the certified tax roll came in at just under 14% in growth. 14% growth, 2.2% of that was in new value, and over 11% was in reappraisals. Preliminarily, this year we expect that new values will be 2% and reappraisals about 4.3% for a combined growth of 6.5%. You can see that last bullet on this slide talks about the state mandate where we can't increase without an election revenue in the general fund from sales tax more than 3.5%. Based on the preliminary values, we don't think we'll have that trigger. We won't have to lower the rate, and we're not recommending an election. But as a reminder, and many council members in our retreat in April talked about property tax relief to our community. So in this budget, just as a reminder, this city council reduced our tax rate by 2.6 cents already in the current year budget. So our tax rate went from 64 cents to 62 cents per $100 of valuation. And the 62 cents is what's recommended in this budget. Now, I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about property tax relief. This was an issue for the council in the retreat. And what we said then is that let us wait to see what the state legislature was going to do before we recommend or take action on any local adjustments to our homestead or over 65 and disabled exemption. So sure enough, in this legislative session, with a special session, the legislature and the governor just approved significant property tax relief using state funds for local taxpayers. So this is a summary of what Senate Bill 2 does. It really impacts the school districts' tax bill payment, and the state will make good to the school districts the difference that they don't collect. So for schools, for school districts, the homestead exemption today is $40,000. There's a state mandate to take it up to $100,000. General homestead exemption, 40 to 100. Then for the over 65 or disabled, you can additionally receive 10,000 more. So if you're disabled or over 65, your exemption would go from 50,000 to 110,000. But we're not going to stop there, said the state. We're going to mandate a reduction in the property tax rate for school districts by 10.7 cents. That's significant. A mandated 10.7 cent reduction in the school property tax rate. There's also an imposition of a 3-year kind of pilot program where there'll be a 20% limitation on value growth for non-homestead properties, less than $5 million. So that includes things like a second home, a commercial business, some type of a warehouse. That will be in effect for fiscal year 25, not the current fiscal year coming up. These first 3 items will need a vote of the Texas voters in November to confirm, since it's a constitutional amendment. If it passes, these tax reductions will go into effect this tax bill. It'll go into effect this year, so persons will have that lower rate right now when they pay their taxes later this fall. So this is a real nice chart here that shows you what this impact has from the state. And these are for the 6 school districts within the city limits. We know there's a total of 12 in Nueces County, but these 6 here are the ones within our city limits. And the analysis is based on the average homestead value in our community, which is $265,000. So with this is only with the reduction in the tax rate and the general homestead exemption. It doesn't take into consideration if you're a senior. But just with those first 2 things, the average homeowner will see a $900 savings in their tax payment this fall and winter. And you can see the bar graph. The dark green would be the payment without these state mandated reductions in property taxes. The lighter green is the payment that they'll actually realize if the voters approve this in November. So you can see pretty tremendous savings, up to $900 or over $900 for the average homestead. These next tables here give you the detail. We're not going to go through them line by line, but it's a sample tax bill in the CCISD, the Corpus Christi Independent School District, the current homestead amount, and the new amount based on Senate Bill 2, 904 annual average savings. Okay, that brings us to here, Corpus Christi. So we know this council in our goal-setting session talked about additional property tax relief. We're recommending it in this budget, but we're recommending it to begin in fiscal year 25 after the states of this year, and the rest in fiscal year 26. So what we're recommending is currently our homestead exemption, general homestead exemption is 10%. We're recommending adjusting it 5% once in fiscal year 25, so not this budget, but the next one, and then another 5% in fiscal year 26. And then on top of that, we're recommending the over 65 or disabled exemption be increased from our current limit or rate of $50,000 to $62,500, and that would be effective in 1 year in fiscal year 25. So if we look at just fiscal year '25, not this budget that I'm going to talk to you about here, but the next one, the city would forego $6 million in revenue because of those reductions, $6 million. So this is a big impact. But the council, the majority of the council asked for this proposal. So about $6 million in property tax reductions to the city. And then when we do that additional 5% in 2026, that would be an additional $3.7 million in foregone revenue. And these next couple of charts, you can look at them at your leisure, but they just show that impact. So this is year one, fiscal year '25, taking the general homestead exemption from 10 to 15%. That'd be an $82 savings to the average homeowner at a home of $265,000. If they're in that same home and they're disabled and have a senior exemption, they'll save $160 in year one. And then in year two, when we take the 15 to 20%, the average homeowner will save another $82, or a combined 2-year total of $165. And then if you layer on top of that, if you're a senior or disabled and you have that exemption, you'll see on year two another $82, or a combined 2-year total savings for that average home of about $243,000. And we'll have a workshop on this with the council. I know that's a lot of information, but generally we're responding to the majority of the council's desire to have additional property tax relief options from our local choice here. And that does that. It waits 1 year from this budget, since the state has given a significant reduction of almost $900 to the average homeowner. These would take place beginning in '25 and '26 to give us some time to gear up for them. Okay, so we talked about the budget and total and revenues. Now we're going to move into the expenditures and the general fund and some of the highlights. But before we get there, let's start with our savings. So our financial reserves are very important for our city. We use those in case it's a catastrophic event. So the more financial reserves, the more resilient we are as a city. City council does have which a lot of cities don't have, and we applaud the council for having that, an approved or adopted goal, which is 20% of expenditures should be in our financial reserves, 20%. That would total with the '24 budget, $65 million, but consistent with this year's budget, we actually have more. So we have close to $78 million in financial reserves, 24% then instead of 20%. Okay, let's focus on some of the enhancements that our community will see with this budget. And again, these are real consistent with the City Council's priorities from our April 6 goal-setting session. So in our police department, we're recommending 9 more police officer positions. That would, I think, for the first time ever, bring the city's police count to 500, which is commendable. I'm going to show you a chart after this in a moment that shows how we got there. In the budget, we have funding for 2 police academies to keep our strength at full positions filled. There's one academy in September and then a second in June of '24. Because we've added police officer positions over time, we need to manage span of control. So Chief Markle recommended a lieutenant and a captain position. We're going to convert a police officer position into these higher ranked positions that help oversee the officers. Also in the budget, we're proud to recommend this. There's a police, we know about the Police Athletic League, which is a nonprofit that our police department spends a lot of time and personal commitment in. It's a program that helps at-risk or disadvantaged youth in our community. They are actually seeing more children, and their programming is increased. So we're recommending an additional civilian position to help support that program. We don't do much in the way of this in the city, so we think this is a good recommendation. In our police department, we're recommending additional funding for replacement vehicles and funding to put the generator in at our Flower Bluff police substation. When we retrofitted that building for a police substation, we plumbed it for a generator, and so this helps us to be sustainable down there. And then we know the Police Training Academy, another first in our city, is going to be opening next July. And we do have some partial year funding in this budget for maintenance and operations of the Police Training Academy. So this is a great story right here. This is our police officer staffing. Chief Markle, 4 years ago, recommended adding 25 officers over 5 years. And this is year 5 of this budget. And in fact, this council and the chief and we all have actually exceeded that goal by almost 2 times. So we thought 25 was it, but actually we're adding 54. We've added 54 with these additional 9 in this budget, so we've more than doubled that goal. That brings us to 500. You can see in the chart, we added 5, 10 last year, or this year 25, and then 9 in this budget to bring us up to 500. In our fire department, we're glad Chief Wade's here. He's been pretty busy these last couple of weeks here, but in the fire department, we're recommending 9 firefighter positions. This will help to continue moving more of our companies to 4-person staffing. Unlike most Texas cities, major Texas cities and many cities in the country, a lot of our companies go out with just 3 persons on the fire truck or the apparatus, which is not a best practice recommendations, not recommended by any firefighting agency. And so last year, we began to add positions to bring more companies to 4-person staffing so that there's 4 individuals on the fire apparatus. Those 9 will help us to do that. It'll also bring us to 455 authorized firefighter positions. Funding is in this budget for a fire academy. That's scheduled for January. We want to remind the new council members, prior to 4 years ago, the city wasn't holding or budgeting funds for fire academies, and that had us in a position where we were we had a high number of vacancies in our fire department, and we were filling the work with overtime, which was costing taxpayer more money and putting a lot of stress on our firefighters. So we're budgeting funds for continued fire academies. We know firefighters retire, and we know in this case we're adding 9 more positions, or recommending it at least. In our area of resiliency, we've recognized that managing our emergency situations with our emergency management coordinator, Billy Delgado, we need some more assistance there and some cross-training, and so we're recommending a deputy emergency management coordinator position in this budget. It'd be a civilian position. And in this budget, we're continuing our commitment to make sure our fire retirement fund is sound from an actuarial standpoint. This is another area where the city didn't always increase contributions, and we fell into a position where we didn't want to be. So in this budget, will be our 4th year of recommending just under 1% increase in city general fund money to make sure the fire retirement fund is sound. There's several vehicle purchases included in the budget, including replacing 5 operations response vehicles. These are our first line command staff uses these. We want to replace 3 aging EMS or paramedic units, replace 1 fire engine truck, and then purchase for the first time a smaller brush truck. They call it a Type 7 brush truck, but purchase that to add to our fleet. We do attend certain brush fires in Flower Bluff and in the island. And then consistent with our new business plan, which is when you build something, we got to make sure we can maintain it and operate it. We have funds in this budget for the initial maintenance and operations of the brand-new replacement fire station number 3 that is, in fact, on the City Council agenda to award the construction contract today. Mayor, you okay? You want to
Let's go ahead and pause.
take a break?
Yes, let's
Okay.
pause and write on streets.
No problem.
We'll go ahead and do our public comment, and then we'll come back to the report. Thank you, Mr. Zanoni. Mr. Risley, would you please review the council meeting rules of decorum?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called up in the order in which they signed up electronically. In-person public comment will be taken first, followed by virtual public comment. Corpus Christi residents will take precedence over non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I would just like to remind everyone that a recording is being made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium. State your name and address prior to beginning your comment. There are 2 opportunities in which one can make public comment on an agenda item. The first is at this present time, and the second is at the time that we actually hear the item. Please choose one. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And for those commenting in person, there's a timer underneath the base of the microphone. It will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once your time is up, a buzzer will go off, at which time we would appreciate you concluding those comments. If you have any petition or information you'd like to give the council. If you'll please hand it to our city secretary, Ms. Huerta, she'll hand it over to us before speaking. So with that, I'd like to call Stephen Klepper as our first speaker.
Mayor Council, Steve Klepper, 317 Sunset Avenue. And I know you keep it in mind, in the forefront of your mind when you look at the budget, that affects the budget of everybody in here as well when it comes to utility fees, rates, charges, and all of that. Last week, most of you were here for the city manager's overview of water and wastewater rate structures and stormwater. There wasn't a whole lot of discussion on rate structures or rates, and that's okay. I was kind of looking for some. But some of you on the council asked the question, how do Corpus Christi rates compare to that in San Antonio? City manager said they were comparable. Well, that kind of reminds me of a discussion of what is the definition of is. What is and what is comparable. So I made a chart. I tried visuals last time and the city had trouble projecting it. Maybe you can zoom in on that. But what that is a comparison of city of Corpus Christi and the city of San Antonio, which is called SAWS. And SAWS has a great website. Anybody in here can click it, SAWS Residential Rate Calculator, and you get what's on right here. And you enter in your numbers. And then you can compare your numbers, and that's my actual bill, by the way. My most recent bill. Now, I don't use much water. It's 1,000 gallons. So I've used 1,000 gallons compared to 1,000 gallons. And you can see, for stormwater, water, and wastewater, Corpus Christi is almost double. And in my mind, that is not comparable. A couple of things that I should point out. Wastewater, now, to give the city manager some credit, water is fairly close. And as he pointed out last time, that's because the nature of the water in San Antonio, it's aquifer, it's not surface water that requires a lot of treatment. But wastewater is almost double, well, it's triple, you can see there, what it is in San Antonio. Wastewater is also only slightly more it is than water in San Antonio. Here, it's 3 to 4 times, depending on how much water you use. Stormwater, of course, David Loeb has already told you what's wrong with stormwater and how it's calculated. It's a lot higher in San Antonio. It's a lot higher here than San Antonio, and it's headed up to be a whole lot more. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Klepper. Michael De La Garza.
Hey, Mayor, well, Michael's coming up. Can I just correct for the record? I don't believe the council asked me about San Antonio compared to Corpus Christi. But nonetheless, I've been on record numerous times saying that our rates are more than San Antonio. Mm-hmm. Just in water alone, we have a heavy production cost here that San Antonio doesn't have. Anybody knows that. And the wastewater, I don't even know the comparison, but I'm not sure that's 100% accurate, what Klepper said, just for the record.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael De La Garza, and I work for the City of Corpus Christi Marshal's Office. I'm a senior lead deputy marshal. I've been employed here 21 years, 0.2 months. My tenure has been entirely here with the Marshal's Office, and I'm TCO certified Master Peace Officer, Master Peace Officer Instructor, Field Training Officer, Court Security Specialist Instructor, and active shooter, anti-terrorism specialist, and it's all through the Texas Commission of Law Enforcement and through other various educational institutions. I'm also certified here, Human Resource Career Development Management through the City of Corpus Christi, and I was on the Vehicle Accident Review Board here in the city from 2017 to 2021. The reason I'm here today is to speak on the municipal court's budget concerning the Marshal's unit that Deputy Amanda Guerra pointed out last week. There's serious misinformation that was given to the board by way of a review study done with the Marshal's unit. The Marshal's court, the municipal court review report that was submitted on the budget line of the Marshal's unit speaks of their duties or lack thereof. First, let me start out by saying that the Marshal's unit is not a revenue-making department, which is what we are being basically made out to look like. The Marshal's Office is a law enforcement unit that was created to handle certain peace officer law enforcement tasks. In item 10 that you have of your paperwork, it says that the review is completely inaccurate. The role as a marshal goes beyond what the review states. As a marshal, we contact wanted subjects, which is only one of our duties. We don't just occasionally appear at an individual's home and leave something. Execution of warrants is a function that is performed throughout our entire shift. Charts are made daily. This is one right here. I'm not sure if you can see it. And it is a chart of the defendant's charges, addresses, their location. This is an older chart, 22 houses, 45 warrants. This is in one day. The marshals have tools at their disposal, which we are to locate people. We have Encode, TLO, Maptive, Facebook, iLeads, and more. Hangers business cards are left at doors, but they're also given to neighbors. Is that my time? Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
Thank you, Mr. De La Garza, and we have your paperwork.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Adalberto Carrillo?
Good afternoon, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and hold off on my comment. It has to do with the American Bank Center.
Okay.
So,
Yes, sir.
you.
Thank you. Francisco Dow?
Francisco Dow, 804 Elizabeth Street, 78404. I'm going to talk about healthcare for a moment, but of course this will end up being about kiteboarding. You may or may not know, but there's a severe shortage of doctors here in the Coastal Bend. From a May Channel 3 news report, the COO of Driscoll's Children's Hospital, Dr. Mary Dale Peterson, said, quote, that the doctor shortage is spread across every specialty. Krista Spahn, Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Oral Everett added, he's also seeing shortages in every category of doctors and specialists. Okay. It would seem that any mechanism that would bring more doctors here would be extremely valuable, that serves everybody in the community. I can tell you, Dr. Andy Caden, Dr. Dan Bouchard, Dr. Jake Moore, Dr. Mark Mower, Dr. Alex Villanado, these are all people who have moved here to Corpus Christi and served the people of Corpus Christi, making healthcare more accessible. Later this year, Dr. James Fuqua graduated from Ray High School, currently practicing in San Antonio, moving back here because of kiteboarding. Last week, you heard from soon-to-be Dr. Sam Smith, Flower Bluff High School graduate, coming back here to do his residency at Krista Spahn because of kiteboarding. In the last couple of months, I've essentially had two parallel conversations going on. One with some of you who've taken the time to meet with me, thank you. The other one directly with Parks and Recreation, specifically with Tyler Florence. We've identified locations, solutions, concrete solutions, specifically Dimmitt Park. Dimmitt Park can be made into a fantastic kiteboarding launch with relatively minor upgrades. We're really mostly talking about burying a power line. The pier would actually do double duty as an observation deck. This is something that can really be done at the department level. We may even be able to find existing budget. This doesn't have to be, a 3-year, 5-year city council thing. All that really needs to happen, I think, at this point, is to really kind of close the loop. I think that probably means getting Manager Zanoni into the loop, into that conversation. Some of you have been super supportive, but you guys have brought up like, hey, this is annual budget, 3-year process. And it's like, it doesn't have to be. Like, this can actually, let's get the city manager talking with Tyler and myself. We already know the solutions. We've been working on this for months. I think I've shown the value that kiteboarding can bring to the city, and even today, the value that kiteboarding is already bringing to the city without us doing anything. So to have solutions that can be done at the department level with possibly existing budget, Manager Zanoni, I hope you can take the time to meet with Tyler and myself and close the loop on this. It's really that simple. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sean Flanagan.
Hi, my name's Sean Flanagan. I live at 4218 Herndon Street. Mayor and city council members, thanks for listening to me. When I was in the Army, I had to sometimes move large numbers of folks from point A to point B rapidly. They had stuff called close order drill. I was never particularly good at it, but if I screwed up, there was a command that said, as you were, and that would give me time to figure out what I did wrong and issue the correct command so everybody was going in the right way. As I look at some of the financial stuff that's going on in the city, the thing called a certificate of obligation strikes me as an as you were command. In other words, if somebody screws up, you got an emergency, or you misunderstood what the planning would require, or there's a mistake done somewhere, then that's really a good thing, certificate of obligation, to get you out of trouble if you kind of got in a bad mess. But it can be overused, and this is my concern. If the certificate of obligation is used routinely, for instance, I noticed that there's 2 items in this agenda you're talking about. One of them was $7 million on a dump at Petronila Creek that's been used with a certificate of obligation that probably should have been done or put to the voters or whatever, because so that if you're going to spend $7 million of our money, we ought to maybe have a say in it. And I'm not maybe there's reasons I'm not sure what was on that agenda item. But in the future, as you think about this, certificates of obligation should be regarded, I believe, as something you don't use a lot. It's something you only use in an emergency, and you try to get your planning straight, and you bring it, if it's a large amount of money, bring it to us voters so we can say, yeah, go ahead, tax us for it, or no, please don't tax us for that. Because I think that's probably the best way to handle these things. And lest I not mention the Department of Sustainability and why it's a bad idea. In San Antonio, if you look at their Department of Sustainability, their budget in the last 2 years is $9.5 million a year. That's a lot of money. Now, they're bigger than us. But, in other words, you wonder why folks support stuff, and lots of times it's like, who benefits? Well, 9.5 million, or even half of that, or a third of that, or a fourth of that is going to create a lot of positions that we don't think is necessary or needed. So, just a thought. Who benefits from a Department of Sustainability? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Dara Rickers.
Good morning, Mayor Guajardo and City Council members.
My name is Dara Rickers, and I live at 5918 South Oso Parkway. I want to address a concern I have about the recommendation to eliminate the City Marshal's division in the municipal court. It greatly concerns me that our municipal court committee and city manager are considering dissolving the City Marshal's division based on a recommendation from a report from Judge Bull, who had incomplete and erroneous information. It is expected that our city manager will evaluate each department within the city to determine fiscal responsibility and make changes where necessary with city council approval. The fact that the city marshals were never interviewed about their job duties and what a typical day and work week involve shows a lack of depth when determining if city employees should potentially lose their jobs. When a recommendation is made to possibly take away a person's livelihood, there should be an exhaustive process taken before that occurs. Making a recommendation based on data from the 2 years of COVID lockdowns, not interviewing the city marshals themselves, and using an erroneous number of $700,000 as a budget line item is wrong. I am asking each of you on this council to thoroughly evaluate the process that was used before you consider voting on the fiscal 2024 budget that recommends eliminating these positions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Rickers. Amanda Guetta?
Hello, my name is Amanda Guetta, and I reside at 2610 Wind Hollow. After reviewing last week's council meeting, I have some questions. Does Tyler Technologies provide back any data that proves that the text message that was sent out was received by the person that it was intended for? People change phone numbers faster than they do addresses in Corpus Christi. This type of technology has also been known to get compromised by spoofing and scams. Look at your handout, please. If you go to the Nueces County website right now, that's their front page of telephone scams, and it has been known to happen with the Corpus Christi as well. That's one of your handouts. Ms. Sanchez stated that Gilbert had called us into a meeting on June the 29th so that we would not be blindsided. Mr. Zanoni stated that this was something that had been in the works for 2 years. If this was the case, then why did you open a city marshal position and allow someone who was already working for the airport police to leave his job to join a department that was on the verge of being dissolved? In my opinion, we were blindsided. 2 years ago, defund the police was a very popular term that was being used. This was causing rampant Class C thefts, assaults, and damages to properties in other cities. Basically, misdemeanor crimes were being legalized. Citizens started getting upset and no longer wanted the police departments to be defunded. This appears to be quite a quiet way to go behind the public and eliminate small agencies such as ours. So the real question here is, after our salaries, where the remaining $350,000 are going, because I doubt that we, the marshals, are spending that amount on uniforms, training, or vehicle maintenance. Perhaps instead of a court review, what should have been conducted was an audit of this remaining money. Mr. Barrera stated that they have a responsibility to maximize taxpayers' dollars. If Judge Bull stated that there were redundant positions within the admin department, then why are you not maximizing those dollars? Because I'm no accountant, but basic math shows that $820,000 sounds a lot better than $700,000. So why isn't that position being eliminated? Could it be because it's not a peace officer? During last week's meeting, Mr. Zanoni stated that the city cared about their employees, and he personally stated, I do especially. Channel 6 aired a segment on last week's council meeting, and it was during the most vulnerable point of my address to this council. As the saying goes, a picture is worth 1,000 words. You never acknowledged me during this time. Apparently, something more important had your undivided attention on your phone, Mr. Zanoni. So that right there told me exactly how you felt about me. You do not care. This was one of those times when this technology that you praise highly should have been put down so that we could have that human-to-human interaction that one of the council members stated is still needed. Perhaps it's because you don't recognize me as an equal because I'm a female or because I'm a police officer, or could it be both? To me, this has defund the police all over it. Thank you for your time, and God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Guerra. Mary McLaughlin?
My name is Mary McLaughlin. I live at 233 Indiana Avenue. Oh, by the way, good morning. Good afternoon. I live at 233 Indiana in Corpus Christi here. I have a real bad problem with the bed and breakfast that is permitted, I think, by you all. And I want to tell you some of the things that happen and what I've seen. On 2/9, which is in February, there was tenants. And I went over and asked them to turn down. I asked them because I didn't want the police to have to come out. And I asked him very nicely if he would turn down the music. Well, he did. And then the next day, I asked him, I said, would you please turn it down at night? And he said that I had no business coming over to his rental and that he cussed me out. And I know he cussed a lady out that has a 1-year-old across the street because she also asked him to turn it down. These are just little problems that happen when you have a bed and breakfast. And this San Antonio real estate company has bought or sold, I guess he has sold it to the B&B that's right next door to me, which is 239 Indiana, to another, the same, 239 Indiana. So now we have 2 bed and breakfasts right next door to each other. And on the 18th, there was a concert. It was like the concrete amphitheater. So now on the 7/21, which I'm jumping down to July, because for some reason they quietened down. Because, well, there was a little bit, but not much. And when there's kids involved, I usually don't bother. But, you know, after 12 o'clock, the adults step in. And when the adults step in, it's worse. So I just want to say that when you put a bed and breakfast in a residential area, there's a problem. And I've had the police out. I've had the police out because I can't go to them because different people, all the time, different people. There was 15 cars one night on a party. So now I'm calling it the party house because that's what it is. They don't want the noise and mess at their house, so they rent. And then when they rent a B&B, now not all people do that, but you've got a problem here because it's going to change. There were some people from, I think, Australia, and then there was another one from South America.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. And just to note, this is in District 2. I always like to point that out to know. I think we probably could have somebody address, Mr. Zanoni,
We do.
some of the issues.
Tracy Cantu is working on
Who
it.
is that? Oh, who's talking? Okay, so thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Alex Fluck. Oh.
All right. Hi, everybody. My last name is pronounced Fluky. It's a weird one. It's totally fine.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so my name's Alex Fluky, and I live at 729 Sam Street, and I'm a proud resident of District 2. And And I graduated with environmental science degree at the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities, and I also just graduated with my Master's of Public Administration at TAMU CC. Happy to be done. And I'm here to do my first public comment. I'm a little nervous, but I think I can get through it. And I'm here to support the work that countless residents, nonprofits, city departments, and our elected officials have been working on for a long time. And that is, I'm advocating for the continued increased financial support in our budget for our communities, for our community needs to protect our diverse ecosystems, plants, animals, and residents. It's clear to me that Corpus is taking steps to be a sustainable and resilient coastal city. For instance, yesterday I was looking at where we are in our drought on the city website. I think that's a really great resource. And I also looked at the xeriscape plants to see what I could plant in my backyard and not use as much water. Those are clearly great resources. However, we can and we should, as a community, do more. These issues that we all face together, like water quality issues, extreme heat, coastal erosion, and sea level rises, aren't gonna get better if we continue to get mad at each other and make it political. No matter who you voted for, if there's a flood in your neighborhood or extreme heat, it's gonna affect you the same way it affects your neighbors. We have a chance to be leaders and advocates and take action to make Corpus Christi a place for tourists to enjoy our ecosystems, like kite surfing. I hear that's a big thing here. And also for the people who live here and move here and want to invest in this city. I work closely with students at TAMU CC and Del Mar, and a lot of them are environmental science majors. They do biology, marine bio, that's really big here. And unfortunately, when they graduate, a lot of times they have to move away. There's not really jobs here for them that support what they're passionate about, which is, keeping Corpus a place that we can live and work and recreate forever, right? So it's clear that we can do better and we can be a place that can retain these smart, enthusiastic, and innovative young people. This budget is really a chance for us to do that. Obviously, I don't know every number like y'all do, and I know budgets are really intense, but I am here just to advocate and to support my friends and the people who live here, that we really want Corpus to be a sustainable and resilient place, and our budget is really a chance to do that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Flukie. Pat Craig.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Pat Craig, and I live in area code 78414. I have some concerns regarding the Bull report for your consideration. The Municipal Court Committee minutes from June 30, 2022 state that the $50,000 was included in the FY 2023 budget for an outside agency to review the municipal court operations. When was Judge Bull contacted by the city manager and the presiding judge? Is it a coincidence that the Judge Bull was a presiding judge in San Antonio when our city manager was the deputy city manager there? Is it a coincidence that Judges Bull and Chapa graduated from the same law school in 1990? Is it a coincidence that during the KENS 5 investigative report in 2015, that the San Antonio Municipal Court clerk said Judge Bull was behind the decision to pull the Marshall unit off the streets? $25,000 was spent to have this report generated. How much time was spent by Judge Bull in court and talking with personnel? Why didn't this include any of the marshals? Why was the marshal's list of duties so incomplete? Would the marshal's job be considered public outreach? If so, how can texts and kiosks replace that? The combined salaries of the 6 marshals is approximately $325,000 to $350,000. Where did the number $700,000 come from? Why eliminate 6 city jobs yet entertain creating a new department for $9 million? This report was presented to the Municipal Court Committee on June 30, 2023, yet the marshals were notified they were losing their jobs on June 29th. The city manager is quoted as saying, "The city began evaluating the positions of the marshals 2 years ago. Why wasn't more time and prep offered to the marshals?" He also stated last week that he cares about the employees, yet was fully engaged on his phone while one such employee was presenting very relevant information to the council, despite the stress of losing her job soon. When I tried to access the minutes for the Municipal Court Committee where the Bull report was approved, there were none. In fact, there are no posted minutes for the past 7 committee meetings. The most recent posted minutes are from September 21, 2022. Why are the minutes not posted? This is how we, the people, can follow how our elected officials vote, especially if one of them is known to favor defunding the police. Why was the recommendation to place the court admin under the presiding judge denied, yet the city agrees that the judge should evaluate that position and provide it to the CFO? Did Judge Chapa just get a pay raise from this report? I believe some thought should be given to connecting some of the dots and that the marshals should be treated much more honorably than what seems to have occurred with this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Craig. Rachel Caballero?
Mr. Zanoni, could we look into the posting of the city minutes? That
Yeah,
she does
right.
make a good point there. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Yes, Councilwoman, I've already been speaking with Miles over here.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And if John Weber, Connor Rice, Sylvia Jimenez de la Garza, and Colby Wiltsey, if you could all come up and sit in this front row, you're good. Yeah, on to my right. That
Before
would
my
be
time starts,
appreciated.
I'm sorry, Mayor
Go ahead.
Guajardo.
Yes.
Can the city staffers sit in the back instead of occupying the spaces up front, especially during public comment? There's about 15 city staffers in these, and you have all the community sitting out in those chairs. So from now on, if city staffers can occupy the back and let the community who's rushing in here during their lunch hour, because we can't have meetings at night, like, can we do that?
Okay, well, noted. Thank you. Ms.
Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. Good afternoon, elected representatives of the people of this community and my taxpayer-paid employees and city staffers. I'm here to apologize for coming here week after week and speaking in a way that some of you may find offensive. I'm sorry that my comments of constantly reminding you all who you represent, who you work for, and holding you all accountable makes you uncomfortable and hurts your feelings. Do you all want to know what hurts my feelings? A hurting community. A broke and hurting community due to the lack of empathy from a group of people that should be paying attention to the voices of the people that actually trusted you to represent them. I come here repeatedly because we, the community, we're still not being heard. There's a culture here of mistreating the community. I'd err to say this environment is actually cult-like. Let me remind you all, we are the bosses. You work for us, not the council, not the city manager, for us, the community. The city has been running at a surplus, even through the COVID pandemic, for at least a decade, or as far as I look back. Yet you all continue to imagine up new water and wastewater rate structures and tax rates that make no mathematical sense. It's truly a guess. That's why not even you all understand the structure. Just like the appraisal district, making up erroneous calculations that make absolutely no sense, that magically always end up with the community paying more than their fair share. The community does not want to be a slave to your constant money grab, victimless citations, and astronomical water, wastewater rates, and tax rates. You all prove to us time and time again, week after week, month after month, and year after year, that you all are horrible at using our tax dollars efficiently, effectively, and for the betterment of this entire community, not just your buddies or your inner circle. You all have also proven that you are horrible at maintaining what we have. That is why I come here week after week. This is why people are getting involved. This is why we are here to fight for our community, not industry, not the banking systems, not the developers or the realtors. I am here for us, my neighbors, my friends, and my family. Don't underestimate the power of the people. Some of us are trusted you, that you are doing the right thing for us and for future generations. We now know that not to be the case. I ask you all to do the right thing by us, the community. Do not increase water and wastewater rates. Do not increase tax rates. I will personally make sure that everyone knows how you all voted. We cannot afford for any of you to be on city council if you are going to constantly put your hands in our pockets. Start saving us money for once.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. John Weber.
Mayor, I just
Yes,
wanted
ma'am.
to,
No, I'm sorry, we're going to keep decorum. There's no applauding. Thank you.
Mayor, regarding the municipal court committee, the minutes, so the city secretary's office completes those minutes. The minutes are completed, they just were not put onto the website. So my apologies to the council. We'll take care of that before the end of the day.
Okay, great, thank you. Mr. Weber.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. How to fill out the ethics report, part 2, again using Councilman Pusley's as an example. Next slide.
Mr. Weber, my last name is pronounced Pusley, not Pusley.
Part 5 is where you list real property you hold in the county and adjacent counties. Your home address is redacted. He owns some commercial buildings, but any income over $5,000 was not listed in Part 3. Why? Next slide. Part 6 is where you list any person you are indebted in excess of $10,000. He lists 2 companies, but fails to list the dates the debts were incurred as required. Next slide. Part 7 is where you list debts owed to you in excess of $10,000 with the dates. Part 8, you list all contracts you have with the city for goods or services. Next slide. Part 9, you list all boards you are on. He lists 3 companies, 1 as the owner and 2 as the president. Only 1 was listed in Part 3 as a source of income over $5,000. Why? Next slide. Part 10, you list any gifts or favors you have received cumulatively over $200 in value. Next slide. Part 11, you are asked if you have any conflict of interest which would affect the impartial performance of your duties. He checks no. From last week's presentation, it appears he has a financial conflict of interest regarding at least oil, gas, and the port of Corpus Christi. In the interest of public trust, he should at a minimum recuse himself on port appointments, any further desalination projects, and to immediately refrain from further participation in the matter, including discussions with any person likely to consider the matter, and promptly file with the city secretary the appropriate form for disclosing the nature and extent of the prohibited conduct as required by the City Code of Ethics. Next slide. Lastly, you swear the statements made are true, correct, and complete. By going over Councilman Pusley's report, we aren't sure if it is true, it doesn't appear to be correct, and we know for sure it isn't complete. When you agree to serve on the council, you give up your rights to the privacy of your financial interests. If you aren't okay with that, your only options are to break the code of ethics and hope you aren't held accountable by the rest of the council, or resign. As always, have a nice day.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Weber. Connor Rice.
Mayor, I get to make a statement of fact. Is that not right,
Yes.
Miles? I'd just like to make the comment that Mr. Weber's comments, as usual, are not correct, untrue, not factual, and I wanted to make that comment, and I will continue to do that as long as he comes up here and accuses me falsely of things that are not true.
Thank you, Councilman. Connor Rice. Yes.
I'll go ahead. Connor Rice, 700 Robert Drive. Good afternoon, council, mayor, and our community. So over the last 6 months, I've tirelessly advocated for Coastal Bend public education at our capital, and through remote observation, I've seen the divide and division unfolding in our hometown chambers. On the day of the property tax cut bill, I was attending the House Select Committee on Education, and I was grateful to run into a representative who I've developed a great friendship with. We've bonded over our spirited debates, finding common ground, and always leading with respect for each other. I showed him clips of the unfolding division in our community, and he was speechless and didn't have a concrete solution. But on my drive back home, I got a text from him with a PDF and the words, "We have more in common than you think." And it was a copy of this executive order that you have in front of you from Governor DeSantis in 2019. The plan he passed in his first week as governor was the framework of sustainability. So whether it's Governor DeSantis' framework in his Resilient Florida program that addresses the vulnerabilities to climate change, or his investment plan on resilient infrastructure that includes seawall improvements and flood mitigation for coastal communities, I want to emphasize that this conversation in our community shouldn't be politicized. You know, we all share common concerns about inaction and polarization. But when NOAA, the people who fly through hurricanes, mind you, to judge their strength, tells us that we will see 1.1 feet of sea level rise over the next 30 years, and we believe them when a hurricane's coming, I say we should believe them now too. Now, a commander wouldn't send his troops into battle without a coordinated plan for success. And our community currently lacks a coordinated plan, leading to consequences for the taxpayers, whether it's rebuilding the water gardens or expenses on our North Beach and McGee Beach for sand preservation, or it's the mayor's catch bins initiatives. They all require expert guidance. And I know that this council is capable of thinking smarter, not harder. Efficiency and smart planning with sustainability will save us taxpayer dollars. But now I could walk out of here and apply for the Port of Corpus Christi six-figure salary as the manager of environmental sustainability and resilience, because industry is paving the way for this conversation. Or I could ask ChatGPT if coastal communities should have sustainability staffing or initiatives, and even AI said yes. But let me leave you with this. Remember that moment when Jesus was at the well in Samaria? You know, when he broke all social and cultural norms to talk to the Samaritan woman. Do you remember that? Because we live in a time right now where we have to break norms to talk to people who vote a different ticket than us, or to people who have a different party affiliation than us. And you know, as I was walking up the steps here this morning, I got a text from that representative. Good luck. So I leave you with this. May we all have a little bit more grace with each other. And God bless.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rice. Sylvia Jimenez de la Garza.
Hi. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Bonjour. I come here, and before you say, here goes this lady again, where she doesn't go, where she come from, let me tell you, never say that to a Hispanic woman, especially one that is educated like me. Because Hispanics were the mix of two races, like some of you know, Spanish colonizers and natives. I'm proud of both sides. I'm proud to have Aztec blood, Maya, Inca. And that Spanish colonizer actually was the owner of this land, was Capitan Blas Maria de la Garza, who founded not only South Texas, but this county. So before you ever tell me, go back where you came from, or even think about it, he owned this land. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of my native roots, and I'm proud of who I am. And I'm here not because I shouldn't be here, because getting here, being here in Corpus only give me cancer, illnesses, my kids being bullied, so I shouldn't be even fighting for my community, but because, like my ancestors said, soy de gente decente, I have integrity, I have values. So I'm here because, again, we should get services. I don't know, I'm from District 1, I live in 3009 Charles Drive, and our income of taxable value is 3.9 billion. This is 3.9 billion. For this year, the accurate is, I heard in meetings from my board, it says it's going to go up to 7.4 billion. But even though we have that much money, we still have my handicapped people. my kids, classmates walking right next to cars, if you see. Risk of getting hit. I still having flooding issues because planning didn't thought that we needed more indexes on the corners, even though the street is, gravity tells you when it's a higher street, everything goes down to the lower places. Well, planning on the city didn't thought it was okay to put more indexes. And this is the issues that we have on my area. And I come over here because I want that resolved, you know? I don't want this happen. Not even if I'm not going to be living over here anymore, but because I'm paying for taxes. I'm paying for a service not rendered. I'm paying and I'm expecting that service. My question is, after finding out about who was my 8th great grandfather, if it has to do with racism or because poor people lives in my area. I don't know why those issues haven't been addressed prior to me being here and raising my concerns. Thank you for your time, and I will be here bugging you until we get services.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez de la Garza.
I want to just make one comment on the last presenter. Ernie, last week I think she showed you pictures and we were trying to identify where those streets were. Did you get that information? Today at 11, sir. I'm sorry?
Today
at 11. Okay, can you make...
I got a reply, but some of the answers are not really accurate. They tell me that we don't have enough traffic, which we do. I know because everyone was speaking. So, and as you know, I'm the one who made the change on the board.
Can you make sure that once you meet with her at 11 o'clock that we get those pictures identified as far as where those locations are so that we can identify the streets?
Yes, sir. That response was provided today at 11 by email. It was a comprehensive response of all her points from last week.
Okay.
There was 2 on the drainage issues that we were trying to find out. We got those today as well.
Okay.
But there were probably 13 points of research that we had to provide to all the response issues that she gave us. So it took considerable amount of research to get all that data and provide a comprehensive finding for her. But I can carbon copy you. I copied Councilman Pusley on the response as well.
Well, I appreciate you carbon copying.
Yes, sir. I
since I'm
apologize.
the District 1 council member.
Yes, sir. I
Thank you.
apologize. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Colby Wiltsey. Yes, thank you. And if the next 5, Maggie Peacock, Orlando Sims, Victoria Holland, Eduardo Canales, if you can all please come up here to this front row to my right, I would appreciate it. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Colby Wiltsey. I live at 7929 Vishal Drive. I came here today to readdress my concerns about implementing a sustainability department within our city. You know, the cause on its face has some noble qualities to it, but there are several reasons why I think we should exercise caution before considering such a decision. As I mentioned last time, the city's budget's already stretched thin, and as my fellow alumni over there from Islanders mentioned, that you guys know that more than anybody. And so rather than pouring millions of dollars into establishing a department that might lead to unnecessary bureaucratic burden on our already strained resources, I think rather we should allocate that money into going into things that impact the daily lives of our residents, just as you saw from the lady that came up before me. I think that money would be better spent for her needs than in a sustainability department. Also, infrastructure and things of that sort. Secondly, creating a sustainability department will, in time, place heavy regulations on industry in the area and will ultimately have a negative impact on those businesses, but not just the businesses, the families. As I've been living here for 14 years, I've never seen so many houses go up in my life. It's like they're sold even before they get the framing done. But that's because people are moving here from all over the world, getting good jobs in the same industries that are growing this economy, and those industries will ultimately be hurt by a sustainability department burdening them with heavy regulations when they're already trying to meet the regulations of the federal government and doing a good job of that at that, and that will affect those families. Also, focusing on a single sustainability department may overshadow the importance of personal responsibility. I say, why not use those funds to go ahead and beef up some of the departments that are already addressing these issues and work with some of the nonprofits that are probably better equipped to tackle these issues, and then get folks that are passionate about these issues, get them involved, point them in the right direction, equip and empower our citizens to be the hands and feet to create a sustainable region. And the reason I say that is because sustainability isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. Each city, as you know, has its own unique challenges and strengths, and by imposing a standardized department may not even address our specific issues effectively. So in conclusion, while the intent to create a sustainability department in some might somewhat be commendable, we need to consider its potential long-term impacts on the city's resources and the negative economic impact it could have on the families in the coastal bend. That is why I oppose this and would ask that we use the funds in a more fiscally responsible way. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you. John Bradshaw.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, good afternoon. Thanks for having me again. Just before I begin, I do have more comments relating to the city marshals, but I would like to thank Chief Markle, Scott Leeton, the city attorney's office, and the council at large for their work on the contract with the Corpus Christi Police Department. I think it's great what y'all are doing, and I think it outlines, or rather showcases, the caliber of leadership that we have in this city as compared to the difficulties for, say, Austin is having. So I just want to congratulate everybody and thank you for the work that y'all been doing on that. When we talk about the city marshals, something that I've been noticing is it seems as if the city and the city marshals are two trains passing in the night. On one hand, the city is saying, this is an outmoded business model, or we have the RIF policy, which is great, and we'll place you somewhere else where we can keep your loyalty and have you succeed. What the city marshals are saying is, number one, it's not a business model, and it shouldn't be evaluated that way. It's a law enforcement job. Number two is they want to keep that law enforcement job. So they don't want a promotion to Chief Executive Health Minister, even though that might be a promotion with more money. They've been here, as you've seen, 20 years. They've dealt with, again, as has been brought up in public comment, scooping out water out of their patrol vehicles. They're still here after that. These are some of the most loyal people that you have in the city. And all they're saying is, use more prudence. There were things left out of the report that they believe are important. There's nothing in the government code that's forcing you today to make a vote to get rid of the department. You can use your powers to investigate further. And one of the other things that's been brought up sometime is technology. I've been a defense attorney in different counties, in different cities. San Antonio has these kiosks that were brought up. There's nothing mutually exclusive about including technology alongside the city marshals. You can get kiosks that doesn't require you to eliminate the city marshals. The city marshals perform a very important law enforcement function that I think when they're eliminated will be shoved off to the patrol officers in Corpus Christi when they could be doing something else or responding to some other call. I'm not the best one to tell you what they do. They are. We've heard about the deplorable conditions of the detention center. If you've walked through there, walk with the marshals. I think they deserve that much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. Maggie Peacock.
Alrighty, hi all, Maggie Peacock, 1773 Ennis Jocelyn Road. Thank you all for sticking around today. The past few weeks, I've had the privilege of visiting other major cities around the U.S., In all of these places, there's abundance of free public amenities and vibrant green spaces. I had the privilege to visit a city this past week where there was a city park that had giant chess pieces and human-sized Jenga and ping pong tables, and it was all under the cover of brilliant fruit trees, where the fruit was then used to feed people and make compost for community gardens and etc. It was such a brilliant sight seeing so many people enjoying these things with bright faces and huge smiles. Not only do initiatives like this help the environment we call home, it significantly improves mental health. This is what we want. And to help clear things up again, sustainability means fulfilling the needs of current generations without comprising the needs of future ones, all while ensuring a balance between economic growth, environmental care, and social well-being. All the extremists actively opposing efforts that they don't even have their definitions and arguments right, so please don't fall for that foolishness. Also, resiliency means that cities can effectively handle natural and man-made disasters, protect human and wildlife, absorb the impacts of economic, environmental, and social hazards, all while promoting health, wellness, and inclusive and sustainable growth. Climate change is real. And as a coastal community in the Gulf of Mexico, where some of the highest rates of sea level rise is happening, we must invest in resiliency. Lastly, as many of you know, I am the co-founder of the Gulf of Mexico Youth Climate Summit. This past week, we hosted our first ever in-person summit. It was so beautiful seeing so many young people from around the coastal bend uniting in our cause to protect the Gulf. Young people are smart, capable, and will bear the brunt of the crises y'all are leaving behind. I wish all of y'all were there to witness the magic, as not only did these young people hold meaningful conversations around the future of our blue planet, they hosted a beach cleanup around the bay, and then turned the trash into a magnificent wave art piece. And at the end of the day, I asked the people at the summit to sign the art piece and write down what gives you hope. Many of them wrote down fellow young people. So please, listen to us. Lastly, I want to thank Councilwoman Campos and Councilman Klein for being present. It was a very emotional and moving day. And GOMEX will continue to make waves, and we will continue to fight, not because we want to, but because we have to, if we want a clean, equitable future for ourselves. So what I'm asking you all today is to invest in real, lasting environmental sustainability efforts. And to reply to a few of my fellow previous community members, our sustainability efforts are to help save families here in the Coastal Bend, save our precious limited resources, and also, just to mention, all of the industry you just mentioned, like Cheniere, Flint Hills, and the port, they also have sustainability offices. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Peacock. Orlando Sims.
How's it going? I had submitted some documentation to the city secretary's office via online.
It was passed out, sir.
Okay. How's it going, everyone? My name is Orlando Orley Sims. I'm a lifelong resident here in Corpus Christi, born and raised, graduated from King High School back in 2000 and Texas A&M Corpus Christi twice and Del Mar College once. I have a master's in public administration.
Can you state your address for the record, sir?
I reside over here in District 3, 78414, 5757 Woodridge. And I hope this message finds y'all in good health and high spirits. I'm writing today as a concerned citizen to express my reservations regarding the creation of an environmental sustainability department in our beloved city of Corpus Christi. I must voice my apprehension at the high cost associated with establishing and maintaining a new department. As an example, I recently learned that the city of San Antonio budgeted a staggering $9.5 million for the creation of a sustainability program. Considering the fiscal implications, I fear that Corpus Christi, with its unique challenges and needs, may not be able to afford the added cost. As a resident who deeply cares about the future of our community, I would like to propose an alternative approach. Instead of investing extensively in a new environmental sustainability department, I urge our esteemed city council to prioritize upgrading or replacing our city aging infrastructure. Addressing the critical needs of our infrastructure will not only enhance the quality of life for all citizens, but also contribute to the overall well-being of our city. It is essential to acknowledge that the establishment of an environmental sustainability department may potentially lead to an increase in property tax rates, which our legislator cut us a break on. We should not neglect that. In a time where many of our fellow citizens are already facing economic challenges, the burden of higher taxes could adversely affect their livelihoods. In conclusion, I humbly implore our city council members, our mayor, to be good stewards of taxpayers' dollars by opposing the creation of a sustainability department. Let us work together to find solutions that benefit both our environment and the well-being of our community by utilizing our city's current department and resources. Thank you for considering my perspective, and I trust that you will weigh all factors carefully in making decisions that shape the future of Corpus Christi. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. Victoria Holland.
Thank you so much. I'm Victoria Holland. I live at 235 Ohio Avenue. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you all so much for the hard work you've been doing leading up to this budget. I know it's not easy. I know there's a lot of homework, and I know that you're all doing it in your off hours and your regular work hours. I just want to express that appreciation. As we move forward, it's not going to be a surprise to you guys to know that I think that a new department with broad-based policy-making authority, imprecise KPIs that creates redundancy with existing departments is the wrong way to go about promoting sustainability and tackling those issues in this city. I think that it disenfranchises voters to have a department create policy rather than their elected officials right here. And I know that we have the capabilities to accomplish all the stated goals, those expressed for this department, through the departments that exist now. My own opinion, such that it is, and which you're all aware of, is that we really need to focus on making sure that our current departments are well supported, have well-supported leadership, and are able to tackle these problems on a basis that leans into the expertise of each of these departments. It's all well and good to say that we need centralized sustainability management, but I think ultimately what we really need is sustainable solutions that come from departments that understand roads best. Sustainable solutions that come from the departments that understand solid waste best. Sustainable solutions that come from departments that understand emergency management best. Anytime that you're going to go and try to have a sustainable inclusion within this city, I think it has to follow common sense. And you're not going to get that if you have a department so removed from the day-to-day operations of these departments where they are. Within this, I also want to address the fact that we're thinking very carefully about the money that this city spends. So much so that we're actually considering what honestly strikes me as an inequitable solution to the marshals. I mean, let's all face it. We know that poverty is one of the issues that really affects people in the city, particularly communities vulnerable to crime or to becoming criminals themselves. Well, when we get right down to it, one of the biggest side effects of poverty is lack of access to common utilities frequently. I lived in a lot of poverty when I was a kid. I lived in a very bad part of town when I was a kid. We didn't always have power. We certainly didn't always have internet. Now, I know that access to these things is becoming more and more common as we address the gap here, but I think that if we're talking about telling marshals they can't go to people's homes, we're essentially telling people who are poor and may lack internet service, sorry, you might get the short end of the stick. All right, sorry, I've gone over time. See ya.
Thank you, Ms. Holland. Eduardo Canales.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. As you're aware, in the news lately, there's been some revelations or news regarding the selection of the CEO for the Port of Corpus Christi.
Sir, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Eduardo, 7021 Bevington Drive. Okay. And I want to talk, of course, there's been a resolution by the San Patricio County Commissioners resolution, but calling for an open and transparent process. And it's a selection of a new CEO, and they have a lot to weigh in on, because they're right now they're bearing the brunt of the heavy industrial development in that county, and we do too here in Nueces County. So I'm going to talk a few principles regarding that process. I think it's not too late regarding City Council to support a resolution in support of an open and transparent process. I believe the mayor has supported that, and thank the mayor for her leadership in this part in terms of, and other mayors in the area have supported this process. So, timely communications, one of the principles, and to find out that the process in the newspaper is not necessarily the best process for an open and transparent process, but the public and stakeholders informed about the progress of the hiring process is a key milestones that's going on. We hear in the newspaper that there is a 50 or so candidates and now down to 5 finalists. So that whole process in terms of a transparent evaluation process, what was used, what was not used, in terms of a search all over the country, in terms of capable candidates. So the evaluation, conducting these interviews and evaluation of the candidates in a transparent manner is very critical. The other point is public input. Provide an opportunity for the public to input in terms of the selection process. This can be accomplished through public forums, town hall meetings, allowing community members to express their expectations regarding and concerns the desired qualities of a new CEO. We cannot really accept the status quo. And we understand that part of the 5 candidates are two of the internal candidates that are presently on staff of the Port of Corpus Christi. Is there a clearly defined criteria, develop clear and objective criteria for evaluating candidates based on their qualifications? Thank you very much for the time, and independent search committee is really needed in terms of establishing here in the city of Corpus Christi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Canales.
Mayor, do you think that we could have our commissioners, our appointed commissioners, give us a report as to what is going on with the hiring of the new CEO?
Well, that's something, I mean, we can ask for that, and they do come quarterly, so it's something we can ask for in their next, I can get with my staff to see when that next visit is, that they'll be here.
Right, but this is a hiring of the CEO.
Right.
It requires immediate attention.
Okay. And I can speak with you off record here on that, but yes, we can ask. Okay, this is the last of our in-person public comment. If you'll please come to the front to my right, Pastor Richardson, Armin Alex, Adam Rios, Lisa Gerdes, and Isabel Araiza. Okay. And Mariah Boone. I hope we have enough seats. You're going to wait for the item? Yes, ma'am.
She wants to talk during the item.
Yes.
Bishop C. Richardson Sr., pastor of the Calvary First Baptist Church, located 2906 Carver Drive, right here in the city of Corpus Christi. I came today to, first of all, I want to acknowledge our distinguished mayor, to our city councilman, our city manager. I came today to give support for having a pavilion built in the A.C. Dilworth Park through the funding that the city had received. I want you to know that the pavilion will help enhance the park. It's a beautiful park already, but it will be more enhanced. Since the rededication of the Dilworth Park, we have seen an increase in usage, especially on holidays and weekends. The park is well used, and throughout the week, we see people in the park walking around doing all kinds of wonderful things. And so the A.C. Dilworth Park need a provision, because right now the only shade that we have in the park is trees, and that shade is dependent upon how the sun is shining. So I want to share with you, to encourage you, if you would, to favorably consider putting the pavilion in the park. Number one, that park is accessible. It's right in the middle of the heart of the community. It's really very close to everybody. A lot of people live around it. You can walk to it, you can ride your bicycle to it. It's very accessible. And not only is it accessible, but number two, it's attractive. People are talking about how wonderful that park look, and that is due to the Park and Recreation Department, to the mayor, and to the city manager for the work you've done in that park. It may not have as much as other parks right now. We may not have quality, but quantity, but we got quality. And so I want to encourage you, if you would, to consider putting a nice pavilion in the park. If you do so, that park will continue to be a place where mothers can bring their daughters and fathers can bring their sons, and they can all feel safe. It'll be a safe place for family, for fellowship, for fun, and for food. The pavilion will represent the entire Corpus Christi community, representing a place of recreation, relaxation, and restoration. So I humbly pray that this council would favorably agree and allow this much-needed pavilion to be built in A.C. Dilworth Park to increase the park access and to increase the park usage. And it will make the A.C. Dilworth Park one of the more desirable parks in our city, and I hope y'all see your way to honor this request. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pastor. Armin Alex.
Afternoon, Council. My name is Armand Alex. How are you folks? I'm a Corpus Christi native, and I'm also the co-director of youth engagement for the Gulf Reach Institute and the co-founder of the Gulf of Mexico Youth Climate Summit. I'm here not only as a concerned resident and taxpayer, but also as an educated and experienced professional in this area I'll mention here shortly. With a background in environmental studies and climate science, I've dedicated my career to understanding the complexities of our planet's systems and the effects of climate change on our communities. It is with this knowledge and expertise that I stand before you today, driven by urgency and still a sense of hope. When it comes to climate science, the data is undeniable. Corpus Christi faces critical environmental challenges that demand immediate action. According to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, rising sea levels along the Gulf Coast have already increased by over 6 inches in the past 50 years, with an estimated 1 foot increase in the next 30. Coastal erosion threatens our shorelines, impacting our tourism industry, and puts our community at risk. We simply cannot afford to continue to ignore these pressing issues any longer. The fourth National Climate Assessment warns of more frequent and intense heat waves, more frequent and intense storms, posing health risks to our most vulnerable populations and leaving us all susceptible to the devastating impacts. So what will it take? What will it take for this council to act with urgency? When we find ourselves standing knee-deep in flooding waters, when we all have sweat pouring down our brows from record-breaking heat waves, when we're even more burdened by the sight of mounting trash along our shorelines, when we struggle to breathe during smog-filled days, how many more wake-up calls do we need before we realize that our coastal community is at risk? Yes, I admit these issues are scary. But I learned at a very early age that just because reality is hard to digest doesn't mean we turn a blind eye. Certainly, as adults, we can understand this. We face these head on by investing in resilience and sustainability initiatives. This is a necessary step for this city in order to protect its residents from the environmental issues impacting us immediately right now and those that are expertly predicted to come. We need to come together now, not as bystanders, but as leaders, and invest in resilience and sustainability initiatives that will safeguard our city. We need to demonstrate that we are a city of action, committed to protecting our people, our prosperity, and our planet. The United States president once said, change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Adam Rios.
13-year-old punk rock me hates when I put these things on, but here we are. Adam Rios, 78413 Tangled Ridge Court. I'm here to talk about something that happened in the city a long time ago regarding velocity games and how that eventually led to X Games, and what I think we could do as a city to bring an attraction like that here. If you aren't familiar with X Games, it just happened this last weekend. It's a continuing sport. It's like the Olympic sport for alternative sports, although it's become very mainstream. Ventura, pretty small town, population a little less than Corpus as a city. Their city council this year agreed to spend $250,000 on staffing, traffic mitigation, police overtime, and other public services. X Games, which is a private equity firm, decided to also pay the standard rent used for the Ventura Fairgrounds, which is about $250,000. There were no other public subsidies needed to bring X Games to Ventura. It baffled economists who live there because this was a funny quote. They said, this deal appears to be unusually reasonable for taxpayers, in that most cities, and our city, unfortunately, in the past, and other government agencies, would often just completely open up their wallets to bring sporting events, teams, stadiums, events, and basically spending far more than they could have hoped to recover through increased economic activity or tax revenue. They also produce or commission economic impact reports that predict millions of dollars in spending that would sometimes fail to materialize. Well, what X Games and Ventura did, which I think Corpus could do on that level, is we don't pitch outrageous ideas with claims about what the publicity might be. The staffers alone paid a total of $1.2 million for their hotels. You throw on the 10% tax on hotels and short-term rentals, and you saw a general fund that was quite a bit of money, and that was just from staff. 150 athletes traveled with their families, bringing tens of thousands in daily attendance, including the ESPN coverage, which generated about $42 million in one weekend in a city that's just as small as us, and even though we could provide the very things that X Games was doing, skateboarding, BMX. This could probably even be the first time that we could introduce kiteboarding and windsurfing to X Games. I talked with Mr. Dodd at Parks and Rec, and we were trying to get an exploratory team together to start to visit other cities to see what we could do to attract something like this. X Games didn't profit very much in Minneapolis or Austin, but in smaller towns, I think it could really prosper. And I think that what we have here with the coastal band and the new skate park going up and hopefully the BMX tracks, there's no reason we couldn't do this. We failed 20 years ago with velocity games. Also, just really quick, it really benefits these cities when the city is up to a standard of beautification. And here's the thing about people who oppose sustainability. The thing about science is that it's true. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. And just to follow up on that, Peter, we have a sports commissioner who works on all of these things. So I'm a little confused as to Mr. Dodd
Right,
expending.
we do. Our Visit Corpus Christi, our Convention and Visitors Bureau, has a sports commission and a position, Joey Jewell, who's our sports commissioner. So, right.
Right. So it seems like they should be the ones doing, not parks.
Yeah.
Right. And also, I'd just like to recall, and I think you're working on it, I'd like to have a regular briefing on Mr. Jewell's, his progress and what he's working on.
Yes, ma'am. That'll be on our city manager report in August.
But regularly?
Yes, it'll be
Wonderful.
regularly as well.
Great,
as you
thank you.
requested. Mhm.
Thank you. Okay, Lisa Gerdes. The item 5, yes, ma'am. Isabel Araiza, and she'll be our last in person.
Okay, Isabel Araiza, 326 Ponish, District 2. I serve on the Crime Control and Prevention Districts Board. The description of the district is supposed to be in a quote dedicated to crime reduction programs. Voters agreed to tax themselves 1/8 of a cent for crime reduction programs. This year, that sales and use tax generated almost $9 million in revenue for the district. The district had more than $6 million in reserve and earned almost $130,000 in interest. This year, I voted no on the budget. Why? Because it is my position that this money is not being used for crime reduction, nor is it being used for prevention. The committee voted to use this fund to fully subsidize the police department. Let me read you the allocations for the crime control and prevention funds. $4.8 million to police officer salary and wages, $500,000 to overtime pay, $300,000 for other pay, $1.4 million for retirement, $25,000 for other employee benefits, $91,000 for clothing, $159,000 for fuel and lubricants, $600,000 for minor tools and equipment. $1,000 for professional services, $300 for vehicle repair, $29,000 for telephone and telegraph services, $1,000 for equipment maintenance, $860,000 for group insurance benefits, $64,300 for other different types of insurance. These expenditure lines reveal that this money is simply being used to subsidize the police department's budget. For the future, we need at least some of that money dedicated to actual programs aimed at preventing and reducing crime. There are actual evidence-based programs that have been shown to reduce juvenile delinquency, for example, programs that have nothing to do with subsidizing police. Programs like prenatal care and early childhood nurse home visitation programs have been shown to reduce crime. There's even data that shows that we can actually help people feel safer by simply cleaning up spaces, adding and enhancing green spaces, beautifying neighborhood spaces, not just places where tourists frequent. We need to try doing that and have an impact that extends beyond, or doing that has an impact beyond how people feel. There's actual evidence that more green spaces in a city are linked to lower risk of crimes, both against property and violent crimes. By greening spaces, we can literally reduce and prevent crime and help make people healthier. We could do so much more for our community. We use some of the crime control money and prevention sales tax towards programs that help build communities instead of police. Funding programs that foster trust and social cohesion help neighbors and neighborhoods build social ties. Improving social cohesion actually makes communities safer. The board members of the Crime Control Prevention District didn't seriously entertain allocating even a small fraction of the millions of dollars we had towards prevention programs. And the police chief actively opposed allocating any money towards such crime prevention and reduction programs that didn't relate to directly giving money to the police, the district's crime prevention money. For all the reasons above, I voted no on the budget. I hope to see serious consideration by the district of such programs in the future. I'll end with one more comment. I really believe that our city council needs to follow rules of decorum. Mr. Pusley stayed for most of the public comments and just left, I guess, when I got up to speak, but he has a record of getting up when people are speaking during public comment. I've also watched city council meetings, and he repeatedly acts disrespectfully towards our female city council members. So just on that evidence alone and those observations, I would really like to encourage city council to follow rules of decorum and to hold people accountable who don't actually sit here to listen to public commenters speak.
Thank you, Ms. Araiza. Okay, so that will conclude in person. And Ms. Huerta, I'll hand it over to you.
That concludes in-person for residents. There's some people here who want to make public comment who are not residents of the Corpus Christi, but we can go to.
Oh, in person. Okay,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry. It says WebEx now. Okay, so we need to go there
If you,
first.
if you want to do the
Sure.
in-person, next would be Errol Summerlin.
Yes, I'm sorry. If Errol Summerlin, Ellie Peacock, and Libby Peacock, if you can come up front, please. Errol would be first, and then we'll go to our WebEx. Well, not quite last, but.
Thank you so much for taking me during the in-person time. My name is Errol Summerlin, and I live in Portland. My mayor, council members, my mayor and your mayor joined 10 other mayors in writing a letter that called on the port to include 7 principles that will not only enhance the credibility and legitimacy of the CEO selection process, but will foster trust and confidence in the authority's commitment to transparency and inclusivity. The San Patricio County Commissioners Court adopted a resolution endorsing the mayor's initiative. Your mayor signed that letter, and you need to support your mayor. She represents the citizens of Corpus Christi as a whole, and as such, she signed that letter in the best interest of your constituents. You need to back her up. Otherwise, the port will ignore San Pat County and mayors throughout the coastal bend. You appoint 3 port commissioners, pass a resolution as a council, and your appointees can assure that we all have input into our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Ellie Peacock, right, Ellie?
Good afternoon. My name is Ellie Peacock, and I live on 8201 Llano Avenue. If that street name does not sound familiar, it shouldn't. I am not a resident of Corpus Christi. However, my older sister is, and I have spent years witnessing the uphill fight for environmental sustainability. I've always been a bit of a nerd when it comes to vocabulary words, so I'd like to go over a very important one. From the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, sustainable, of being to or being a method of harvesting or using a resource so the resource is not depleted or permanently damaged. From the Oxford English Dictionary, sustainability is the quality of being sustainable at a certain rate or level. In other words, sustainability is not sameness. It is the constant, progressive effort to preserve our natural resources. Lack of environmental sustainability is a selfish act against this generation and future ones. I am asking for all in attendance, city council members, residents and non-residents, to do their part in building a sustainable future.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Peacock. Libby Peacock.
Hello. I'm Libby Peacock. I live at 8201 Llano Avenue. Although my oldest sister Maggie lives in this community, I don't. However, I do visit her often, and through my visits, I can see the importance of environmental sustainability and resiliency efforts in this city. So if you're not sure what a city with resilience means, are a little hesitant or have the wrong idea about it, a resilient city can efficiently handle natural and human-made disasters. All the people in this community would benefit from a Department of Sustainability and Resiliency. 2 weeks ago, I attended the Gulf of Mexico Youth Climate Summit, and the movement I saw in myself and other young people was immense. All of these young people want and need real, lasting environmental sustainability and resiliency initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peacock. Okay, Ms. Huerta.
Okay. So now we have Sharon Del Sus. She will be speaking on WebEx video.
Hi, I'm Shireen Del Sus. I live at 6030 Tapestry. Please play video provided.
We would like to advocate for protected bike paths. Safer cycling conditions will encourage more people to exercise. It prevents accidents and mobilizes many people who don't have cars. Adding protected bike paths increase ridership from 21% to 171%. That's according to NACTO, the National Association of City Transportation Officials. Instead of this, let's have bike paths like this. Instead of this, let's add a physical barrier. A new city ratings for bike friendliness was published by People for Bikes, a major bike advocacy organization in America. In 2022, Corpus Christi was on the bottom 26th percentile. Today, in 2023, Corpus Christi is on the bottom 10th percentile. The ratings were assessed using a sophisticated system that involves data collection, traffic stress analysis, and destination access analysis. Many cities are catching on the opportunities from bike-friendly infrastructure. 9% of households in Corpus Christi don't have access to a vehicle. How can residents integrate into society without access? How can they get to a job? How can they get to their errands? Why are we ignoring the transportation needs of 9% of residents? That's 30,000 people without cars. Here's another statistic. According to the Public Health District, 40% of residents are obese. Can you imagine 120,000 suffering from obesity? Think of all the health risks involved with that. The average lifespan of 78 is below the national average, which is already the lowest in all of the G7 countries. Many city council members think the solution to everything is more cops. Half the city's budget is for law enforcement. But how many qualified candidates can you choose from when 40% of residents are obese? Can we put a price on human life? Can we exclude the needs of most residents?
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Our last public comment is from Chloe Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez?
Good afternoon. I'm Chloe Rodriguez, 7410 Lake Conroe Court at District 5. I would like for the city to prioritize green infrastructure initiatives for resiliency. As a coastal city, we are vulnerable to storm surges and sea level rise from the effects of climate change. That said, some initiatives I would like to see would be coastal erosion studies, reinforcing coastal structures, and planting native wetland or aquatic vegetation. The Gulf Beach Survey and the canopy study that was listed in your budget would help, but I think additional ecological initiatives are needed. I went to Flower Bluff High School, and I would take Laguna Shores to get to the middle school back in the day, and I was always concerned for that area because it was so low. And while I'm glad they did rebuild the roads, I do have some concern for the build out of Laguna Shores and Oso Creek. The EPA has a page on coastal resiliency that I think would be valuable for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
I'm sorry, Victoria Rogers? is
No,
not-
ma'am.
Okay. Okay, great. Mr. Zanoni, would you like to continue? Sorry.
Okay, we know it's almost lunchtime, so we'll try to get through this. Okay, good. Okay, we left off on slide 26 where we were talking about fire, I believe. So we're going to go to slide 27 and continue the budget conversation. Much of what we heard this morning is addressed in these coming slides. So for the audience,
great.
I guess they're not going to wait. Anyway, so on slide 27 is our streets recommendation in the budget. In this budget, this is the third budget of the 5 that I have recommended that we include above and beyond the council policy of how much goes into the streets fund from our taxes, from our general fund taxes. We're recommending an additional $6.1 million in our street transfers to the residential street program. In the current year budget, we have funds allocated to do our bridge inspection program. This is a result of the mud bridge failure that we had earlier last year or this year. And that work and funding will continue into fiscal year 24, making sure we have the right persons to review these TxDOT reports on our bridges that are analyzed every year. We do have money in this budget of $500,000 to conduct a traffic signal mast arm assessment. You may recall around Christmas time, a mast arm failed on Everhart near Alameda, and so given our conditions of
You can. Thank you.
Is that it, Councilman Pusley?
Thank you.
All right. We got a lot of good stuff to come, though. We do have $500,000 to do an assessment of our mast arms to make sure they're safe. We know that we have a high wind and a corrosive environment, so this will be important. And then finally, we'll explain this more when we have our streets presentation, but we've had numerous requests from business owners, council members, and TxDOT to help them in doing landscaping maintenance along SBID. We know that's our busiest commercial corridor. And TxDOT admittedly only does bulk mowing 4 times a year. We know that corridor has a lot of vegetation, trees, and landscaping. And so this budget includes $500,000 to begin a partner program with TxDOT where we will improve the vegetation along that important corridor where we receive a lot of our property tax.
Peter, I have to interject. So are they they're not responsible?
They're
for...
only the only thing TxDOT does statewide is mowing, and here, at least in this district, it's only 4 times a year.
Right.
So they have no crews, no contract crews to do things like landscape maintenance. to trim palm trees as an example, there's a lot of bush and shrubbery around the mall area. They have no resources, no
Right.
business plan to do that.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I would though, because in addressing this issue, when Mr. Suckley was a constituent, TxDOT did make mention that they don't have that, right? They only have their set
Right.
their set times that they mow, but they would have I think they had some sort of program where there may be something else that they can, I guess, I don't know, negotiate with us as opposed to us having to spend
Yeah,
that.
we just spoke with Valente Olivares, the district
I'll
engineer.
pull my notes. I
Yeah,
spoke with him
okay.
as well.
And we'll
This
have more
was
dialogue on this
a long
for our
time ago,
budget,
right.
budget work session with Ernesto. So in our streets program, we know that this is priority number one for our community. This shows a 3-year perspective. You'll see on the next slide, the bar, what's that? Okay, we're gonna have AB, let me see if I can do it here. Okay, there we go. There's a slight decrease when you compare the 23 budget to the 24, and for 2 reasons. One, in the 23 budget, the gray area, we had some one-time funds when we closed out some of the old bond program projects, about $4 million was allocated to streets, so that was one-time money. So the gray box, which is the residential street reconstruction, drops down to recurring funding levels. And then the orange bar in the middle, that funding comes primarily from the bond program. So as we have completed work, there's less funding, obviously. That bar will get larger with the 2024 proposed bond program. But you can see the bottom bar, the residential street maintenance operations, that continues at the full strength. This shows us a 3-year perspective. A good takeaway here is the city has invested and will continue to invest $380 million over a 3-year period, including $122 million as is recommended in the budget. So an important topic to talk about in this presentation, and again, when we do the Public Works presentation, is the street maintenance fee. We talked about this at the goal-setting session. So that street maintenance fee had a 10-year sunset provision. It was approved by City Council in 2013, and it first became effective January 2014. In that provision, there was a sunset provision unless it was renewed, and that would be December 31, 2023. We are recommending that we continue that fee with this budget, and that it be reviewed annually to see do we want to continue it or not. We're not recommending another sunset provision. We're not recommending any fee change for this budget. So the goal is reestablish the fee at the current funding levels. We'll talk more to the council this year and again next year. The fee has been the same for the past 10 years, so construction inflation has gone up quite a bit. So there is some point in suggesting a rate increase. We're not doing that in this budget, but we'll talk to the council more about that. That is a substantial amount of funding that helps in our residential street program. In our neighborhoods, one important thing that if we haven't seen yet, I know we have longer days right now, is as we get into those fall, winter months, we're gonna notice our street lights all have been converted now from the orange high pressure sodium light bulbs to the energy efficient, longer lasting LED lights. That means 15,000 street lights across our city have been replaced already ahead of schedule. That cost $2.1 million. In this budget, we're recommending another $1 million to continue the initiative to see where are the lighting gaps. We know there's a lot of streets in the community, whole streets in some sections of our community that have no street lights at all. And so we want to do a comprehensive study and try to determine worst case scenario, where do we put street lights in, more importantly, over some other priority areas. We know that Flower Bluff Drive is an example in Council District 4, only has, I think, 1 street light for an entire stretch. So the lighting study will determine the work plan and a prioritization, and if there's any funds left, we'll begin to implement that. So animal care services, in this budget, we're adding 10 additional positions for animal care services, bringing that complement from 47 to 57 total positions. The budget includes the recommendation for 6 kennel attendants, so that today the animal care officer who attend the kennels can stay out in the field. We're also recommending 4 animal care officer positions to help in stray animals and protecting the community. The budget recommends $250,000 in one-time dollars to continue the spay-neuter initiative that the council approved in this budget. And then just 2 operational notes for the current year. We did put a request for proposals out already for a consultant to come in that has expertise in animal care operations to thoroughly review our animal care operation to see how we can improve in that area. And then we do have a director position that is advertised, and we're using a national recruiter to bring in some qualified candidates. Parks and Recreation, a very important area in our quality of life area in the city. And this budget includes $185,000 for staffing and maintenance at the Bill Witt Aquatic Center. That'll open later next year. Also funds to run and operate the water garden, $135,000. Maintenance and operations dollars for the Cole Park splash pad. That'll be under construction soon. And then $25,000 for North Beach restroom for the maintenance and operations. All these are partially funded. Most of these big quality of life amenities will come on this year, late this year or next year. And also the budget, and we'll explain this more when we have the Parks and Rec workshop with the council, but the budget includes $1 million to have a different business model on our ball fields where we have league play. We're recommending the city take over the management of the fields with better dollars to make sure the fields are in good shape. We're recommending a strategy of a 2-3-year phase-in. These 3 parks noted, Greenwood, Salinas, and Bill Witt, are our heaviest used, and so these would be the first that we would take over the management of and then lease the fields to the leagues that in turn have league play there. This is a best practice in this across Texas. Neiman Young, our assistant city manager, has done a great job working with the Hillcrest community on a revitalization plan for 4 parks in the north side area around Harbor Bridge. This budget recommends the funding for the plan that the Hillcrest Advisory Board, the Community Action Board, actually recommended. $8.9 million for Washington Coal, as you can see in the upper left. The TC Ayers Park in the bottom right has what the community asked for, a ball field and a nice splash pad. And then the D.H. Williams Park, also what the community asked for, is a 2 covered basketball courts and a play area. And then the Ben Garza Parks, some outdoor play and seating improvements. These improvements, again, are consistent, and they were actually voted on and approval by the subcommittee to improve these parks consistent with the bridge agreements. Now, we know that Councilman Hernandez and others on the council spent a lot of time on the Parks Development Fund, formerly the, I forget what we called that, formerly the fee in lieu of fund or so, but one of the policies that were included is that annually, as part of the budget process, we would recommend projects commensurate with the funding that's available. So today, there's $333 million in the Park Development Fund. We're recommending parks consistent with where the funds came from. The policy is, as long as it comes from an area development plan, it can be used within that area development plan on any park. We're recommending $250,000 for Bill Witt to begin the engineering and design of a project we'll probably recommend in the 2024 bond program, which is perimeter fencing, parking, a roadway system. So the $250,000 that's eligible will help to begin that design work with these funds. There's a London Park improvement in District 4, Parker Park, Waldron Park would see some improvements with this proposal. And District 3, Bottsfield Park, and then District 1, Mobile Park would receive some improvements already. These funds come in from developers in lieu of building a park. They provide monies to the city, who in turn uses them to make improvements in that development area. We know our libraries are important, and we have a great team over there. We're recommending 2 librarian positions at La Retama Library. This is our most used library, our biggest library right here downtown. The picture on the bottom of this presentation there shows that 80-plus multifamily complex that's being built just a few blocks from the library. So with 80 or more families, we expect some pretty pretty increased utilization of the La Retama. And so they've been somewhat short-staffed for many years. So 2 librarian positions are recommended for there. Also, we're recommending funding so that all of our libraries on all hours are open, have security services. Today it's inconsistent. Some don't have security when the library is open. So the $159,000 will fully staff with security services all libraries when they're open. We know our health department is very important. We heard some comments on obesity. Having a community that has healthy outcomes is important. There's numerous things that are recommended here. Many of these are funded with some legacy funds that we had from the prior arrangement. So that does include a community needs assessment. Dr. Khan has talked about this, which is what does her clients want from our department? What do they want most? We're working to figure that out, and so this community needs assessment will help to develop that action plan. A public health summit of $200,000, a neighborhood fitness program of $250,000. This is similar to the Downtown Safe Unfit, and that's a very popular, longest running program in Texas. And so taking this out to the neighborhoods around the Horn complex is the goal of that one. Replacing exercise equipment at our senior centers, $150,000. And then swimming lessons at $300,000 is included in the budget as well. We'll partner with agencies to include the Parks Department potentially on that. With respect to the arrangement that we have with the Health Department, we know that this council changed the legacy business model. That really wasn't working well. So the city is the sole operator of the health district. A customer of ours is Nueces County. They buy services from us annually. In the budget, we, because of increased costs, requested $88,000 more in funding to provide the same level of service. They're willing to pay everything with the exception of the $88,000. So the proposed budget right now states that if we don't receive that additional funding, we'll have to reduce services with the mobile clinic that right now goes out into rural Nueces County twice a month. If we don't receive the full payment, it will just go out to the rural counties once a month. We're also working with them on the kind of the sunset audit. The contract that the city and the county developed states that after 2 years of running the program, we'd review its business success or failure and make a recommendation on how to move forward. Okay, in our municipal courts area, the budget includes $225,000 for municipal court software update to manage our cases, the elimination of 6 positions in the marshal program. The city does have a reduction in force, a RIF policy. So any person that's in these positions, all 6 of them I believe are filled, will receive assistance from our human resources and other departments on placing them through an interview process and other vacancies in the organization. We don't expect anybody to lose a job because of this. Also, Councilman Pusley once asked for us to look at the traffic fines that haven't really been updated in quite a while. That's the authority of the presiding judge to adjust those. And she will look at those for potential adjustment in 2024. In 2024, fiscal year 2024, probably more like calendar year 2024. She's doing numerous, as the Municipal Court Committee knows, numerous business improvements in the system, the court system. So she didn't want to lose focus and shift to this topic because it's a pretty big topic, fines and traffic fines in particular. But I think she said they haven't been updated in over 10 years or so. So she wants to look at it, but comprehensively. So that'll be next up on our work plan. Yeah. Yeah, no problem,
You're fine.
Councilman.
Thank you.
So she is in agreement that they need looking at, but it's going to take some time and effort. So she's going to finish what she's doing now, and then put this on as a top priority for late this year, early into next year. Mm-hmm. Okay, citywide sustainability. This area we've heard a lot about in recent weeks. So in this budget, based on working with the council, at this time we're not recommending a department or a new office of sustainability. However, the budget does include close to $5 million, $4.8 million in sustainability and related initiatives that I'll go through here real quickly with you. The first thing is we've heard comments about in our 29 different departments, we probably have some sustainability-minded positions. I mean, think about it. In our health department, we do air quality, recycling and solid waste. We have scientists in our health department and our water department, but we don't have a good handle on who are these people, what positions do they hold, what do they do. So we're recommending that our in-house Strategic Planning and Innovation Office do a thorough assessment of all our 29 departments and see what do we have, do an inventory on what type of sustainability positions and programs do we have today, get a good inventory of that. We're also recommending...
Peter, not to
Yes.
interrupt, but I know we discussed that, a lot of comments have been made on this, one subject, right, on the sustainability. But I want to just voice this out to the public that this department, I would, almost guarantee that it would pay for itself, because we are missing out on so many grants that are out there that our departments just are overwhelmed already. So I wanted to just put it out there, okay?
Yeah, thank you. And we do have a grants writer, so there's nothing stopping that person from writing grants in this area. The Visit Corpus Christi Board of Directors recently developed their long-term strategic plan, in that they recommended a tourism sustainability plan. This is where they look at how do we keep our beaches and bays and estuaries and just city a place where tourists continue to come. How do we keep it clean? How do we keep it vibrant? Consistent with their recommendation, $50,000 using HUT funds to do a tourism sustainability plan. We have dollars in here to do a Gulf Beach survey that's required. It's a mandate from the state, but we wanted to list it here as something that will benefit us. A tree canopy study of $50,000 is recommended. We've planted trees now for every year that I've been here, and this budget includes additional dollars. But we don't have a good idea of where do we really need to plant them. What's the tree canopy? Where are the areas in the city from like a heat map perspective that have the fewer amount of trees? And so through a foundation that helped us plant trees recently, similar to what was done in a large Texas city, we're recommending a tree canopy study. We talked about the Light Up Corpus Christi, $1 million to see where our vulnerabilities are when it comes to nighttime light. I already talked about adding a deputy emergency management coordinator to help us when we have catastrophic events in our community. We're recommending the addition of one safety coordinator position that would be funded throughout all the funds. Today, with over 4,000 employees, we only have 5 dedicated safety coordinator positions in our risk management department. So this position will help us as staff members to be sustainable, to minimize injury, to stay on the job, at all aspects of the job, but most recently with this extreme heat, we want to make sure our employees are drinking the right fluids and have the right type of breaks and shade structures if necessary. Well, we're going to talk momentarily about more street sweeping, keeping our streets clean, our waters cleaner, stormwater channel maintenance, $2.2 million to, for the first time, mow and maintain our bar ditches across the community so that when we have rain events, rainwater flows away from our businesses and homes. Solid waste composting program is included in this budget, including an additional shredder grinder so that we're not throwing into the landfill brush and leaves, but rather we're grinding them and making it available for mulch or composting. We're recommending, and we'll have more detail on this when we get to the budget work sessions, but $150,000 to enhance our cooling and heating centers that we have. Right now, we provide pretty adequate cooling and heating centers, but we know improvements can be made. Most recently, Councilwoman Campos asked about having some type of a system where homeless persons can leave their possessions and go into the central library. Today, they're afraid to leave their possessions outside unattended, and so they won't use the library as a cooling center. So that's just one example of how we can, by providing a storage opportunity, improve that option. We have $25,000 in the budget for air quality monitoring, and we're going to make a recommendation on how that should be used. The Flower Bluff generator is sustainability oriented, as well as recommending $250,000 to continue planting trees in our community. It'll be the 5th year that we've done that. And then the Botanical Gardens that is city-owned and managed by a nonprofit, they requested to us in writing $30,000 in additional funding to sustain their programs. We believe that that would be a good investment, that that operation is a tourist attraction, but it also has plants and teaches our community how to maintain trees and plants. So $4.8 million in sustainability related initiatives. So that was the general fund. I'm going to talk now about some of the major other funds real quick that are in the budget, beginning with our hotel occupancy tax revenue fund. As you can see, our budget today in terms of revenues is $17.5 million. We expect to receive $4 million more in this budget for $21.5 million. This budget fully funds Visit Corpus Christi at $7.2 million. It has $1.2 million in improvements at the convention center. These are the things more like chairs and cooking equipment. And then funding for the Art Museum, the Museum of Science and History, Botanical Gardens, and the Texas State Aquarium at $1.3 million. Now let's talk water and wastewater. This is our biggest operation in the community and in our list of departments. And we're going to talk to you a little bit about rates today. And then we talked last week about the rate structure. We'll have a separate workshop just on these rates and the water wastewater operation. So the key thing is that in the operations of water and wastewater, we're not recommending any more positions in this budget. We know that over the past several years, we've added positions to bolster up these two utilities. We're also not recommending any major change in the capital improvement program. Last year, Mike Murphy and his team laid out a 5-year plan to enhance our water treatment facility and all 6 wastewater treatment plants. We're not recommending any major adjustment to that, so this will be year 2 of that 5-year plan. We know that we do look at rates every 2 years, and this is the time then to look at the rates for the next 2 years. And the proposed rates that I'll talk to you about will become effective January 2024, should council approve them. This budget, just as a high-level takeaway for the rates, establishes better equity in our water rate structure. So to develop our water rates, we have internal team members, but we really rely heavily on the private sector. And for the first time since 1990, we have a new rate consultant that's helped us in this budget. And their title is their company name is New Gen Strategies. Andy McCartney, I don't know if Andy's here. Okay, there he is, Andy. So Andy's done an outstanding job helping us looking at the rate model that we had for 30 years and seeing some deficiencies in it, seeing where there were areas where some rates were hard-coded in, and we couldn't really make sense of them. So it's a good new look at the rate model, a brand new model. As you can see in this map here, the team he works with, New Gen Strategies and Solutions, works throughout Texas. In fact, they work throughout the country. And Andy has an extensive background on rate modeling, following rules and protocols that other water districts use to help us develop rates. So in the water area, we are establishing equity with this recommendation, with this rate structure. Just as some background, we talked about this last week. But our water charges have a raw water charge for every 1,000 gallons. Everybody pays that, no matter if you're large volume, commercial or residential. The commercial and residential accounts have a meter charge, and that meter charge comes with the first 2,000 gallons of water. Large volumes also have a meter charge, and their take-or-pay is 10 million gallons. Then all of us pay what we call a volumetric charge, which is a price for every 1,000 gallons beyond those minimums that we use. So if we use more than 2,000 gallons, we pay for every 1,000 gallons. Same with large volume. So when we look at the table on the right, it has our 3 customer classifications: large volume, commercial, and residential. In the large volume, the key thing here is that based on Andy's recommendation, based on best practice, based on what other water utilities do, the rates should be consistent if you're inside the city limits or outside the city limits when it comes to the volumetric rates. That's not the same for the meter rate, but for the volumetric rate, the same inside versus the outside. So if we look at the large volume users today in the rate model, if a large volume user is outside the city limits, their price is about half what the inside city limit user pays for every 1,000 gallons. The recommendation is to make those the same, following best practice and what other water districts do. So the price would go to $402. The same thing in commercial. Today, persons inside actually pay more than those outside for volumetric water. So we would set those rates at the same, $5.67 for every 1,000. And then in residential, the same thing, making inside, outside city limits the same volumetric price. So on this next table here, this shows you just a sample bill of, we have numerous meter sizes. This just takes a quick sample to kind of show and demonstrate some of the impacts of keeping those rates the same, the volumetric rates. So for a residential customer that has a 3/4 inch meter that buys 6,000 gallons of water a month, their current rate is $39.06. The proposed rate would be $40.88 for a monthly increase of $1.82. It's pretty good, since that we haven't increased the rates in 2 years. On the commercial side, with a 3-inch meter, using 20,000 or buying 20,000 gallons of water, their current rate is $222 approximately. It would go up to $326 or $103 increase. Now the next one here, the large volume, these are our industrial customers. And today, the current rate is different, obviously, as I mentioned, because of the volumetric differences. So a large volume user inside the city limits today with a 10-inch meter and 90 million gallons of water that they buy pays $427,000 a month inside the city limits. The proposal would take that up slightly to $462,000 or a $35,000 increase. That outside city limit customer, though, who today pays about $284,000 for that water per month, their bill would go up to $464,000, or about $179,000 difference. What's that, Councilman? Double is right, yes, sir. It would be double. Yeah, so we'll have, I don't know if you want Andy to speak now or wait to the water meeting, but it's, yeah. 30?
I mean, there's all kinds of things in here I'm gonna have questions about.
Okay, well, if you
And
want,
this
we
is-
can try to answer them now or wait to the
No, I
this
don't want to
session.
do it now because we want to
Okay.
move on, but
Yes, sir.
I have a lot of problems with some of this. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move to the next slide, 45. It has some of the same material. You can see the implications of having a more equitable rate structure. There's a lot of material on here, but if we just focus on the bottom table and the first 3 rows. So for the residential customer in our 23 budget, the revenues that we receive from them purchasing water is about $33.5 million. The budget with this new rate structure that's based on a more equitable model would increase by $4 million or $37 million approximately, would be the revenue we would get from the residential customer. Right, it'd go to $37 million, the proposed revenue. The total budget in the water department with respect to revenues is $127 million. So the commercial account would go up $3 million in total based on these volumetric charges and other adjustments. Today it's about $30.6 million we bring in from their water consumption, and that would go to $33.4. And then again, the large volume is where we see a more significant change. So today, large volume users, our industrial customers, buy about 20 or spend or pay us $23.1 million for the water. When you set the rate at a more equitable one, the 24 budget would be $35.2 million or $12 million more. The other 3, the OCL wholesale, OCL network, and the raw water, a lot of those are set by contract, and that does include users to include Sampat Water District, South Texas Water, Port Aransas, Violet, and the lower one, the raw water, is Beeville, Alice, and Mathis. Theirs are going down slightly because they're going to buy less water from us. Okay, and then wastewater. Same consultant helped us look at this model to develop rates for wastewater. A lot of information there, but I think the main takeaway here is that similar with the water, equity is being established by having the same rate for the same rate for a residential and commercial customer, whether you're inside or outside the city limit. So today, the residential and the commercial pay different if they're inside or outside. If they're inside the city limit, we're recommending they pay the same, the consultant is, if they're inside the city limit. And again, on the outside city limit, depending on if you're a residential or a commercial account, you pay different. This budget recommends that the charge based on volume of water in the sewer side be the same rate. So that would go up to $11.06 for the residential and commercial. This next chart shows you a sample bill. So a residential customer that uses 5,000 gallons of water, today they pay $54 based on their winter quarter averaging. This is a sample bill. That would go up $2.39 to $57. So
Is that a typo on the previous page 46 where it says residential outside? Current is 1560, proposed 1106.
no, that's the right number.
So you're actually going to reduce the rate?
Yeah, right. So the consultant is saying that, well, first of all, we talked about this at the last meeting last week, which is that the PUC, the Public Utilities Commission, can have jurisdiction over our rate modeling. We want to make sure we can justify it. So the consultant is saying there's no justification for having a different rate when it comes to wastewater if you're outside the city limits. It's a subject for challenge. We potentially could lose at the PUC. So setting the rate the same for outside customers, that being residential and commercial, is best practice on numerous fronts, and it's consistent with other utilities. So on the commercial side, you can see this is just a sample, a commercial customer that uses 20,000 gallons of water. Their current monthly wastewater charge is $140. It would go up to $180 or just under $40 more per month. Okay, last week we talked about stormwater, and I think we showed some of these charts, but can you go back one? So this city council has been the first in 30 years to approve an independent stormwater program that does several things, but most notably keeps our waters cleaner and keeps our community cleaner and helps us when we have stormwater events so we don't have flooding. So in yellow, that's year 3 of the program. We laid out a 5-year program. 6 are shown here, but we laid out a 5-year program when council approved this. So in this budget, the focus is in the service delivery area, more street sweeping in the collectors, our collector streets. Remember, we used to sweep nothing, 0, but so today we're sweeping our collectors 4 times a year. This budget will increase that to 6 times a year. And similarly, in our arterials, we sweep them 8 times a year. That'll increase it to 10. The ultimate goal is in the far right. We want to get arterials once a month. We want to get collectors once a month. And we want to get residential streets once a quarter, 4 times a year. Another big thing in this budget with this planned year, is finally doing a scheduled bar ditch maintenance program. We have none today. Bar ditches are only taken care of in terms of mowing and debris clearance and removal of mud and so on when there's a catastrophe. So this was a pretty long lead. It'd take every 6 years to clean them all, put them on a 6-year cycle. However, next year, the plan is to shorten that in half. Every 3 years, we get all the bar ditches cleaned out on a routine cycle. So those are the key program changes in this year's stormwater program. We know that since we never had this, we gradually are growing the program. Many cities have had a program like this for 30 years, so they're already there. We're slowly getting there, and it's an incremental approach to minimize rate shock to the customer. So in the yellow here, you can see there is a rate increase. If we focus on the residential tier 2, kind of the middle of the page, $8.84 is the recommended monthly fee for stormwater. It's $1.15 more than the current fee, but it's less than what we had forecasted last year, and we'll be delivering all those programs. In our solid waste area, we got some great compliments recently from what a great job these teammates do in garbage and recycling and in our out-of-cycle collection. We have not adjusted this rate in 4 years. Last year, we skipped increasing the rate even though it was recommended and used fund balance, which is we don't recommend doing that again. The rate increase for a residential customer based on cost of service modeling that will show the city council when we have this work session is $1.15 more per month. So this next table here will help put everything in perspective. When we look at all of our utilities, this is a lot of service we're providing to the community. That's a fee-based service. Totaling them all up, the rate increase has an impact to the average homeowner of $6.51, or 4% increase. So water, then based on the average 6,000 gallon per month user, their rate would go up $1.82. And be reminded, these rates haven't been adjusted in 2 years, so inflation has been out of control. These are, I would submit, favorable adjustments. Wastewater, $2.39 increase. Stormwater, consistent with the 5-year plan, actually less than the 5-year plan, forecasted $1.15. No adjustment in our gas rates, no adjustment in the streets fee. Solid waste would have $1.15, so $6.51 would be the total monthly increase for all of our utilities. This table here just helps to repeat that in words. So on property taxes, no proposed property tax rate adjustment. However, $900 in immediate state-funded property tax relief this year, $900 for the average homeowner. City property tax relief is recommended the next 2 years after that, in 25 and 26, where the city would forego $6 million and then another $3.7 million for a 1 to 200 annual relief to the homeowner. The water rates, proposed rate adjustments. Wastewater, we do have proposed rate adjustments. Stormwater, we do have proposed rate adjustments. No rate adjustment in gas, a proposed rate adjustment in solid waste of $1.15, and then no proposed rate adjustment in the streets fee. So all of that was our operating budget, and I'm just going to conclude here with a few other slides. This highlights our capital improvements program. This is the area of our business where people really see what we do. So this is building new streets, building $10 million aquatic centers, improving our airport, improving our water and wastewater utility, improving our stormwater system, our gas system, and our airport. So you can see by the height of the bars there where most of the money is in terms of investment. Water, obviously, $222 million just in 1 year. This is just the 24 capital program. We know we have a 10-year capital program. Wastewater, $126 million. And you can see airport all the way down there at $14 million. Let's conclude with talking about our employees. We know they're the most important thing in our business. So there is dollars in the budget for employee compensation. This year and the current year, given the extreme inflation we had and given all recommendations, we abandoned what we had changed to, which was a performance-based pay system. And we went to a one-time cost of living increase for all employees. That's what we did in this budget. The current year, we're recommending going back to the performance-based system, where if employees are performing highly or the highest, they should get a higher increase to adjust for inflation and so on. Employees that aren't performing well at all will get zero increase. So on average, we have 3.5% budgeted in the funds to develop that performance pay system. And the range of payment to the employee to compensate them for good performance and also to adjust for inflation could be anywhere from 0 to 5%. The police, later on today, City Council will consider a new collective bargaining agreement, and that agreement will go into effect October 1. That contract, should Council approve it, has an 8% salary increase for all sworn police officers to make them commensurate with the market in Texas. 8% increase. And then in fire, this is our 4th year of that collective bargaining agreement. Funds are included in the budget to compensate them based on that agreement. Great news here for our retirees. Even if you're retired, we still care about you, and the city hasn't always kept up with making sure that monthly benefit increases existed. And so this budget does that for all employees that have retired. So starting with fire employees, the sworn employees are the only ones on a separate retirement program in the city. It goes back to the 40s. There's a separate pension fund for the firefighters. They haven't received a cost of living increase in a decade. And so we're recommending $500,000 in this budget for the first time in 10 years to provide them a monthly benefit increase of $110 on average. That's the average firefighter. This is pending the required approval from the fire active membership, consistent with the bylaws and so on of that fund. And then for the other employees, based on, or this was made possible through some state legislation that was passed this 88th session, we're able to keep our Texas Municipal Retirement System annual contribution about the same by switching to a retirement program option that will give employees, all employees, 30% of cost of living increase, not having to retroactively look to see what they got. So maybe to put it in simple terms, this year many retired employees won't have any cost of living adjustment. Going forward, everybody will see at least a 30% cost of living increase adjustment in their payment for retirement. So this is great for all employees. And then Councilman Barrera knows health benefits are critical to an organization. And in this budget, even though we're keeping healthcare costs low, we do have to keep up with medical inflation, both on our side, what we pay in, and what the employee has to pay in. So we do have 3 plans in the police plan. The employee, let's see here, the city is projected to remain level. So they're all on the consumer-driven healthcare plan. The amount that we pay will be level. On the fire side, we project that we'll have to increase payments to the funds, or to the program for those firefighters that are on the PPO plan by 12%. If the firefighter's on the consumer-driven healthcare plan, that would be a 12% increase. And then on the civilian side, we're trying to migrate more of our civilian employees to the better offered and better to taxpayer cost, the CDHP, consumer-driven healthcare plan. That one only goes up 10% this year compared to the 14% in the PPO plan. The employees will pay more as well, but with the performance pay option, all employees, or most employees, will still be net ahead, even though they'll pay a little bit more for healthcare costs this year. So on the employee side, a 14% annual increase paid by the employee that uses the PPO. That's the more expensive, older type plan. 10% increase for employees that use the city care CDHP. That's the employee and the family at 10%. And then a 12% increase for the fire PPO and the consumer-driven healthcare plan as well. No change in payment for the sworn police officers in the budget. Okay, and then we've heard some talk about, we've added a whole bunch of positions over time, but you can see here over the past 5 years, our position counts. And in fact, in this budget, there's a decrease in total authorized positions. City Council has to authorize positions, slots, to put our employees in. It's a part of the budget. So this budget has 4,087 employees. It's a decrease primarily because we're reducing a lot of vacant part-time and temporary positions in our after-hour Kid Power program. Many school districts have taken this programming on themselves or are using other nonprofits. And so the city in the past provided a lot of care after school. In some of the school districts, we just served 2 today, just CCISD and Flower Bluff. And in our parks recommendation, we're going to talk more about that program. Other increases include police officer counts by 9 and the firefighter by 9 as well. So let's talk about next steps. This is just the beginning. We have 6 weeks of some pretty intense work with the City Council. And what we enjoy as well is that community engagement. And so we have these workshops scheduled that you can see here, August 1st, 3rd, 10th, the 21st, and the 24th, all in the City Council chambers. We have 5 community budget input sessions, 1 in each of the City Council districts. We'll have a nice video consistent with what we've done before that takes the budget's complexities and makes it easy to understand for our community, and then we'll be there to listen. It's really a listening session. It's not really a telling session. We do have some public hearings in this chambers here. We have a tax rate public hearing and a hearing on the budget as required. That's the 29th of August. And then there's 2 readings on the budget. The first one will be August 29th, and the second reading and adoption is September 5th, so 6 weeks from today. So in some of these weeks, we're doing triple duty. We have budget workshops, council meetings, community meetings, and it's 2-3 nights a week, some of these. So like in college, you know, what is that, the finals week or whatever the hell week? We'll make sure we keep you guys fed, make sure we're productive. So with that, Mayor, that concludes my presentation. All of our directors, and most of them are here. Our rate model is here. I'm here if there's any questions from the council.
Councilman Hunter.
Sorry, Mayor, I'm going to follow Councilman Pusley's leadership, and I'm going to post my questions for another time because I do have a lot. So, thank you.
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, I probably have about 2 pages worth of questions, but I did want to ask one question in terms of, you had mentioned the reserve funds that you had at 24%.
Right.
According to our budget policy, you're supposed to have between 17 and 20%, right?
Okay, right.
So you have an additional $12 million based on, if you look at it from a 24% versus the 20%.
Right.
It's still a significant increase. Was it your intent to use that for one-time purchases at $12 million, or is that just what you plan to carry for the year?
It's the latter. We recommend keeping the financial reserves at that higher level, at 65 million. I'm sorry, at 77.9 million.
Right.
This budget already uses 18 million in fund balance. So we're already using a little bit. We don't recommend using any more than the 18 million. Had we not recommended 18 million in one-time items like fire truck and ambulance purchases, this number would be 18 million more, so it'd be 78 plus 18.
Okay, and this aren't the only fund balances we're supposed to keep. Each of the enterprise funds has to have a fund balance.
Right.
And so I guess I'm a little concerned about, just keeping that additional 12 million outside of our policy, but we can discuss that at later.
Yeah, the benefits, Councilman, gives us more flexibility, but also helps us in our credit rating. The more financial, the rating
So
agencies.
an additional 4% gives us what in credit rating?
It's a very complex model they use to give you overall score. Every little bit helps, so it's just one more. There's no direct answer to that question, but overall.
Okay, if you can get some background on that, because I know we have a higher requirement for reserve balances because of the nature of where we're at on the coast.
Right.
We actually have more than what most other cities have in terms of policy for
Right.
their reserve fund. So I want to make sure we have a clear understanding of that, making sure we're not just keeping some money squirreled away. Okay.
Right. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Very good.
Okay.
After the 18, how much are you holding back? 11?
Yeah, in the general fund, we're recommending what's that? We're recommending utilizing 18 million for
Right.
one-time purchase. After that, we'll have 78 million remaining.
Okay.
78 or 24% of the
Which is-
expenditures.
And how much you say that was over what was required, 12
It's
million?
over 4%. It's 4% higher or.
About 12 million.
12 million.
About 12 million more.
Okay.
From a production standpoint also, in this budget, you can see if we looked at last year's, at this point in time, it had a lot more one-time improvements in our park system throughout the organization, but we know given supply chain issues, trouble with filling vacancies because of the economy coming off of COVID, there's still a lot of work to be done that was budgeted 2 years ago. So I'm not really recommending layering on more work in the departments because we're not going to get it done. So this year for me, as we talked with the departments and the team, it was let's get caught up. Let's get all of our streets caught up with the monies we're still spending this year's money. We have a lot to be done still. Same in our park system, same in pretty much in all of our businesses. So I would recommend we keep this money in reserve and not layer on something that we're not going to be able to do anyway.
Okay, and I'm sorry, one more question.
Sure.
You don't have to answer this now. You can answer it during the workshop.
Okay.
But specifically on your CIP for water and wastewater, you have significant increases from the previous year. We had 148 million for the CIP for water. Now it's 222 million.
Right.
For wastewater, I believe it was 111 last year. I'm sorry, it's I think 148 this year. I'll look at it specifically, but I want to understand. I had mentioned last week that want to make sure it's realistic, that we can actually accomplish those projects.
Right.
And it's not just something that we have are aspiring to, but it's actually realistic, because I think a lot of that would affect our rates as well. So if we're not able to actually accomplish that entire plan,
Right.
which is a significant increase,
Right.
just from year over year, if we can't get to it all this year, I doubt we'll get it to all next year. So if you can
Right.
give me the plan on how you can accomplish that,
Right.
so we're not needlessly raising rates in order to accomplish a capital program we'll never get to.
Right, yeah, I
Okay.
agree, Councilman. So we'll talk more about it, obviously, in that workshop, but what it is we're on a 5-year plan. So a lot of these projects in year one have been let for design, or design's completed, or the first part of the construction is completed. Year two has a bigger portion of the same projects going into construction. That's where most of the money is. We've actually moved projects out in the outer years based on exactly what you said, making sure the team is more realistic in what they can deliver. And so actually, some of the projects that would have been in that number have been moved out either to the next year, or even in some cases, a third year out. And we'll go over that in detail with you when we have that workshop.
Okay. All right, Peter,
Okay,
thank
great.
you. Yeah, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
It is 2:30, so we are going to go into executive session on items 28 and 29 per Texas Government Code, sections 551.071 and 551.074. So we will return, thank you.
can submit a city service request quickly and easily by downloading the MyCC 311 app on your phone. Reporting street problems, tall grass, gas or water issues, or other concerns is simple on the 311 app. Just choose from a list of services, add a photo, answer a few short questions, mark your location, and hit submit. Everything you need in just a few minutes. Life is made easy with 311. Download the MyCC 311 app today.
Light Up CC is a streetlight conversion project between the City of Corpus Christi and AEP Texas, where we're converting existing streetlights to new and improved LED street lighting. The new lights will save the taxpayers over $600,000 annually, and they will use about 50% less electricity, so they're much more energy efficient. We have over 15,000 lights that are being upgraded throughout the entire city of Corpus Christi. Other major cities within Texas have switched to LED lights, and they are more popular within the communities. LED lighting is popular because the color rendition is clearer and brighter. It attracts less insects. They have a longer lifespan of over 20 years, less carbon footprint. Nighttime visibility will be greatly improved, reducing nighttime crashes, pedestrian crashes, decreased crime. Overall, the new LED lighting will help the community feel safer.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. What if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts, taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder, at flyccia.com.
Life is made easy with 311, a fast and reliable way to report a problem and get information on city services. Everything from street repairs, gas or water leaks, animal care services, or even information on your trash pickup schedule. Call 311 or download the MyCC 311 app and get instant access to create service requests, upload information and photos, and submit your location to alert us to the area. 311 provides solutions to everyday problems, anytime, anywhere, on any device. Get better quality, better service, and better results. Life made easy with 311. Download MyCC 311 app today.
This is our home, full of fun in the sun and in the water, but we need your help to keep our bayfront clean. Nature has its way of recycling water. It evaporates and comes back in the form of rain. It filters through the soil into water tables. Without thinking, people contaminate nature's cycle by dumping unwanted chemicals in the storm drain. Things like grass clippings, fertilizer, paint, and oil from your car are not meant to be washed out into the curb and into the street because they keep the city's stormwater drainage system from working properly. Ultimately, they contaminate our ocean, bays, and groundwater. Remember, clean bays start at home, so do your part to keep things running smoothly and keeping things out of the gutter. To help keep our city beautiful. Only rain down the storm drain.
Many households in our community rely on natural gas. It's important to know how to detect a gas leak and how to report it. You can detect gas leaks through sight, smell, and sound. If you see dead vegetation near a pipeline, smell rotting eggs, or hear a hissing noise, there could be a leak nearby. Make sure to leave the area immediately. If you suspect a gas leak, call the gas department at 311. Do not light a match and avoid using any electrical switches so you don't create a spark that could start a fire. Also, avoid driving into the area. Your vehicle's engine may ignite the vapors. And do not attempt to extinguish any fire that might start. Natural gas is a part of the City of Corpus Christi's utility system, and keeping our residents safe is our top priority. For more information, visit cctexas.com/gas.
Adopting an animal from Corpus Christi Animal Care Services is fast, easy, and affordable. All you need is a valid ID, and you must be 18 years or older. The adoption fee is $25, which includes spay and neuter surgery, age-appropriate vaccinations, and a microchip. Come by CCACS located at 2626 Holly Road. You can meet and greet all the animals that are available for adoption. You can also go to 24petconnect.com. This website has pictures and other detailed information about our pets and will help you decide what animal you would like to bring home. All adoptions are required to be completed in person. CCACS adoption hours are Monday through Saturday from 1 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Find your forever best friend at Corpus Christi Animal Care Services. Caring for our animals, one paw at a time. When emergencies strike, stay informed with Reverse Alert. Everything from incoming severe weather, traffic alerts, police and fire activity, industry alerts, and citywide information. Reverse Alert will provide you time-sensitive information to keep you safe. Signing up is a fast and easy process. Text BeReadyCCNC to 888-777 or visit cctexas.com/alert sign up. Choose to receive notifications by phone call, text, or email. And with fully customizable options, you pick what notifications you want to receive. And you can designate what hours of the day that you don't want to be disturbed. Stay informed, stay aware, stay alert. Sign up for Reverse Alert today.
My name is Drew Molly. I'm the Director of Water Systems and Support Services for Corpus Christi Water. I'm standing here at Choke Canyon. It's one of 4 drinking water sources. It's one of the most important water reservoirs for our city of Corpus Christi. If you look behind me, you'll see these buoys that are laying on the ground. These buoys are typically floating on the water surface, which indicates that the reservoir is significantly lower than where it normally is. As you may be aware, the city of Corpus Christi is in stage 1 water restrictions. And so we're asking everybody to do their part to conserve water. We urge you to save water, and we appreciate your efforts.
Corpus Christi Water believes in xeriscape as the water-saving way to go when designing a home garden. It's a style of drought-resistant landscaping that uses plants that need very little water. Using xeriscape concepts can reduce the amount of water used to irrigate. Xeriscape. It saves time, it saves money, but most importantly, it saves water. For more information, go to corpuschristiwater.com and follow us on Facebook and Twitter.
The mobile clinic is a new initiative by the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District. It's an attempt to meet the people where they are. As you know, our resources are limited. The community is limited by the transport. So we want to take our bus to them. We want to provide services where they are, meet their needs where they are. So our van is going to provide immunizations, both COVID, flu, and also childhood vaccinations. We've also offered to the community to tell us what other needs do they have and how we can fill them.
For the mobile clinic services, we do have a registration process, so you'll fill out any type of paper form for either the A1C screening, a COVID booster shot, or a flu shot. And everything is at no cost. Well, if you need help filling out the forms, we'll be able to help you fill out forms as well. No ID is required if you are getting a booster shot, and you do have your previous shot records. I would ask to bring those in. Other than that, just bring yourself, and we're just here to help anybody and everyone that we can.
Oh, it was a good experience. I myself don't have insurance at the moment, so when I heard about it, I thought I'd come out here and take advantage of what's offered to the public. So yeah, it was a great experience for me.
Our pets are always on the run, and it's easy for them to get away from us. Get your pet microchip to ensure the best chance of them returning home. A pet microchip is a small electronic chip that is quickly implanted under your pet's skin, giving them a permanent identification number and increasing the likelihood that your furry friend will be found. Corpus Christi Animal Care Services offers free microchipping Monday through Friday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. at 2626 Holly Road. The procedure is fast, painless, and free, and it never needs to be replaced. Visit cctexas.com and click on Animal Services or call 361-826-4630 to register your pet's information. Corpus Christi Animal Care Services, caring for our animals one paw at a time. Your safety is important at Corpus Christi beaches. A beach warning flag system is in place to let you know what weather conditions you can expect before getting into the water. There are 5 different beach warning flags. The main 3 are green, yellow, and red. Green means go. The water is calm and it is safe to swim. Just swim with care. Yellow means caution. The waves are getting bigger and there may be a small rip current. We recommend adult or lifeguard supervision while swimming. Red means stop. Danger is ahead. The surf is dangerous with strong winds, big waves, and strong rip currents. Do not enter the ocean in red flag conditions unless you are a very strong swimmer. And do not let your kids swim at all. The last 2 flags are purple and orange. Purple indicates the presence of harmful sea animals, jellyfish, sharks, or other venomous marine life have been spotted close to shore. And orange means there is an environmental hazard in the air or water quality. The conditions are not safe for your health. Make sure to check the weather and water conditions when heading out to the beach. Follow us on Facebook at Corpus Christi Beaches or visit cctexas.com/beaches for daily warning flag updates and surf conditions.
Whether you're a homeowner planting a tree or a contractor working on a job site, always call 811 at least 2 days before you dig. It's free, it's easy, and it's the law. Call 811 to provide dig location and project information. A specialist will then come to your location and mark the underground line, allowing you to work safely without any delay. Your safety is our priority. Know what's below and call 811 before you dig.
Corpus Christi Water is here to demonstrate how to look at your water meter to spot potential water loss from leaky pipes. First, turn off all water fixtures, including faucets, hoses, ice makers, and irrigation systems. Next, locate your water meter. Corpus Christi water meters will always be in the utility easement, which may be in the front of your home or in your backyard. Remove the meter box lid. On the top of the meter, there is a register with numbers. These numbers show how much water is being used. Each meter will also have a flow indicator with a red line or possibly a small red triangle. A flow indicator that is not moving indicates that no water is going through your meter and you do not have a leak. If the flow indicator is moving, water is flowing through your system even though you turned off all fixtures. This means you may have a leak. Look for a leak in or around your home and repair it as soon as possible, or contact a certified plumber for help. If you have any issues with your water or wastewater, please dial 311.
Fostering a pet means that you take care of the pet until they find a forever home, and can help ensure that each pet finds an ideal home by matching their personality with a home that best suits them. Adopting a pet is a big decision, and fostering is a great way to learn about owning a pet before making your decision. CCACS provides everything you need to foster an animal. All fosters must be at least 18 years old and submit a foster care application and review the foster care agreement. By taking care of these animals in need, you're creating kennel space at CCACS, allowing us to help more homeless animals. Animals in foster care tend to be less stressed, better socialized, and have a lower chance of getting sick than animals in a shelter. For more information, call 361-826-4606 or email ccacsrescues@cctexas.com. Corpus Christi Animal Care Services, caring for our animals one paw at a time.
I'm Hasiel from Corpus Christi Water. Another exceptional drought is affecting major parts of our water sources. In order to conserve water, Corpus Christi Water recommends you to drought-proof your home while you drought-proof our water sources. Saving water means that we have more water for home use, keeping businesses and hospitals running, and fighting fires. So here's a tip: shorten your shower. Visit cctexas.com/conserve for more information.
The cost of repairing or replacing leaky or old gas lines could be too much for some residents of Corpus Christi. The City of Corpus Christi, in partnership with NextEra, is here to help you. The Plumbers to People program is dedicated to the safety and well-being of Corpus Christi residents by helping with repairs for their homes. We have partnered with multiple plumbers in the community to repair and replace old leaking gas lines free of charge to the consumer. The purpose of the program is to bring peace of mind to the community and offer support to those in need. To learn more, contact 826-CITY. The Plumbers to People program is here to help you.
Before you head out to the beach, make sure you grab your beach permit. For only $12, this permit provides access to explore and enjoy miles of our local beaches. Permits are required, so be sure to display the sticker on your vehicle. All the funds from the permit sales will be used to provide clean and safe beaches for all our visitors to enjoy. The permit is good until December 31st, so come back and visit us as often as you like.
Did you know you can submit a request for city services in just a few minutes using your phone? Download the free MyCC 311 app to get started. Quickly report issues such as street maintenance, water or gas issues, garbage pickup, code violations, or animal care services. The MyCC 311 app is easy to use. Upload information and photos, identify the location, hit submit, and you're all done. Life made easy with 311. Download the MyCC 311 app today.
Hola, mi nombre es María Corona, soy ingeniera con la ciudad de Corpus Christi en Corpus Christi Water. Estoy aquí en el lago de Corpus Christi o el Lake Corpus Christi. Este lago es uno de los lagos que proporciona agua a más de 500,000 de personas en la región Coastal Bend, incluyendo la ciudad de Corpus Christi. Este lago es parte de la fuente de agua de cual vendemos todos los días para nuestra salud y necesidades de todos los días. De parte de Corpus Christi Water, por favor conserven el agua porque cada gota cuenta. Gracias.
The City of Corpus Christi reminds you there are small, everyday ideas you can use to protect us from drought-related water shortages. Inside your home, install modernized plumbing, low-flow shower heads, and simply turn off the faucet when not in use. Outside your home, make smart landscaping choices, limit your watering, and don't water during the hottest part of the day. Simple choices that will save water for the community and save money on your utility bill. We can all drink to that.
Your public libraries are now accessible at your fingertips. From our free digital resources options, tap into discovery and read, listen, watch digital content all from the comfort of your home. Anytime and anywhere you go, you can now borrow ebooks, audiobooks, movies, music, magazines, and watch educational programs. Our digital resources offers thousands of titles to choose from, all from your computer, tablet, or phone. And did we mention? It's all free. Visit cctexas.com/library for more information on how to sign up.
If you find a wandering pet and want to help return them to its owner, there are a few ways you can help. Go to 24petconnect.com to report the missing animal. You can submit photos, detailed information about the animal, and add your contact information. You can also contact the Lost Pet Hotline at 361-882-7387. They're a private group that assists in finding lost pets. Every second matters, so make sure to report a missing pet as soon as possible to help reunite them with their family.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will get you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
Corpus Christi Water is here to demonstrate how to look at your water meter to spot potential water loss from leaky pipes. First, turn off all water fixtures, including faucets, hoses, ice makers, and irrigation systems. Next, locate your water meter. Corpus Christi water meters will always be in the utility easement, which may be in the front of your home or in your backyard. Remove the meter box lid. On the top of the meter, there is a register with numbers. These numbers show how much water is being used. Each meter will also have a flow indicator with a red line or possibly a small red triangle. A flow indicator that is not moving indicates that no water is going through your meter and you do not have a leak. If the flow indicator is moving, water is flowing through your system even though you turned off all fixtures. This means you may have a leak. Look for a leak in or around your home and repair it as soon as possible, or contact a certified plumber for help. If you have any issues with your water or wastewater, please dial 311.
The Villages at McCardle offer 82 1-, 2-, and 3-bedroom apartment homes for low-income families. We have a playground, we have a fitness center, we have a food bank where we do food bank distributions, we have a community learning center, we have an area for children with our resident services coordinator.
It has after-school care, which is a really big important portion because we don't want our kids to be not supervised after school, and making sure that those children are going to thrive. It's close to transportation, so one of the biggest components of sustainable development is to make sure that those residents are able to transport themselves to better paying jobs.
There's just such a great need for affordable housing, and the great need coupled with the services that we provide make it a nice partnership and a really quality place to live.
It wasn't until I became a council member that I am seeing how much the city is doing, for its citizens. Having your own home and having this kind of protection is priceless.
If you take a look at the property, you would never think that it's affordable housing. This is just like any other market rate property that's around the corner.
It wouldn't have been possible without the city's help, without RTA, without HUD. It's vitally important for us all to just get together and celebrate a win.
The City of Corpus Christi's Park and Recreation Department wants to remind the community of our stunning off-street hike and bike trail system. With 7 trails to choose from, you and the family are sure to have a wonderful time biking while enjoying a tremendous fitness and recreation experience. If you're looking for a scenic route, the Corpus Christi Bay Trail is a great route to explore. It is 8 miles long and runs from the Art Museum of South Texas to Texas A&M University Corpus Christi. This trail boasts beautiful bay views along with 7 parks on the route, including Cole Park and North Bayfront Park. If an 8-mile trek is too ambitious for you, consider enjoying the fresh coastal breeze in the shadow of the USS Lexington as you stroll down the Corpus Christi Beach Walk on North Beach. For residents looking for a bike trail on the south side of town, the Bear Creek Hike and Bike Trail connects parks, schools, and neighborhoods between Bill Witt and Oso Creek parks. The 1.5-mile path is great for all ages to enjoy. Nearby are the off-road bike trails, which are part of the Oso Creek Park and will eventually connect with the Bear Creek Trail. These bike trails follow the natural terrain as it transitions from South Texas brushland down to the Oso Creek. Another trail to consider is the Shannon Hike and Bike Trail, which runs from Yorktown and Saratoga Boulevard along the Shannon Storm Waterway. It is over a mile-long gravel and concrete trail that connects many parks along its route. The Hans and Pat Suter Wildlife Refuge Trails offers nature lovers an ideal spot to ride along Oso Bay. Along the 1-mile trail, you can observe many kinds of birds and other wildlife as you cruise through the grassy marshes and woodlands in the area. If you're looking for a bike trail on the west side part of town, then look no further than Salinas Park. Located on Airport Road and Horn Road, it offers a 93-acre sports complex, complete with a play-for-all playground and splash pad, with a 1-mile bike trail wrapping around the entire park. Located in northwest Corpus Christi, the trail at West Guth Park is another great way to enjoy time with the family and get in a great workout. It offers a wide-open park experience with natural environment and wildlife views. Take some bird seeds and you can feed the ducks at the pond. All these trails provide a convenient way to exercise and connect our community to the places where we live, learn, and play. So grab your bike today and make our parks and trails your everyday outdoor gym. For more information on bikes and trails in our city, visit cctexas.com.
If your pet goes missing, make sure to immediately alert the vet and microchip company. Check online at 24petconnect.com. There you can check the database of found animals, view photos, and submit a lost pet notice. Pet photos and information are updated daily. Go to Corpus Christi Animal Care Services at 2626 Holly Road to see if your pet has been found. Ask your neighbors immediately if they've seen your pet. Your furry friend could be close by. Check social media and see if someone has posted about a missing pet. Run an ad in the local newspaper or post signs or posters in places like vet clinics, laundromats, groomers, and dog parks. Do not give up. Corpus Christi Animal Care Services is here to help you. Contact us today.
The renovation project consists of the practice facility at the Lozano Golf Center and what used to be the executive 9-hole golf course. We are thankful that the City of Corpus Christi has embraced this project and recognizes the value of golf to its citizens and tourists, and we're just so excited about a complete redo of the golf course and the practice facility. Up until this project, it was literally a flat piece of ground with 9 little bitty push-up greens. The only thing that was irrigated were a couple of sprinkler heads. We've selected premium turf grasses for the golf courses. We're going to use Platinum TE Seashore Paspalum on the greens. And we're going to use Celebration Bermuda grass for tees, fairways, and rough. We're moving approximately 80,000 cubic yards of of earth on just a 9-hole project. And the second part of the project is both the practice facility and the Firefly Golf Course are going to be lit at night. We're lighting 41 acres so that hours can be extended. Concerning the practice facility, our present facility has 35 hitting stations, which as part of this project we're going to expand to 50 hitting stations. Our range floor is now going to have target greens that are going to be shaped in similar to the greens on the golf course and the greens on the Firefly Golf Course, so that it'll be a real practice experience. We're going to have 2 chipping greens with chipping fairways, and we'll also have 2 bunkers so people can work on their sand game. We're working our way through the golf course, and we're about to complete the 3rd hole shaping from tee to green. Then we plant the grass, and our target is to have all of the facilities planted by the end of May once they reopen. We're targeting the 1st of September. We think that it will be another entertainment venue opportunity for the people that are here visiting. We just hope to add to the great package that Corpus Christi has for great things to do.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will get you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
We are having what's called a Xeriscape Work Day. We've got lots of volunteers here. We've got Xeriscape committee members. We've got master gardeners that are here. The word Xeriscape comes from the Xeric word, which means low water. The idea behind a Xeriscape garden is that you can put in things that work really well that do not require huge amounts of water.
We are in an environmentally sensitive area where it pertains to water. It's always on our minds. We don't get as much water as, say, East Texas. We are drought prone, and so we need to learn how to better utilize the rainfall that happens. This is a learning garden for people to come down and learn how to use the low amount of water that we naturally get here in the coastal bend to achieve a great color, a great environment on the outside of their homes, and also achieving the ability to lower their costs and water usage.
All of the plants that we have today are all very well adapted for our climate. Some are natives, others are not, but they all are very suited to this climate. All these plants meet the guidelines for stage 1 water restrictions. You could put in a Xeriscape garden like this and meet those guidelines easily.
Corpus Christi Water is a proud sponsor of the Xeriscape Garden. It's a great place to find those aesthetic, outside, beautiful plants and varieties of grasses that have deep root systems that can save time and water.
There's 18,000 square feet of plants that you can enjoy down here. It's open year-round to the public and easy access. So if you're interested in coming down, it's at 1900 North Chaparral Street.
Watch our social media for upcoming Xeriscape Garden Work Days.
The City of Corpus Christi reminds you there are small, everyday ideas you can use to protect us from drought-related water shortages. Inside your home, install modernized plumbing, low-flow shower heads, and simply turn off the faucet when not in use. Outside your home, make smart landscaping choices, limit your watering, and don't water during the hottest part of the day. Simple choices that will save water for the community and save money on your utility bill. We can all drink to that.
A major issue at recycling facilities today is when plastic shopping bags are incorrectly added to the recycling bin. Plastic bags are accepted at many retail or grocery store recycling drop-off bins, but these items are not accepted in your local recycling program. When recycling plastic bags and overwrap at these retail drop-off locations, it is important to remove any receipts or stickers from the plastic and make sure it is clean and dry. The types of soft plastic accepted at these drop-off locations include thin plastic shopping bags, zip-top storage bags, bubble wrap, plastic mailers, and plastic overwrap packaging. The key to becoming a better recycler is to sort your waste correctly so you can recycle more. This helps reduce your waste in landfills and has a positive impact on the environment. Thank you for recycling.
It is important to shut off your property's water flow if your pipes are frozen or losing water. First, locate your water meter box. Sometimes it is in the back of the property or close to the street. Once you locate your water meter box, carefully remove the lid because there is a wire connected to the transmission unit that is connected to the register. Do not disconnect this wire. You may have to remove debris or leaves from the valve and the register. Locate the water main shutoff valve. The valve will be pointing towards the property when you open the meter box. Using a crescent wrench or a tool, turn the valve 90 degrees to the right and the valve will be pointing left to right when you are finished. Do not use pliers to turn the valve. Next, go inside your property and check the faucets. Make sure no water is flowing. If water is still flowing, the valve needs to be turned to the right to completely shut off water flow. For more information, visit the city's website at www.cctexas.com/waterboil or call 361-826-CITY. That's 826-2489.
A major issue at recycling facilities today is when plastic shopping bags are incorrectly added to the recycling bin. Plastic bags are accepted at many retail or grocery store recycling drop-off bins, but these items are not accepted in your local recycling program. When recycling plastic bags and overwrap at these retail drop-off locations, it is important to remove any receipts or stickers from the plastic and make sure it is clean and dry. The types of soft plastic accepted at these drop-off locations include thin plastic shopping bags, zip-top storage bags, bubble wrap, plastic mailers, and plastic overwrap packaging. The key to becoming a better recycler is to sort your waste correctly so you can recycle more. This helps reduce your waste in landfills and has a positive impact on the environment. Thank you for recycling.
You can submit a city service request quickly and easily by downloading the MyCC 311 app on your phone. Reporting street problems, tall grass, gas or water issues, or other concerns is simple on the 311 app. Just choose from a list of services, add a photo, answer a few short questions, mark your location, and hit submit. Everything you need in just a few minutes. Life is made easy with 311. Download the MyCC 311 app today.
Light Up CC is a streetlight conversion project between the City of Corpus Christi and AEP Texas, where we're converting existing streetlights to new and improved LED street lighting. The new lights will save the taxpayers over $600,000 annually, and they will use about 50% less electricity, so they're much more energy efficient. We have over 15,000 lights that are being upgraded throughout the entire city of Corpus Christi. Other major cities within Texas have switched to LED lights, and they are more popular within the communities. LED lighting is popular because the color rendition is clearer and brighter. It attracts less insects. They have a longer lifespan of over 20 years, less carbon footprint. Nighttime visibility will be greatly improved, reducing nighttime crashes, pedestrian crashes, decrease crime. Overall, the new LED lighting will help the community feel safer.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. What if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts, taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder, at flyccia.com.
Life is made easy with 311, a fast and reliable way to report a problem and get information on city services. Everything from street repairs, gas or water leaks, animal care services, or even information on your trash pickup schedule. Call 311 or download the MyCC 311 app and get instant access to create service requests, upload information and photos, and submit your location to alert us to the area. 311 provides solutions to everyday problems, anytime, anywhere, on any device. Get better quality, better service, and better results. Life made easy with 311. Download MyCC 311 app today.
This is our home, full of fun in the sun and in the water, but we need your help to keep our bayfront clean. Nature has its way of recycling water. It evaporates and comes back in the form of rain. It filters through the soil into water tables. Without thinking, people contaminate nature's cycle by dumping unwanted chemicals in the storm drain. Things like grass clippings, fertilizer, paint, and oil from your car are not meant to be washed out into the curb and into the street because they keep the city's stormwater drainage system from working properly. Ultimately, they contaminate our ocean, bays, and groundwater. Remember, clean bays start at home, so do your part to keep things running smoothly and keeping things out of the gutter. To help keep our city beautiful. Only rain down the storm drain.
Many households in our community rely on natural gas. It's important to know how to detect a gas leak and how to report it. You can detect gas leaks through sight, smell, and sound. If you see dead vegetation near a pipeline, smell rotting eggs, or hear a hissing noise, there could be a leak nearby. Make sure to leave the area immediately. If you suspect a gas leak, call the gas department at 311. Do not light a match and avoid using any electrical switches so you don't create a spark that could start a fire. Also, avoid driving into the area. Your vehicle's engine may ignite the vapors. And do not attempt to extinguish any fire that might start. Natural gas is a part of the City of Corpus Christi's utility system, and keeping our residents safe is our top priority. For more information, visit cctexas.com/gas.
Adopting an animal from Corpus Christi Animal Care Services is fast, easy, and affordable. All you need is a valid ID, and you must be 18 years or older. The adoption fee is $25, which includes spay and neuter surgery, age-appropriate vaccinations, and a microchip. Come by CCACS located at 2626 Holly Road. You can meet and greet all the animals that are available for adoption. You can also go to 24petconnect.com. This website has pictures and other detailed information about our pets and will help you decide what animal you would like to bring home. All adoptions are required to be completed in person. CCACS adoption hours are Monday through Saturday from 1 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Find your forever best friend at Corpus Christi Animal Care Services. Caring for our animals, one paw at a time. When emergencies strike, stay informed with Reverse Alert. Everything from incoming severe weather, traffic alerts, police and fire activity, industry alerts, and citywide information. Reverse Alert will provide you time-sensitive information to keep you safe. Signing up is a fast and easy process. Text BeReadyCCNC to 888-777 or visit cctexas.com/alert sign-up. Choose to receive notifications by phone call, text, or email. And with fully customizable options, you pick what notifications you want to receive. And you can designate what hours of the day that you don't want to be disturbed. Stay informed, stay aware, stay alert. Sign up for Reverse Alert today.
My name is Drew Molly. I'm the Director of Water Systems and Support Services for Corpus Christi Water. I'm standing here at Choke Canyon. It's one of 4 drinking water sources. It's one of the most important water reservoirs for our city of Corpus Christi. If you look behind me, you'll see these buoys that are laying on the ground. These buoys are typically floating on the water surface. which indicates that the reservoir is significantly lower than where it normally is. As you may be aware, the City of Corpus Christi is in Stage 1 water restrictions, and so we're asking everybody to do their part to conserve water. We urge you to save water, and we appreciate your efforts.
Corpus Christi Water believes in xeriscape as the water-saving way to go when designing a home garden. It's a style of drought-resistant landscaping that uses plants that need very little water. Using xeriscape concepts can reduce the amount of water used to irrigate. Xeriscape. It saves time, it saves money, but most importantly, it saves water. For more information, go to corpuschristiwater.com and follow us on Facebook and Twitter.
The Mobile Clinic is a new initiative by the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District. It's an attempt to meet the people where they are. As you know, our resources are limited. The community is limited by the transport. So we want to take our bus to them. We want to provide services where they are, meet their needs where they are. So our van is going to provide immunizations, both COVID, flu, and also childhood vaccinations. We've also offered to the community to tell us what other needs do they have and how we can fill them.
For the mobile clinic services, we do have a registration process, so you'll fill out any type of paper form for either the A1C screening, a COVID booster shot, or a flu shot. And everything is at no cost. Well, if you need help filling out the forms, we'll be able to help you fill out forms as well. No ID is required if you are getting a booster shot and you do have your previous shot records. I would ask to bring those in. Other than that, just bring yourself, and we're just here to help anybody and everyone that we can.
Oh, it was a good experience. I myself don't have insurance at the moment, so when I heard about it, I thought I'd come out here and take advantage of what's offered to the public. So yeah, it was a great experience for me.
Our pets are always on the run, and it's easy for them to get away from us. Get your pet microchip to ensure the best chance of them returning home. A pet microchip is a small electronic chip that is quickly implanted under your pet's skin, giving them a permanent identification number and increasing the likelihood that your furry friend will be found. Corpus Christi Animal Care Services offers free microchipping Monday through Friday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. at 2626 Holly Road. The procedure is fast, painless, and free, and it never needs to be replaced. Visit cctexas.com and click on Animal Services or call 361-826-4630 to register your pet's information. Corpus Christi Animal Care Services, caring for our animals one paw at a time.
Okay, we are back from our, we'll reconvene our meeting, and I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to increase the base salary of the city manager to $372,000 annually and authorize the execution of an amendment to his employment agreement to effectuate said increase. This increase to be effective May 20th of 2023. That is my motion.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
The motion carries.
Effectuate, that's a good word. Huh? We'll have to write that
Okay,
one down.
Mr. Zanoni, we have another presentation, correct?
We do. We
Or
have one
update.
more city manager report.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
We
Unless
got.
you want it.
Whoa. We got another action item.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And they
Not
all
gonna
brought
be-
guns too, so we
Yeah. Golly. Sorry, guys. Do we have another motion?
Madam Mayor, it is my distinct honor and pleasure to make a motion authorizing the city manager to execute a collective bargaining agreement with the Corpus Christi Police Officers Association for wages, benefits, and working conditions as distributed to the city council with changes to form as approved by the city attorney.
I'll second that. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Thank you,
guys.
gentlemen.
Congratulations to you, Peter.
Yes.
Councilman, I appreciate that.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Yes,
sir.
Okay, so next, I think to finish your city manager comments, we have TxDOT
Right.
quarterly update.
Yes, we're going to have TxDOT. We have two representatives from TxDOT that are going to give us the quarterly update on the Harbor Bridge. Ricky Daly from Flatiron is here as well, just for in case there's any issues. But we have Ernesto, one of the lead persons in TxDOT. You can use this microphone right here, Ernesto. And at the next briefing, which will be later this early fall, Flatiron DeGardos will be here at that point. This one will be an update through the TxDOT reps.
Have they been here all morning?
Pretty much, yeah.
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 Since around 12.
Well, we apologize.
They said they like city business, so they. Go ahead, Ernesto.
Sure, yeah, first off, thank you for having me here. I'm Ernest Longoria, the area engineer. So I cover Nueces County for the state maintained roads and bridges here. So I'm gonna give y'all just kind of brief updates on some of more of the high profile projects that we have going on in the area. So the first one I got out here on my list, the I-37 Nueces River Bridge reconstruction project. This is the bridge right next to Labani Park. So kind of straddles the Nueces County, Sampac County right there. Things are progressing good on that one. We just moved the southbound traffic. So if you're coming from San Antonio, coming into town, now you're driving on the new bridge. So that's 1/3 of the new bridge that's getting built. So it's kind of like three separate phases. So right now they're working on the third part of the bridge on the Labani Park side. So that was one of the big milestones for us here last month, pushing traffic onto the new bridge. Things are going good. They're ahead of schedule. Our contractor's ahead of schedule on the project, so we're progressing on that one. The look ahead for that is really just various nighttime lane closures as they're building the new bridge, and then they're also constructing the crossover bridge that takes you back to Odom. If you're coming 37 southbound, we used to have a bridge there that took you back to Odom, so they're also building that smaller bridge. So that's really the look ahead. Nothing major coming up on that project. Completion date is scheduled for 2027. So, but we are ahead of schedule on that. So, but yeah, that was the estimated completion date, 2027. Is there any questions on that before I move to another project?
No questions.
Okay. The next one, the bridge maintenance work that we have going on JFK. So we still have ongoing work. Most of the work right now, if you're driving through there, is going to be under the bridge. So this is a lot of cathodic protection, some work we're doing on the underside of the bridge. We have contractor crews out there. We don't anticipate any further lane closures during the summertime during the day. So daytime closures won't be going on until the end of the summer here. So So there is some work that's planned for the top of the bridge. There's still some items we got to do, some less invasive work that has to go on top of the bridge. This is going to either be done. We're looking at coordinating night work with our contractor or coordinating that work in the fall. So get away from I guess our plans to get away from the summer months, and also get away from we got Labor Day coming up early September. So we want to get out of that. Those are traffic generators. We want to make sure we're mitigating any traffic impacts. So that's the plan. But we still have some work on top we got to do eventually. A lot of this has to do with us opening the bridge for spring break. So some of these items kind of got shuffled around, and now we're doing them on the tail end of the project here. Let's see so I will give you all a heads up that so there will be a resurfacing part of the bridge where we're actually resurfacing the bridge deck, and that is going to be taking lane closures 24 hours, similar to what we were doing last month when we were putting barrier back in place. We were having to take some of those lanes 24 hours, close them down 24 hours. So, but that will be just single lane closures, and that'll be for overlay work on the surface of the bridge. So that will probably be one of the next big traffic impacts there.
Yes, Councilman Suckley.
Ernest, thank you. District 4, as you know. So back the week before 4th of July, I got yelled at and fired about 100 times by the community because of that 48-hour period or so when there were lane closures and the lines were long. Subsequent to that, I think Valente promised us that once you guys kind of completed your continued negotiations with the contractor, that a schedule would be provided that we could proactively provide to the community. So do you have any idea when that's available? Because I continue to get asked.
Yeah, no, there's still a few kind of items that we're wrapping up. They're still making sure they got materials ready, procured, and things like that. So we don't have a definitive schedule just yet. So we're still a little ways away. But as we get closer, we usually try to at least send something out at least a week before we do something like that. So yeah, we're for sure. That's when Ricky Daly gets involved, and we start coming up with the actual schedule. That way commuters and tourists can know what's going on ahead of time.
And you may bring this up on one of your next projects, but apparently today there were some additional lane closures at the corner of Park Road 22 and 361 that none of us were aware of. So there's an opportunity again for you guys to hopefully communicate with us so we can share that information with the community.
Yeah, that was some maintenance work. We kind of ran into some hangups when we were doing some of this work yesterday, so it ended up being prolonged. It was kind of unexpected. But yeah, that was just to hit on that. This actually came from a request from the city of Corpus office. So we were trying to replace some delineators. It was more of kind of minor maintenance work, and we ended up taking more lanes than what we were expecting. So that's maybe one of the reasons why.
Anything y'all can do to improve communication with us and the community, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, yeah. We were just talking a while ago with Ernie and his group. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to second everything Mr. Suckley said. We just went out there, and I think AEP is working on Park Road 22 underneath y'all, and there were cones everywhere along Park Road 22, and it wasn't even dark yet. And then when it did get dark, none of the lights were working from Whitecap to the turnoff to Port Aransas. So just letting y'all know, a little heads up, this just happened Saturday. I know y'all got your hands full about that could obviously have pretty bad consequences right there. And it's not the first time it's happened. It's about the third or fourth.
Okay, you mentioned AEP, right?
I think AEP is working underneath TxDOT. Is this right, Mr. Zanoni, on Park Road 22?
Yeah, AEP is doing work down there, and there was an issue. Councilman texted me at 10 o'clock the other night, and we got it resolved thanks to Ernesto Delgado, our Public Works Director.
He does work 24 hours. I was just testing it.
No, we responded, and thanks to Ernesto and the team, so they were able to resolve it by 6 in the morning.
Thank you.
When we got that taken care of. There was some issue with the traffic lights. It was extremely dark. Not the signal lights, but the street lights.
And the only reason I bring it up is we have the residents out there, and the only people that are probably going to be hitting cones would never be our residents. They would have to be people from out of town having too good of a time. But it becomes dangerous later on. So thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that if it's AEP work, usually that's not work under us per se. We don't authorize that, that's their own private infrastructure that they're maintaining out there. All we do is permit them to work in our right of way. That's all we're doing. So they are responsible for their own traffic control. They're responsible for everything out there. But yeah, at some point as partners, if we notice something, we'll reach out to them. I know we usually try to pass along their contact info, AEP's contact info, to Ernie's group with the Public Works, so that we're all kind of in unison. If someone sees something, they know who to contact. So yeah, that's kind of how it goes. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's all the questions.
Okay, let's see here. Okay, another corridor I wanted to kind of highlight here real quick. The SPID. So we just wrapped up our large construction that's been going on there, reversing ramps. So it was our ramp reversal project on the eastbound lanes between Ayers to Airline. So everything there's been completed. If you drive that stretch of road, you'll see new pavement, ramps that have moved, ramps that have reversed. So that's all new pavement there. That's the eastbound. So what we're doing currently on the westbound is we're repaving the main lanes right now on the westbound side. So that's being done all at night. So if you're driving that during the day, you'll notice segments of new pavement, and so that'll continue this month and most likely into next month. So at the end of that project, you'll have new paved surface on the westbound main lanes, and then here last month we just had another contract go out for bid for the frontage road. So all that access road on the westbound side will also be repaved here. It'll probably start here towards the end of the year and then go into next year. So all in all, at the end of it all, we'll have from Ayers to Airline all new pavement across pretty much all the eastbound and westbound lanes, main lanes, access roads, everything. So yeah, that's a pretty big stretch that we've been working on, trying to improve pavement and make sure that things ride good for the traveling public. So that's kind of the outlook for SPID on that stretch.
Is there still a ramp reversal to be done on the westbound side?
Yes. So
near Airline?
Yeah, so we kind of have these big phases of the ramp reversal for that corridor. We're working with our designers on the third phase of that. So this will go from Staples back to Nile, and they'll be on both the westbound and eastbound side. And this project's going out to bid next year. This will be next May, so May 2024. Is when it goes out for bid, and that'll be a pretty big, large construction project, $50 million construction project.
So more work on SPID.
More work on SPID.
That's good.
Y'all started
Work
that
is
project
progress.
when I was in high school. I'm hoping that y'all get it finished before.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions and comments.
I do have one more question.
Oh, go ahead, Councilman.
The state legislature authorized funding for an environmental study for the regional parkway and the second crossing to the island. Will your office be handling that, or what's going to happen there?
Yeah, so my office is part of that, but because it's so early on in stages right now for developing the actual plan, we actually have multiple offices involved. That's our TP&D, or Transportation Planning Development Group, is kind of taking the lead on. We have to do environmental review on that, so that's a pretty lengthy process. So they're kind of starting at ground level 1 on that. So right now we're in the process of procuring an actual consultant to start working on that work and getting the process going, getting the ball rolling on that process as far as the environmental review, the schematic, and of course there'll be plenty of public outreach, public involvement opportunities, open houses, things like that. So yeah, we've started the process, but we're still kind of on the very front end of it and of that.
Okay, so as far as you know, this is on the segment A and B of the regional parkway in terms of that second crossing.
This is tied in with the regional parkway, but I can't say which segment yet, or that hasn't been determined yet, which segments per se. We haven't.
Okay, just looking at the MPO plan, segment A and B is that section that connects to 286 to the island. So B being from Rodfield to 286, and then section A from the island to Rodfield. Is that kind of?
Yeah. Is the question I guess, can you rephrase your question? Are you
Okay,
asking
so
which segment?
as far as you know, this segment includes both those sections. I mean, it wouldn't do any good if you have a crossing that goes to nowhere, right?
Right. No, we're looking at all segments. Yeah, we're looking at all segments, the MPO's plan, and how all those segments are going to intertwine with each other. So we're looking at a very, very top level view of it. So
Okay.
yeah.
All right. And if you wouldn't mind, let us know when that actually takes place.
Yes. Yeah. We'll be sharing a lot of information as the plans develop, or as the environmental study and everything associated with that is developed. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's all. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for the update.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so that'll take, what's that?
What about the big bridge?
There's no.
Oh, we got another guy for that. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Were you going to do that one?
Yes,
I'm
I'll let
sorry.
him
I didn't realize that.
introduce himself.
It's too, yeah.
Mayor,
Pass the
Council,
back.
again, thanks for having us here. My name is Joseph Briones. I'm the Corpus Christi District Director of Construction and also the project manager on the Harbor Bridge. Just to give you guys a reminder of what we cover in the Corpus Christi District, we have Ernest's office, which is the Corpus Christi area office. We have 3 other offices as well. We have the Carson City area office, the Alice area office, and the Sinton area office. So we cover 10 counties. This district covers 10 counties. Currently, our construction project portfolio is 97 projects under construction worth $1.2 billion. So as a district, that is what we have under construction. That does not include the Harbor Bridge. So just a kind of reminder of what our organization covers for the Corpus Christi district. It's much more than the city. So Harbor Bridge-wise, in terms of update, we previously announced in April that we had reached concurrence on the design solutions. So since then, we've been under construction on all aspects of the project, big bridge, and of course, the interchange and the approaches never stopped. Currently, with those design solutions, the footing modifications are taking place, which we've expanded the footings in both corners where those 2 legs come down. The expansion is roughly 11 foot by 85 foot, and we've got 5 to 7 additional drilled shafts inside that expansion. We've done all the drilled shafts, and right now they are currently installing the reinforcing steel. So those expansions are in progress, and they're moving forward. As far as the bridge itself, I mean, you can notice it is growing upward and outward. On the north, we've installed 50 segments. So those are 50 individual 10-foot length by entire roadway width segments. On the south side, we've installed 36, and we're continuing to move those forward. On the north side, we have the temporary stays in place. You can see those are kind of the raw steel that you see coming from the main spire. Next month, we will be installing the first permanent cable stays on the north side. On the south side, we'll be installing the first temporary stays next month as well. The north tower is 411 foot tall right now. It's going to grow to 538. So we got about 127 foot remaining there. And then on the south, we're a little bit shorter. We're at 380, so we have roughly 158 foot remaining there. Any questions on Big Bridge? Because I'm going to go into the other aspects of the project.
Go ahead.
Okay. North Approach, which is our North Beach area. We have 3 spans of that approach left. And when I say approach, this is the conventional segmental bridge that approaches and eventually connects to the cable stay bridge. So we have 3 spans left there that's being erected on conventional scaffolding, so it takes a little longer than the gantry. And then we will be done with the approach bridge on North Beach. That allows us to access from the ground that approach, and we can work on the pedestrian fence, the pedestrian rail, and all the traffic rails as well. For the south approach, we are done with that approach. You've seen the gantry has been walked back. It's in a position now that if, I'm not going to say the word, but it can be locked down for high winds if that does come in our area, hopefully not this season. So we are totally done with the approach on the south, and we will start slipping barrier or placing traffic barrier, that pedestrian rail for the shared use path, and then you'll see those things progressing as well. In terms of what we've built At the Robstown precast yard, for the south, north, and main span segments, we've cast over 2,500 segments, individual segments that have been trucked from Robstown to the Harbor Bridge. Each one of those requires a heavy, oversized, overweight permit, so lots of coordination goes on just shipping one of those, and we've done 2,500. And so we still have quite a few more, but we're getting close to being done there in Robstown. South Interchange, so this is our brand new interchange, 286, 181, 37. We're rebuilding an interchange in an active interchange, which you can imagine is extremely complex, difficult to maintain all the access that was there. But we're about 85% complete with the southern interchange, so we're looking good there. Last week, we drove the last pile on the project. So pile driving is done. So underneath each one of your bridges, you have your column. Then you've got a footing, and underneath those footings, you've got various numbers of piles. Most of them are 24 by 24, 110-foot length. If you stack all the piles we drove on this project, it'd be over 50 miles. So that's what's in our ground supporting all the structures you see up in the air. So we're done. Those were fabricated locally by Heldenfels. So really good milestone there. The next major milestone that we're expecting is opening Leopard Street Bridge. So we're going to reconnect across 286. It's been a while, so we will have that bridge complete this fall. It will have 4 lanes, 2 lanes in each direction, and pedestrian sidewalks on both sides.
Wow.
So
End of year, you said, correct?
the pier?
No, I said end of year.
Oh, fall. Yeah, we're shooting. I hate to give specifics, but middle of October is what we're shooting for.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Great.
So we're hoping to get that open and get everyone across 286 like we used to be able to do. Remember, Leopard used to be at grade. Now we're at a bridge, and you'll have nonstop access across 286. Completion date, right? We previously stated early 2025. We're still holding that date, which is about spring 25 is what our current construction schedule shows. And that's my update.
Great. Councilman Klein.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I maybe you're misremembering this. I thought that back in spring, there was some talk about TxDOT providing some, I guess, mitigation, some street repairs in and around, I guess, the Leopard Street area because of some of the construction that had kind of beaten up some of those streets. Am I misremembering that?
I know on North Beach, Flatiron Dragados went and filled some potholes, and then we've currently rebuilt Breakwater, which is that road that comes right against the port property and then, gets to the Texas State Aquarium. We're finalizing some curb and gutter on that, and that should open very soon as well. So that'll be a brand new route, completely rebuilt and repaved.
That's on North Beach, you said?
That's on North Beach.
Yeah, that's actually what I was kind of getting to, because there were a bunch of streets on North Beach were kind of beat up as well during the whole bridge construction process, so you've been working on some of that as well.
Flatiron Dragados would have those statistics, and again, they'll be here in the fall with a more comprehensive update. I believe they have the exact amount of tonnage of hot mix they placed and how many potholes were repaired.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Okay, just a couple of questions. One, with respect to the corrections to the towers, have y'all released to the public any drawings or descriptions of what's being done to reinforce the towers?
Yeah, on our website in April, we described each of the 5 issues along with the accepted solution.
Okay.
That's been on our website since April.
Okay, all right. And then I wanted to ask, and I'm sure this is going to change, but if you go here to Staples and go across 37, turn left, and you've got this horrible thing going on where people are is that going to change, hopefully?
So once the main lanes open up through that area, all the traffic that's trying to get through there will actually not have to mix with anyone that's wanting to go straight to 37 to Cal Allen. So all of that will get cleaned up, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a real challenge in the afternoon. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Thanks. You answered one of my questions. But in terms of, you said that as far as the completion of the bridge, that's the completion, and then we have to tear down the existing and kind of put everything back. What's the time frame on that?
So when I say completion, we call that phase 1, which is opening of the new bridge. Then we have a phase 2, which is the demolition, and we have that scheduled to take a year. So once we move into phase 2, demolition should take a year.
That's demolition, and then does that include cleaning it up and putting it,
It does.
It does, so
Yeah,
about a year.
So reconnecting some of those networks that are currently disconnected, like by the fire station, putting that kind of network back together the way it was prior to Harbor Bridge. So all of that should be done in a year.
So that'll take us to about when?
Spring 26.
Good, thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councilman.
Just one quick question, and I would be remiss if I didn't ask this question. What about the chunks of concrete that are falling off?
So with concrete precast segmental bridges, and with any construction with bridges, your tolerances are really tight, right? You're talking millimeters. And so you've got these huge chunks of concrete going up in the air, getting put together, and then squeezed together with thousands of pounds of force. So any slight deviation in that geometry would cause just a distress that may pop off some of that concrete. So it's pretty typical. It's something that there's a standard repair procedure in TxDOT's concrete repair manual that covers that type of construction distress. So it's not a defect, and it's easily corrected.
So it's not structural then?
No. Because
Okay.
you got to remember, the entire interface of that segment is now pulled together, flush, epoxied, and post-tensioned.
Okay. So some super glue and you're okay, right?
Super glue went before.
And a hard hat. Okay. Thank you. I
All
think
right.
that's all. Thank you for the update. We really appreciate
No
it.
problem.
Thank you, Joseph.
Yeah, and thank you for your
Thank you, Annie.
patience.
Mayor, that concludes the city manager comments, and I do believe, though, that we want to do a quick signing ceremony
We do.
of
We
the
have some.
police collective bargaining agreement, and Scott Leeton, the president of the union, is still here. So, Michael, are you going to help us? Are we doing it up front here, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, and maybe you said this was a record-breaking negotiation led by Michael Rodriguez, 34 days?
Right, 34 days, and as I told the Caller Times, the number of days is not the highlight. The highlight is that this city council and the administration has a great working relationship with
Right.
the union and our police officers, and that's the result of it, that we can trust each other, and we can
Right.
come up with a labor agreement
Right.
in record time in the state of Texas. So,
Right.
but it's because of that, it's the former, that they trust the mayor and council,
Right.
the union does, and the police officers do. They trust the organization, and
sure
when you
do.
do that, that's the result you get is what we got.
Right.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Scott Leeton, so this is the president of the association, the Police Officers Association. Thank you.
Thank you all. So just kind of mimicking what Peter said, first of all, I want to say thank you on behalf of the Corpus Christi Police Officers Association. We don't take this for granted. We are appreciative that we have the ability to collective bargain. And so, again, we thank you for this opportunity. It was great to work with Peter's staff, with Michael, Lilia, and Yvonne, and Gabe, and I know I probably missed a couple. But again, we don't take this for granted. It was very open communication, which I've spoken to y'all about before. We appreciate the ability to work with Peter and the staff, whether it's something small, although it may be small in some eyes, it's huge to whoever it affects. So we don't take that for granted. The open communication is something that we do not see in other cities, and so we were able to get things done efficiently. And I think that's what Peter was alluding to, is how quick we were able to get this to come to a conclusion. We had a common goal, and the common goal was to retain the people that we have and recruit the new people. And it's a very competitive market out there. I like to use the analogy of professional football teams, which is what police departments are. They are all looking for the best free agents, and so we have to be competitive, and this deal gets us very very competitive in the market across the state of Texas. So we thank you for the support from the council. This is just another opportunity of y'all moving this department and the protection of the community with public safety. You've made a commitment from the very beginning, and you have kept the momentum going, even with the budget that the city manager proposed today. And then this collective bargaining agreement just kind of staples and fortifies everything, and we move forward from there. So thank you again. We appreciate it very, very much.
Thank you, Scott. Okay. Are we?
Is that the gold tip one or what?
Don't. Does that put everybody in a good mood?
No, it's on her phone. It's on her.
Oh.
Is it 2 years? 4 years? Is it a 2-year? Michael, 2-year, 4-year? 4-year. Okay. Oh, wow. I know.
Chief, they didn't have a signature line on there for you
No
somewhere?
kidding. How did you not get in there? Okay.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all very much. Thank you. Okay. Alrighty. So we will get back to our agenda. Let's see. Budget-related items 3 through 5. So item number 3 is a resolution to consider a proposed ad valorem tax rate of no more than .620261 per $100 valuation for fiscal year 2024, setting the date for the city's proposed fiscal year 2024 budget and proposed fiscal year 2024 ad valorem tax rate public hearings and first reading ordinances on August 29, 2023, with adoption of the fiscal year 2024 budget and fiscal year 2024 ad valorem tax rate on September 5th of 2023.
And taking a record vote.
And taking a record vote afterwards.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
That's basically what this item is. This item is just, this is one step in many of the truth in taxation. So I know that's a long, lengthy thing that we've got to go through, but basically it's just proposing the ad valorem tax rate that we're going to adopt, not anything greater than, it's going to be no more than .620261.
Right.
We're going to take a record vote.
Okay.
We're going to set the date for the public hearings for both the budget and the ad valorem tax rate.
Okay.
That is going to be held on August 29th. And we will have the final adoption on September 5th.
Okay.
For both the budget and the ad valorem tax rate.
Okay. Councilman Barrera.
Okay, but if we want to reduce it, we still could.
Yes. This is just the first step.
Okay. Okay, let me go ahead and, oh, were you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
You're done, okay. I'm going to go ahead and ask for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 3? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and I will entertain a motion to approve item number 3.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
To do a record vote, Mayor. So
Record
it's-
vote, I'm
right.
sorry. So we'll start with Councilwoman Campos, please.
Actually, may I read from a list that I have here that, so according to our list, it would be Councilmember Hernandez voting first.
Ooh. Aye.
Okay. Hunter? He's gone, okay. Klein?
Aye.
Pesley? Roy?
Aye.
Seckley?
Aye.
Barrera?
Aye.
Campos?
Aye.
And Mayor Guajardo.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, the motion carries.
Resolution passes.
Thank you.
Thank
Item
you.
number 4 is a public hearing and resolution approving the Corpus Christi Crime Control and Prevention District budget for fiscal year 2024. Who's presenting on that? Or is anyone?
Who's doing the crime control budget? Eddie? Okay, Eddie's coming up. Do you have a PowerPoint? Item number 4?
Item number 4.
If AV control is there.
Okay, item 4 is the public hearing resolution approving the Corpus Christi Crime Control District and Prevention District with FY24 revenues of $9,063,896 and expenditures totaling $11,262,350. I'll stand by for the public hearing.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment? Ms. Boone.
Hello, I'm Mariah Boone. I live at 710 Ponder Street. I'm a member of the Crime Control and Prevention District Board. Originally, when the district was first created in the late 90s, it was created with a plan that the voters voted on to fund 50 additional police officers and their associated equipment, the Juvenile Assessment Center, which provided assessment and comprehensive case management for at-risk youth in order to prevent crime. And there were a few smaller projects that didn't last as long but were originally funded, like a pawn shop detail. Over time, that sales tax was successful. You know, there was some revenue, and the budget was able to grow and hire additional police officers. But then, when the budget was not growing as much and the revenue was not as high and they needed to make cuts, rather than going back to the original 50 police officers and the Juvenile Assessment Center that had been voted on, and rather than making cuts across the board, They instead completely got rid of the Juvenile Assessment Center and kept all of the additional officers that they had funded in the meantime. I believe that was a breaking of fidelity with the voters, because the voters voted for crime control and prevention. And now we have crime control, which is an important part of that, but not the crime prevention. The Juvenile Assessment Center was a model program for the U.S. Department of Justice's Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. For many years, it was taken out, and other states would come and visit us, even other countries would come and visit because of that program. And Corpus Christi was designated an All-America city for it. Our crime rates have really risen since it has been cut. There are many good prevention possibilities that could help address our crime. The U.S. Department of Justice has very accessible model programs, guides to show communities about different things that the research has really shown help prevent crime the most. One of those is functional family therapy. One of those is nurse home visitation. Those probably are the programs where they have the highest outcomes in crime prevention when they're used in communities. I don't want us to lose any of these additional police officer positions. The last thing I want is for our police to be spread too thin or to be overworked. I wish we could have as many as possible, but there's never going to be enough police officers if we don't have prevention programs as well. And that's why I voted no on the budget until it has prevention, and I hope you will too.
Right.
Thank you.
Ms. Boone. And I'm very interested in this, the factual information that she's making. So Chief Markle, I'm curious, I know we had to make cuts, and it was to support more officers over anything else. And today we're at, what, 78? Is that today's?
That's
Yeah.
correct. There's 78 officers funded.
And that's gone up, correct?
Yes, last budget, it went up to 78.
What was it prior?
63.
For some time,
Remember
right?
when the last infusion of 25 were 15 added to crime control, 10 to general fund. So last year's,
Okay.
last fiscal year's infusion,
Okay,
23.
okay. So is there any prevention in our program, in the crime control?
Not the prevention weeded itself out really over a couple of years.
Right.
Mrs. Boone is correct that the Juvenile Justice Center or the Juvenile Assessment Center was a model many years ago. It did age itself out. It was not utilized. Truancy is actually, September truancy is not a crime anymore. We're not allowed to have any juvenile truancy laws in our cities after September. And it's just with kids having cell phones and easy to get a hold of parents, it just was not utilized. And that was, we stopped utilizing a juvenile assessment center many years ago. So unfortunately, I'm not going to push back on programs. Obviously, I believe in programs. I think there's things out there that can help, but I stick to my guns when it comes to the best deterrent to crime is a officer in uniform in a marked police car in your neighborhood.
No pun intended.
No pun intended. But I do believe that. I believe we have to start there. We do have to play catch up. We went for 25 years without growing this police department, and unfortunately, we had to make some sacrifices to do this. And last budget cycle, 23 for the crime control, we added these officers, and we agreed to stop programming for a time until those officers can be absorbed into general fund, and that's a sacrifice that we all and most on this council agreed to do, and the board.
Right.
And they re-agreed. They voted this budget cycle, the crime control board voted 7-2 to not entertain programs.
Right. No, I
Beca-
recall.
because of these things.
Yes. Do we have any programs anywhere that is crime prevention for kids, teenagers, some of like the programs you mentioned, family? Do we have anything within the city?
We do, yeah.
We do?
Yeah, and the chief can speak to the ones in the police department, but take municipal courts alone. There's one that helps juveniles if they have a ticket to help it get resolved. In fact, there was a big event at the American Bank Center
Right.
on that. The
That's a city
police
one?
department, excuse me?
That's a city?
The city, yeah.
Oh.
The municipal courts has a juvenile program where if somebody gets, say, a ticket for a minor infraction, we help the children, the teenagers and the parents say, hey, let's get this fixed now so it doesn't turn into something bigger.
Right.
So there's two positions there that have that program. In this budget, I recommended the civilian position in the police department for the police athletic league, which is a juvenile at-risk youth diversion program, very successful. There's an annual fundraiser that the police department puts on in connection with PALS. And then Chief probably has others he can talk about. Those are just a couple that come to my mind.
Yeah, so your crime control funds, if you read, they fund 8 directed patrol officers. Those are your problem-solving officers that you've all utilized at some point or another. And they developed Operation Safe Return, which is on August 5th, by the way. That's your return to school, and that'll positively affect several thousand children. CCPAL is a police athletic league, and that impacts several thousand children with structured sports throughout the summer, throughout the year, really. That's a huge program, interaction with our youth. We have a gymnasium, again, we have ball fields. There's a lot going on with our youth. Can we do more? I hope so. Should we do more? Yes, of course. We're all for it. But yes, we do a lot with the children in this community.
Yeah, and then
as a
Mayor,
police
a
department.
growing field that the chief has a couple officers dedicated to that's for all ages is mental, what is it called?
Mental health.
Mental health in connection with our health department. So Officer Barnes, he's presented here before of how his job is to help individuals with mental crisis issues, mental health issues, and it's of all ages. It's teenagers, it's children, it's adults. So that's another program that probably didn't really exist when the Crime Control District was created, yet we're doing it, and we're using general fund monies for it.
We also have the
Yeah.
Police Explorers, which is a subset of the Boy Scouts. And it's young men and women. They're part of the Police Explorers from 16 to 21 years old. They're a wonderful group of children. We impact those. That's from the region, mostly from the city, but we host those events. We interact as much as we can and always look for opportunities to affect our youth in a positive way.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Chief. And, earlier today, I'm sure you heard the other appointed person that's on the committee that also voted against this crime prevention because, again, it's she and the other appointed member don't feel that that it is being done, and it is difficult to go. The vote was, I understand, 7-2, but when you have, like yourself, chief of police, they're guiding that commission, and like you say, you've got your position that you come from law enforcement. You are law enforcement. You're going to advocate for law enforcement, but prevention is a different thing because I'm not saying you, well, I'm saying that I think that the juvenile center, I know at one time did some good because I'm, going to be personal. I actually took my 2 sons when they were very, very young because they kept fighting with each other, and I told them, I said, listen, if they're boys, and so I said, one of you is going to be dead and the other one is going to be in jail if y'all keep this up. This is really personal, but I'm sharing this because I know that there's other families out there that felt like there was nowhere else to go. So I took them to the Justice Center, and there were so many kids waiting in line. I'm not sure what they were doing, but I was not going to leave that Justice Center until someone spoke to my sons and explained to them, yes, this is the law, and yeah, maybe, I took it to the extreme, but guess what? It made a difference. They never fought like that again, knock on wood. There was more respect for each other. Now, is that the solution for everything, for everyone? No, but I'm saying if we don't try looking outside the box and trying to find other solutions, like, Dr. Araiza was saying, that we're going to lose our youth. As another example is, I'm advocating for just like a half court, a basketball court in a park. That's prevention. We could use some of this money, for some other things for the community that would prevent some of their teenagers to going on a different path. So I myself will not be supporting this, but I want you to know that, on the other hand, we do appreciate, the police. I mean, we have 46% of our budget that goes, 1.5 billion of our budget, half of it goes to police and fire. So yes, we do care, but we also want you to work with us, the public, that think outside the box, okay? So I just want I want to challenge you to help us get there, if you don't mind. Thank you.
I appreciate that. We certainly don't begrudge anybody their passions, and we share a lot of those. And I'll say that just from the juvenile justice system is still alive and well. That's a county system. It's still open. You can bring your children there. What Ms. Boone is speaking of the Juvenile Assessment Center, and that was a truancy. That's a truancy center. A little different, but we could have programs in the future. We just created a plan last year to add these 25, to absorb the 15, and to ride out until we can absorb those into the general fund.
Right.
And then we're all for talking about programs when the money's available.
Right. Okay. I'd like to see, and maybe you can send this, I know we've thrown out here and there this program, that program, but what interests me greatly is the prevention. It is the prevention, not taking away from 7 to 8 officers at all. I'm not interested in doing that at all, but I am interested, and it is budget time, and we do have, this is where we prioritize our dollars, but I got to see numbers. What do our juvenile, whatever you call it, crime numbers or what have you, because the whole thing is about prevention. So some of these programs, they're great, they're athletic, but Peter, or at least what I'm very interested in is, is it a best practice anywhere? It truly doesn't matter if it is or isn't. Are we able to do something, programming, that maybe exists already? That's why I want kind of an inclusive list of everything you were talking about that exists and what does it address. But is there something that we could do? Because I think the origin of the Crime Control Board was what you just said, Ms. Boone, and it's extremely valid and needed, especially in today's day. Do I personally want to change it right now? The title probably needs to change because it is about the police officers. So maybe this other piece of it that no longer really exists belongs somewhere else, or does it, do we bring it back somewhere? Who cares where it is? I think your point is we need a prevention piece because of what it does for our kids, but I don't know what it does for our kids. So I'd like to see some numbers and some data and here's everything we do have right now, and here's what it addresses. And then, the council can discuss it. So anyway, let me get to some people here. Councilman Hernandez.
Eddie, this is a question for you. There's not a requirement to maintain a fund balance for the crime control prevention, correct? So I noticed that you had a $2.1 million deficit in where you were spending from fund balance. I don't think that is something, you could probably continue that for one more year, but beyond that, how are you going to account for the additional expenditures?
1 or 2 more years, and then, like the chief said, we would the plan would be to start transitioning some of these, the 15 officers that were added in 23, start transitioning them to the general fund.
Right.
Maybe 5 a year or something to that effect, depending on how sales tax performs.
Right, which is good.
Yeah. So, I mean, your sales tax projecting just shy of 9 million, which is the 8 cents. And I know we projected it for this year about 8.5 million for the 8-cent sales tax, because that also applies to type A and type B.
Yes.
Because a lot of those are similar 8-cent sales tax. I would watch this closely because, I mean, if you're deficit spending, you know, you usually try to do that for one-time expenditures, but here it looks like it's an ongoing expenditure.
Right.
So I'd like to keep track of that, and, you know, you never know what may happen. Hurricane hits, sales tax goes to crap, right? So
Right.
it's something to be watchful of. All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think you stole most of my thunder. I would like to see some numbers as well, maybe more specifically about whether the crime control and prevention program has prevented crime. Are there numbers that demonstrate that crime has gone down because of that? You can draw some correlation between the two over the course of the last 26 years, or just the last 5 or 6 years or so, as well as the nature of the crime control and prevention program has kind of changed with the zeroing out of the youth program. So I'd like to see that, I think, very much as well. I'm very concerned about the fact that there's not very much prevention involved in this, or less than I'd like to see in this as well, in this program as well. Thanks.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, Eddie, same questions along the lines of Councilman Hernandez. I'm just curious why you show, starting back in the original budget for 2022 and 2023, you know, you're carrying a deficit forward when actually that's a fund balance surplus, correct?
Exactly what are you referring to?
They didn't put numbers on this page, and I'm sorry. That should be a requirement. It's the second page of the attachment here, Crime Control Prevention District proposed budget. It actually came from them.
Okay. Yeah, the on page 19 there, I think you're looking in the book, the surplus deficit is just for the year. We don't have a deficit in the fund balance,
That's a surplus in your fund balance, right?
yes, 3 million,
So
yeah,
why do you
4
show
million.
it, why do you show it as a deficit?
Well, we're showing at the bottom there the difference between revenue and expenditures for fiscal year 24 is 2,198,000 more expenditures and revenue.
No, I understand that part, but you borrowed out of fund balance to collect that, so there ought to be a line on here somewhere that shows your ending fund balance account. And that's what I touched my screen and it went away.
Well, yeah, the 3,956,000, the
So-
ending balance there is the fund balance at the end of 24.
If you take it out to your proposed 23 and 24 years, you've got a $2.2 million deficit, which is actually what your projected fund balance is going to be.
The projected fund balance at the end of 24 is 3,956,000. We start the year with 6,155,000, and we use 2.2 million of that and draw the fund balance from 6,155,000 to 3,956,000 due to the deficit of 2,198,000 in fiscal year 24.
Okay, so that actually represents the deficit you have?
It represents the expenditures over revenues for fiscal year 24.
It's just a goofy way to me, it's
Right,
just
yeah.
a goofy way
To show it?
To show it.
Yeah.
Anyway, government math never did make sense, but, and I agree with Councilman Hernandez, at some point, you know, the fund balance will go away, so what you said a while ago is that at some point, you're gonna have to move officers off of this payroll to the general fund payroll?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
We projected that when we,
Yeah, go ahead.
when we added the 15 officers and 23 to this fund, the 5-year projection, we showed that we're gonna have to start more than
moving.
likely in fiscal year 26, start moving some of these officers to the general fund.
Yeah,
Mm.
okay.
Yeah, we're aware of that, Councilman. We
Yeah.
appreciate you bringing it up.
Yeah.
At the time, we had close to 6.6 million in fund balance.
Right.
And we questioned why would we be, sitting on that money when it was a big need for public safety. So we're putting the money into production with a slow drawdown and then the eventual transition to the general fund.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Move to approve.
We have one more comment. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, back to the committee, Chief. Whenever the committee does meet, who is the one that prepares, I guess, the agenda, decides what are the programs that are available for crime prevention? Does that come directly from you, or who decides what ideas will be moved or discussed on these committees?
Well, the board members can request background on what they want to do or what they want to present. They can present themselves. They just put it on the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay, but does it still require like us, like three on the committee? Is that how it works?
You know, I guess those same rules would transfer over. I don't know, speak out of order. I have to ask Miles, I guess, about that.
They probably do, but I think this
Right.
committee works, there's a singular focus. I think that if somebody wants to bring something up, they're gonna bring it up. The chief and Pat Aldridge, who's in the audience, helps to manage it. And I'm sure on numerous occasions they've had dialogue because a committee member wanted to have it.
And I think that's been the issue too, that we only have, I guess, two progressive, I don't know, whatever you want to call, members on that board, and it's hard to kind of break through to say, you know, let's look at these other ideas if they can't even come forward. So that's why I was wondering, does it come directly from you, or I guess it's just the committee itself? You need at least three.
Yeah, it doesn't come from me, Councilwoman, if that's
Okay.
what we're alluding to. I don't shut the board down in any way.
Oh,
I'm happy to speak. They can speak, and I'll speak to whatever they would like to. We're not restrictive. I don't run the board. They have a board president and a structured environment there. They're free to speak and present what they like. The board, you know, I respect the process. The board chose to vote. I didn't compel them to do that. They chose to vote on whether they wanted to entertain programs in this cycle. They voted 7-2 to not entertain programs in this cycle because most of them knew that there was a plan in action, which started last year, and that was addition of 15 officers with a graduated drawdown on fund balance until they could be absorbed into general fund. And it's we all know that it's, you know, it's a jagged pill to swallow because nobody's saying nobody is disagreeing with good programs if they're out there. But this is something that we chose to do. The best way to make a plan to work is stick to the plan, right? That's an old military adage, but that's true. So that's what we're trying to do.
well, okay. Well, that's not what I heard. I heard that you were in the committee meeting and that you did push for this, you know, agenda. But like you said, it was already in the plans from the year prior. So I'm just, you know, again, I would like to see this committee just be a little bit more progressive and think really of come up with some really prime prevention programs. I mean, I don't think we've been doing that. All we've been doing is really, not all, but I know we do need police officers, but we're not going to get our community out of policing. I mean, we're never going to have enough policing ever. So, you know, we need to start thinking outside the box again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I don't believe we closed, did we?
If you could close, that'd be
Yeah.
great, Mayor.
So I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and entertain a motion we do have a motion. I will second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Nay.
No.
So we have Councilman Klein and Councilwoman Campos that voted no. The motion carries. And we will bring that back, correct? What I requested?
Correction, or the information you asked for?
Information.
Yeah, we'll send it to you for the full council in a memo format.
Great.
The information you requested, Mayor.
Great.
Yes, sir, we'll work with the chief on it.
Wonderful, thank you.
You're welcome.
Item number 5 is a public hearing and first reading ordinance adopting the City of Corpus Christi fiscal year 2024 through 2028 and U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Program year 2023 through 2027 5-year consolidated plan. Mr. McGinn.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Daniel McGinn, Director of the Planning and Community Development Department. Also with me today is Jennifer Buxton, Assistant Director in our department, and our consultant that helped us with the plan with M&L Consulting. He's on WebEx, available for questions. So I'll get us started here. This item, yes, is an ordinance to adopt the 5-year consolidated plan, along with our annual action plan and the citizen participation plan. And these all are driven from the Community Development Block Grant, Emergency Solutions Grant, and the Home Investment Partnership programs that we receive funding for. The 5-year consolidated plan, all cities that work with HUD and receive the Department of Housing and Urban Development funding all have to have these plans in place. It covers the program year from this October through September of 2028. Components of the plan include stakeholder consultation, housing and homeless needs assessment, a housing and market analysis, the strategic plan, what are our local priorities, and then of course it does include the annual action plan, so what are we going to do for the next year. And our deadline for submission of this plan is August 16th of this year. This kind of give you an idea of the timeline for how this project has moved forward. The initial kind of needs assessment, public meetings, that all occurred in the March and April of this year. They moved to technical assistance workshops with various stakeholders and one-on-one meetings and through April. Different applications were submitted in May through the different agencies and such that are here in our community. And the plan was opened up for a public comment period. That was in June, July of this month. And of course, we're at the first reading here today, and second reading will occur in August. The stakeholder consultations or engagement meetings, we had, they were conducted in all 5 council districts back in March. There was individual stakeholder sessions and one-on-one meetings with local different organizations in April that included the Housing Authority, different agencies that work in the homeless and providers that provide assistance, different advocacy organizations, economic development groups, affordable housing developers, and different social departments, so social service departments, providers, and various city departments. And we did have a survey that was put out, and we had nearly 200 responses to that survey. Some of the needs were consistent with what we had heard the last time this plan went through, with the increase in maintaining affordable housing for low-income households through housing repair, rehab, home buyer program, and obviously with rental housing and helping with new construction and rehab of those complexes throughout the city. Continued kind of with the different priorities here in our community was improvements to public facilities, at our youth centers, at different neighborhood facilities, parks and recreation facilities, accessibility improvements, improvements for accessibility with curb, sidewalk, and addressing homelessness and those at risk for homelessness for households below that 30% AMI. And then we had different needs that were brought through the planning process for the public services and programs for our LMI households, for job training, healthy outcomes, and for code enforcement efforts in those particular neighborhoods. Looking at just the action plan, or what we would be looking at from October of this year through September of next year, these are the 3 kind of buckets of funding that would be available to provide resources for those programs, with the CDBG. ESG is our Emergency Solutions Grant, and then the Home Investment Partnership programs that provides a lot of funding for the different rehab programs that we provide. Wanted to highlight some of the projects that, since I've come on just about 6 weeks to months ago here, I'm at Salinas Park 2 nights a week, and I can tell you that park, I've seen it in the last 5 years. I'm a volunteer coach out there, and that park is probably tenfold in the number of people that are using it. The trail system, the kids, and this is a good story, the kids that were coaching here, they all stopped because we had 2 or 3 people in wheelchairs that were going so fast, these kids couldn't believe it. And so I know that wouldn't have been possible before with the trail system and its condition that was there out there before. So the park is getting used, and I'm glad to see those funds that went there. And this is just an example of a home that was recently completed through our rehab program. For this FY24 CDBG funding, these are a list of the different programs. I can quickly run through them, but the grant monitoring, that's the minor home repair program. That's different levels of improvements that would occur in homes throughout our community. Programs run through the Rising Tide Ministries in Flower Bluff. The Parks and Recreation, the Dilworth Pavilion that was mentioned, I know during public comment today, that's a great park in the West Side neighborhood that would be a great benefit there. We're still looking at number 5. We haven't gotten a confirmation back from HUD yet on the Littles Martin home in our Heritage Park just yet, but that is a home that's been used by the NAACP as a headquarters and a meeting facility and has sustained some damage due to weather.
If I can, Dan, just interrupt you. Councilman Pusley has asked me about that building. It's a city building. The NAACP had used it, and Councilman Roy has asked as well. So this, if HUD allows us to use it, we'll have $344,000 more or less to begin the restoration of it.
Which
Yes,
building
sir.
is that? I'm sorry.
It's called the Little Martin's House. It's in, the NAACP had used it as their office location for many, many years. The city, I think, leased it to them free or something.
Yeah.
Right. It installed a water line to the refrigerator without us really knowing, and when we had that extreme weather event, it froze and water burst.
Yeah.
And destroyed the property and mold and all this stuff, so we had to abate it. So right now, the inside is just, it's down to the studs, I believe. It's a solid building, it's in good condition in the exterior, but the inside was pretty much taken down to the studs because of the mold that subsequently followed.
Okay. Councilman Roy? You gonna wait until he's done? Okay.
The next project is the CC Pals. That would be some athletic improvements with their bleachers, the basketball goals, some improvements in the concession stand within the facility there. We have code enforcement staffing, and then 8 and 9 are the grant monitoring, that program delivery of the different programs that our department would offer. The Corpus Christi Hope House 10, 11, and 12, we're not recommending funding for. The improvements, the facility improvements would not be eligible for the Hope House just because there's not men allowed in that facility, so they would not be eligible. The Golden Oats Park was one it's actually not in an eligible area. It's in Flower Bluff in a neighborhood there. And then the TG Samuel Place Playground, that was just a situation where we rated improvements to a public park over a private playground facility. The ESG funding, as you can see here, money's devoted to the Corpus Christi Hope House, the Salvation Army, and then administrative services that our program would offer to get those funds out. The home funds, the single-family rehab obviously takes a majority of that. That's a lot of situations where you're demolishing and building a new home. The Habitat for Humanity, that would account for land acquisition and construction of new homes for this coming year. Again, grant the administration of the programs, number 3. And then we're not recommending funding for 4 and 5. 4, we just prioritize funding to go more into the single-family rehab versus roofing improvements to that project. And then number 5, we're recommending no funding here, but I think we have other programs through the city that may be of assistance to this project. They do have it's a great project planned or proposed in the area of Ray High School area.
Dan, the grant number 3, the grant programming, who? For Habitat?
The grant monitoring, that's our own internal administration.
Both of those?
Just number 3.
So who's number 1 for?
That goes to fund those improvements. So those houses, I think, single-family reconstruction, that's probably about 7 or 8 homes.
Monitoring?
No, the single-family rehabilitation is managed by grant monitoring, our own staff. We don't source it out. We do it, yeah.
Right, the
We have
city.
teammates here in the city employees that help that program.
Okay, and then number 3 is grant monitoring?
That is the
Same
technical
thing.
staff that manages the compliance documents, the grants, the whole program.
Okay.
Yes,
So
it's-
number 1 has people dedicated only to single-family rehabilitation. They
Right.
go out and inspect. They manage the contracts with the contractors. Number 3 is administrative staff.
Okay. Councilman,
Okay, hold up.
Councilman Hernandez?
Can I make, I'm sorry, I hate to throw a correction out there, but number 1 is all hard costs. All those costs go into the home.
Okay.
Number 3 is the administrative cost for people who do the inspections, but number 1, that is all hard costs that goes into the home.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez, did you want to make a comment now?
Yes.
Go ahead.
If you go back one slide, please. One more. You have some funding here for code enforcement staff, but I wanted to ask the question. We had some issue with use of this funding that was for demolition in past years, but was not appropriate, and I don't recall the resolution of that, or do we still owe money on that?
What we did, Councilman, is a new ruling by a new staff member said we couldn't use, I don't know if it was CDBG or home, but we couldn't use HUD money for abatement and demolition of properties. And so the money we did use, we paid it back with general fund monies. Right, is that right? Yep. But HUD gave us a credit basically with more CDBG homes, so it's a wash for us.
Yes, we were required to repay demolition and clearance funds, but HUD then turned around and put that into a line of credit for us to spend, so we paid ourselves back.
We just have to use it on, the line of credit can't be used for demolition and abatement, but for something else, so.
Code staffing remains an eligible activity.
Right.
Okay, so is that funding being used for this particular code staffing, or is it, is that part of this budget or part of what you're talking about here? That line of credit?
That line of credit is included in program income and reprogrammed funds.
Okay.
At the top, there's the entitlement, reprogram, and program income. It's included in there. We're reallocating those funds to these projects on this list.
Okay, and on the next page? I know this is where we get a lot of questions on who we decide to provide money to, and if you can, please provide some background as to why these, like Salvation Army or Hope House or whoever was selected on those type of things. Thanks.
Those are the two organizations that applied.
So that's because they only apply. They were the only applied.
They
And we reached out to multiple organizations for them to apply.
Multiple organizations are aware that this funding is available. We do not have many organizations in our community that are willing to accept federal funds. It's a capacity issue. We used to have 3 organizations that received funds, and one of them, Endeavors, backed out and said, it's not even for us, it's not worth it. Hope House and Salvation Army have the institutional capacity to carry out the, I shouldn't say nonsense, but the nonsense that is the federal funds, so.
Yeah, unfortunately, federal funds always comes with a string attached and a lot of paperwork associated with it, so I understand.
It takes a lot of organizational capacity, but these are the organizations that applied, and they're both good organizations, and they both provide good services and serve the community, so we're comfortable serving these, or with these organizations being funded.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Roy.
So, first of all, I appreciate what you guys are doing. I know it's interesting that when you take a look at our community, and just like this last individual that was talking about what's going on in terms of the department that looks at what we're doing as far as police officers and crime prevention, right? And when you look at your department, and this is where sometimes I wish that our community would stay for the rest of the story. Because if you take a look at your department, and we talked on the phone, I've got some issues with a couple parks, and you were talking about staff going with the police department and going out and looking at some of the parks. And if you look at the things that you touch in terms of affordable housing, you look at housing that you supply to single parents, you look at the program that you do in terms of rehabilitation, and all the things that you do, it's directly related in terms of helping with crime prevention. And I applaud you guys on that. And so when we sit back as council members, you have to be able to do your homework, and you have to be able to look at everything up here and how it relates to the community, because it's complex. And when you look at the improvements that you assist with in terms of parks and all the things that you do related to handicap access and all of those things, it is very dynamic. One of the first things you look at is that when you provide a stable environment for a single parent and they have a teenager, that helps with that teenager, right? And it helps deter that individual and give them a sense of worth, which half the time, most of these issues where they're looking for something else is because they don't have that sense of worth because it's related to their environment. So with that being said, you guys keep doing what you're doing and championing, and the city, when we look at all the programs that we have, because I look as a council member, I look at every program, not just this program related to this committee. I look at the entire offerings of what we do for this community, and all of those things go into making and stabilizing our youth and those that are needy. The things that you do with the homeless alone. is amazing in terms of helping deter that. So I just got to sometimes remind people to step back and look at the big picture. And I applaud what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. A few questions, Dan and Jennifer. First of all, on the Golden Oaks Park in Flower Bluff, what was the request there that wasn't eligible? Do we know? I didn't know anything about it, so I'm curious what they'd asked for.
It looks like they were requesting improvements for playground and shade structure, but it's not that those activities were ineligible. The park itself is ineligible. When you spend CDBG money, you either have to impact a low to moderate income person or a low to moderate income area. And the area around this park was not low to moderate income enough.
Okay. Okay.
The area is over income for the CDBG regs.
Okay. Couple other items. Number one is really happy to see the Rising Tides Ministries money in there. Lisa does a great job for our community. Maximizes every dollar, so that's great to see that. Lastly was, and Dan and I had traded an email about it, but I went to the community outreach that you guys did back in March when you went to each district, and subsequent to that meeting, I'd asked specifically about looking at trying to find ways to continue to partner with Thanksgiving Homes. We've all seen the impact that Thanksgiving Homes has made on affordable housing in our community. And I heard nothing about it, and I don't see anything in here that's going to benefit Thanksgiving Homes. So I'm just curious why that's not on the radar, and if it's not, why it isn't, and what we can do to change that. Because that project makes an impact in our community.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So Thanksgiving Homes, this is only for U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development entitlement funds. Thanksgiving Homes does not want the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in their business model. They are doing they're set up just a little bit differently. They don't want, they're not income qualifying the buyers. They're still serving a niche market. And this is not necessarily a comprehensive housing plan. This is a housing plan that meets HUD's needs. It doesn't necessarily fulfill all of the housing needs of the community. What we're required to put in here is dictated by HUD. And again, Thanksgiving Homes, and we've had multiple conversations with them, they're not interested in HUD being in their business model. That being said, we're working again on some revisions to the infill housing program that is going to benefit Thanksgiving Homes and organizations like them. And there is potential land that we're working through that may also become available to Thanksgiving Homes. So although they're not represented in this plan, and that is to some degree by their choice, that doesn't mean that we're not working with them in other ways.
Okay, thank you. I mean, they are desirous of working with the city and having more collaboration with the city. Every time I've talked to Gary and Tony and everybody over at Wren. So I encourage us to continue to find those opportunities. The land would be great because we know that what holds them back currently is affordable infill lots. So if we can help pour the gas on the fire, that's going to continue to do great stuff in our community. Right now, they're only limited by affordable lots. So I encourage us to continue to try and help that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Pusley.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, Councilman Suckley, it's certainly wonderful to have somebody else on the council championing that program. I've been trying to get it off High Center, and the only thing that's standing in the way of Thanksgiving Homes and them completing additional infill housing across the city is the bureaucracy of this government here at the city. And I hate to be ugly about it, but it's, you know, I was called by Constance here 3 months ago, and she promised me they were going to have an answer to the infill housing program because we took and moved it to something that was never going to work, and Thanksgiving Homes told us it wasn't going to work. We tied it to the A or B corporation and through the $500,000 funding over there. And they told us that it's never going to work because of the stipulations that you're going to put on us to do that. All they were asking for is for us to uphold the infill housing program that's been on the books here at this city for 15 years, and to increase the bottom price for a home from what it was when it was adopted 15 years ago to where it was affordable, because they couldn't build houses for $105,000 anymore. But anyway, it's stuck in the mud somewhere, and I don't know where, but I've given up asking. But it's an opportunity that this city is missing on bringing infill housing to subdivisions in this city that are very historic and can use a shot in the arm. And why we don't take advantage of that, I just don't understand. But that's my questions are not related to that. First off, my first question is, why do we need code enforcement staffing for this program?
Well, the code enforcement, I think historically has been funded correctly from this CDBG funds. There are.
Are they doing anything for this program?
Sure. Well, the code enforcement officers are.
They're doing any type of code that we have, that code compliance overseas. They do, these positions do it in the CDBG eligible areas. We're using the funding to help pay for the officers.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all this is. They're not doing a special program. They do everything the regular general fund employee does. They just do it in an eligible area.
Okay.
But just so you know, we're moving. The federal government has said they really don't like us using money for code compliance officers.
Yeah.
And so with Al Raymond's group, Development Services, taking over code compliance and that business model, over 2 years, we'll put all the code compliance officers in the general fund and move them away from the community block grant monies
Okay.
to satisfy HUD's requirements. Mhm.
Okay. And Dan, earlier today in our open forum, there was a lady here talking about, and she kept saying bed and breakfast. I'm sure she's talking about short-term rentals in Councilman Compa. Are they allowed to be next door to each other?
Yes, as long as they don't exceed
As long as they don't
that
violate the
percentage.
total number on the street.
Yeah.
Well, we missed that one, didn't we? Okay, that's all the questions I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, Jennifer, thanks so much for sitting down with me yesterday to chat about this. I feel like I understand a lot better. I do have a couple of questions still yet. Some of these I mentioned yesterday, so I just kind of want to re-air them, I guess. What we're looking at here today, what we're voting on, is a 5-year plan, right, on how to spend this money, or how to receive this money, I guess, from the Housing and Urban Development Department. And then there's stipulations in here about how we're going to spend it, maybe even year to year, but that's not actually part of the resolution. We're just talking about the 5-year plan as a whole, which allows us kind of some flexibility, I guess, on how we're going to go at spending this money going forward. Is that correct? Am I misunderstanding that?
There are several items in the ordinance. It includes the 5-year plan, the 1-year plan, the citizen participation plan, the staff complement, the authorization to submit the documents, and the authorization to execute the funding agreements. I believe there are, the ordinance lists multiple items.
Mm-hmm. So what I'm wondering, again, and I mentioned this to you, or asked you about this yesterday as well, the plan you're presenting to us then, we talked about this before yesterday, as I said, would it allow the city then the flexibility to redirect this HUD money more specifically to that 0 to 30 population? We were talking about, this is the area median income population, 80 to 50, 50 to 30, 30 to 0. Would it allow us to redirect that money much more so, concentrate much more on the 30 to 0 population, or would this adoption of this already kind of bind our hands on that?
The adoption of the 1-year annual action plan is as recommended when Dan went through those lists of projects. The 5-year consolidated plan would not bind our hands to redirect funds more towards those groups that you're talking about in years 2 through 5.
Right, right. And then secondly, again, I asked you about this yesterday as well. More specifically, again, this is also looking at the 0 to 30 population. the 5-year plan would not prohibit us from, at some point down the road, entertaining in this year 2, 3, or 4, entertaining creation of a low barrier shelter, either operated by the city itself or operated by a third party, I guess, through some contract with the city.
Assuming eligible activities and eligible costs, there is nothing in the plan that would prohibit that.
And one last question, I forgot to ask you this yesterday, so apologize for that. The Salvation Army and Hope House receiving money through the CD.
Emergency Shelter Grant.
ESG, that's right,
Excuse me,
ESG money, right.
Emergency Solutions Grant.
Right. So I'm less familiar with Hope House. I know Salvation Army quite well. We used to bring food over to there quite a bit, as I mentioned to you. I think Salvation Army is doing very good work. I don't know Hope House well. I kind of think that they're doing good work as well. But I'm wondering about what sort of accountability there is. If we're giving the $100,000 to one, $117,000 to another, what sort of accountability is there as to how that money's being spent?
They're allowed to spend it for emergency shelter operations. They're allowed to spend it on what's called homeless prevention or rapid rehousing. With the Emergency Solutions Grant, with every dollar they spend, they have to outlay that cash first, and then they turn to us for reimbursement, and then we get reimbursement from HUD. When they submit to us, they're required to submit documentation of eligible beneficiary, including any supporting documentation, and then proof of how that money was spent. That could be through a lease agreement, a security deposit, whatever that can be. And then we have to document that and maintain that in our files to prove our compliance to HUD before we will reimburse the organization.
Great, thank you.
And then there are, every year we're required to report to HUD.
Right, thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess I want to make sure we had spoken about Salvation Army, working on, we added beds, 128 beds, and in that first phase, we were calling it phase 1. Phase 2 was to do some sort of, shelter. I don't like low barrier, but a shelter that's more open. So that is still a possibility, correct?
It is still a possibility, and with full transparency, Salvation Army has come back to us with questioning the viability of phase 1.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't we already pay them the dollars?
Nope.
Wow. Okay. All right. We'll have to talk about that. And quickly, I know we spend a lot of time on this, but I know Lisa's here. Can you go to the next slide? Or which slide was it? But no, before then. That one. So can someone tell me what the WAVE Academy program is and Safe at Home? Yeah, well, you know what? Have we opened public comment, Rebecca? Let me go ahead and open public comment on item number 5. And Lisa, I know you've been here all day, so yes, enlighten us, because this is a big stride for you.
Yes.
Seeing the name on the agenda here twice. I remember the meeting.
Yes, I do. We are very excited to be here today. I just want to say thank you.
Ma'am,
to
can you
y'all.
state your name and address for the record?
I'm sorry. Lisa Gertis. Do I have 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll talk fast. Lisa Gertis. My personal address is 3636 Monterey. Thank you. So I just, in sitting here all day, wow, you guys, God bless you. God bless you. I mean, that comes from my heart. Oh, my. So in 2022, partially because of the CDBG grant that we received before, we served over 1,400 people at Rising Tide Ministries. Our WAVE Academy has classes on GED, basic computer, QuickBooks.
That's right.
We're very excited about that one. Google IT Support Professional Certification. That, when people complete that 4-month certification, those are good paying jobs. Those are in high demand. But we also do career testing, job search, finding money for college, resume building. We talked about interventions. Now, it's not totally, but when people come to us doing community service, a lot of times we get 10 and 12-year-olds doing community service for us. Mm-hmm. And I treat them as if it was one of my grandkids. We encourage them, and we say, don't roll your eyes at me. That's not appropriate. You know, we give them a safe environment. We love them, but we also offer correction. Our Safe at Home program is for well, I call them elderly, but I qualify. That hurts. So our older people in our community, we address safety issues in their home. We received a call from, say she was in her 80s, and she said, you know, my husband was recently put in a wheelchair, and if I've got 3 cement steps leading outside of the house, but if I put 2 boards and I hit them just right, I can get him out of the house. I said, oh, is he safe? Is he strapped in? You know, I mean, so those are the things that we do. We put in wheelchair ramps, and it's amazing, the life-changing. Grab bars in the bathroom. Doing these things, addressing safety issues in their homes, means that they can stay in their homes longer. Less ER visits, staying out of nursing homes, things like that. So it is impacting our community. We network with lots of different organizations. There's 22 on my list, but I feel like there's more than that, to avoid duplication of services, but being able to help more people. Let's see, we partner, right now we have Stitch Ministries doing faith and finance in our building. So we are about education, a hand up, not a handout.
Yeah, go ahead.
And we are seeing a difference. We are
Wonderful.
making a difference because together we are better.
Yeah, Lisa, that's wonderful. And you are growing. I mean, this
yes.
is a lot more than what you started doing.
It is.
It's amazing. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
and we've just begun.
There you go. Great. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
being here. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to comment on item number 5? Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I will entertain a motion to approve item number 5.
So moved.
Okay, any more discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And that'll take us down to the consent agenda, items 6 through 20. Are there any items anybody would like to pull to consider individually between items number 6 through 20 consent agenda?
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And I would like to point out, that in that tranche of items, we passed over $700,000 in grants. And the majority of those were health department. So thank you to our health department for going after those grants. 3,000 of that went to you, Chief Markle, just 3. But you know what? That's 3 didn't have. Thank you, Pat. So that's just something to note. Over $770,000. Okay, so then that takes us to Section K, public hearing. Item number 21 is a zoning case number 0623-03, Victor Valdez, located in District 3, ordinance rezoning a property at or near 5922 Castores Road from the RM2 multifamily district to the CN1 neighborhood commercial district.
Thank you, Mayor Al Rayman, Development Services. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 5922 Castores Road from RM2 multifamily district to CN1 neighborhood commercial district. The property is .80 acres in size, and it is platted. The applicant is Victor Valdez. The purpose of this rezoning is to allow for a multifamily or commercial development. This property is part of the South Side Area Development Plan, and the plan and the future land use map proposes the area to be medium-density residential. North of the subject property is a church zoned CN1, as you see there. To the east is low-density residential zone RS6. To the south is vacant property, as you see, zone RS6. And to the west, across Castores, is low-density residential zone RS6. 20 notices were mailed out within the 200-foot notification area. 2 were returned in opposition, represented by 2 separate owners, and 0 were returned in favor. The 2 in opposition also indicate that 5.74% of the landowners within the 200-foot notification area are opposed to this rezoning. Opposition ranged from disturbing the existing quiet enjoyment of the area, increased traffic, and increased property taxes. This proposed rezoning is consistent with many elements of the Corpus Christi Comprehensive Plan. However, as I said before, it is inconsistent with the future land use map and inconsistent with the area development plan. If approved, it will require an amendment to the future land use map. The current zoning district allows only multifamily and limited public and civic uses on the site. Neighborhood commercial district widens that range of development to allow multifamily and neighborhood scale commercial developments. The CN1 district also will require separation, a buffer of 10 yards and an 8-foot tall wood screening fence when it abuts the residential districts, which would be to the south and to the east. The proposed rezoning is compatible with the zoning and uses nearby properties, and it also expands the CN1 neighborhood commercial district pocket that's there adjacent to it. The rezoning will not have a negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood. And Plan CC encourages allocation of commercial uses within neighborhoods to serve everyday needs of residents at a scale that is not imposing. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, and I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Barrera.
Al, thank you very much. I remember, I think one of the individuals opposing it came into my office, and then you responded very quickly with an email. Just for the public that are listening, so moving to a CN1 would allow for what type of development?
CN1 allows offices, multifamily, retail uses, service uses, restaurants. The restaurants are limited to 5,000 square feet total because it's a commercial scale, not like a big box scale. So those kinds of uses would be allowed. In this case, oddly enough, the multifamily that would be allowed would be 37 units per acre, which would be difficult to achieve on a site that's 0.80 acres in size. So it gives the applicant more flexibility to either do a small multifamily or really a better commercial offering for, if you see the area, it's all just single-family homes.
And what those 2 residents were really worried about were a bar, and I told them that it would probably be, like you said, a small-scale restaurant.
Exactly.
So it's not going to be something that, there's.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then, I guess you have to open up to public comment.
Yes.
Once you do that, then I'll move for approval.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and open public comment on item number 21. If there's anyone here that would like to make public comment, please come forward. Okay, there being no one, we will close public comment.
I move for approval, Mayor.
I second that.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Section L is individual consideration items 22 through 27. Item number 22 is a motion declaring the intent to include an item on the November 2023 election ballot, replacing the existing Type A sales tax with the adoption of a 2/8% sales and use tax, maintaining the current level of sales and use tax for the promotion and development of new and expanded business enterprises to be administered by the Corpus Christi Business and Job Development Corporation. Heather.
Very good. I'm Heather Hilbert, Assistant City Manager. I will try to move through this pretty quickly. I know we've all had a long day. So this item is to discuss and get consensus on moving forward with calling the election in August to repurpose sales tax through our Type A. As we walked through this, we define our convention center project scope as a group of facilities, including the arena, the convention center, Selena Auditorium, the entertainment district, and then the new headquarters hotel. So this is just a recap. We had presented the plan of finance for the project, and staff, along with our financial officers and our legal counsel, have identified 5 different types of revenue or sources of revenue that can be used for different aspects or all aspects of the project. These can all be used in different ways, and so those are the project finance zone revenue that was approved by the legislature in this recent session, our city hotel occupancy tax, funds from TERS number 3, our type B funding, along with our type A funding. So the estimated project investment, as it stands now, and this is a very high level, we still have a lot of steps to go before we refine these numbers, but this estimated project total is $725 million, with a city investment of $480 million. And these have 4 different aspects. There is the American Bank Center renovation and expansion. That will be 100% paid for by the city with our sources of revenue. The entertainment district, which anticipates to have participation by the city or investment by the city. The parking, which will be 100% paid for by the city. And then our headquarters hotel, which will have investment or participation by the city. So these are the potential revenues, the plan of revenue that we had presented several weeks ago. And one of the largest sources of revenue that has been identified is the type A, which it accounts for approximately 35% of the needed funding. To be able to utilize this for this project, we do need to take this to the voters for approval to repurpose these funds. This is not an increase in this tax, but actually a repurposement to be able to use it within these projects, along with the other items that we'll discuss a little bit in addition to the arena and the seawall as it is being used now. So where we are today, there's a total of 1/4 of a cent of sales tax. Right now, 1/8 of the cent goes to the arena for the debt service and the ongoing maintenance and capital improvements. Then we have another 8 cents, which is going to the seawall for projects along with ongoing maintenance and capital improvements. Currently, the 1/8 cents for the arena expires in 2025 with the last payment of the debt service, and the 1/8 cents for the seawall expires in 2026 with the last payment of the debt service. As it stands now, this 1/4 cent produces approximately $17 million annually, which continues to increase each year as our sales tax collections increase. So as we move through this process, the convention center complex definition will be defined by City Council. If council does decide to move forward with calling the election, part of that will be a resolution with this definition of what the convention center complex will be defined as. And so what we're proposing is that the complex will include the arena, the convention center, the Selena Auditorium, the seawall going from the Port of Corpus Christi to McGee Beach as is defined now, and the new headquarters hotel. So the process to move through this would be to call the election for November 23 to approve the repurposement of the 1/4 cent after the existing debt is paid in full. So those collections would continue even if it was approved by voters in November. The collections would continue go to the arena and the seawall until the debt has been paid in full, or if council decides to take any type of cash reserves and go ahead and pay that debt off early, which is a possibility. Calling of this election prior to the expiration ensures that there's no interruption in the collections, because those collections will automatically shift from the current purpose to the repurposed purpose, as I said, as the debt is completed on payment, or we decided to pay that off early. This will be a single measure and ballot proposition. So the proposition will include the repurposement of the full 1/4 cent. And the proposed 1/4 cent allocation is to allocate it to the convention center complex as defined, regional parks, and in commercial and industrial streets. So the next step would be on August 8th and 15th, the city council would vote to call the election and would approve the resolution designating the conference center complex as defined. Then the proposition also would be to repurpose the 1/4 cent of the sales tax to the convention center complex, regional parks, commercial and industrial streets. So staff recommendation is to move forward with calling the election for November to repurpose the 1/4 cent to the listed purposes, including the convention center complex, the regional parks, and the commercial and industrial streets. So that does conclude my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Okay. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So what happens if we send this out to the voters and it fails?
So by taking it in November of '23, we basically have another option. We are able to take it back again in '24 because by doing it prior to the expiration, we can continue trying to push, taking it out for consideration again prior to the expiration.
Okay. And going back to the page where, Heather, where you've got the type A repurposing list. Keep going, keep going. Yeah, right there.
Yes.
Is that 17 million, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just to be technically correct, M is thousand, MM is million. But
Okay.
Anyway. Okay. All I would say is between now and November of this year, we better put together a really good sales job because nobody's been saying anything nice to me about this.
Okay.
I mean, they really haven't.
Okay.
So, we need to be really judicious. I think this is something that needs to be done. I've supported it from the outset, but we've got to convince people that this is the right thing to do.
Sure. And we actually have already, we've already started working with, like Visit Corpus Christi, the Chamber of Commerce. We actually have a meeting on Thursday, I believe, to begin talking about how we will educate on this and what that message is going to be. So we have already started working on it before the election is even called.
And the final thing I'd have to comment on is could we hire a consultant and come up with a better name than Type A Corporation? I mean, I'm serious.
I know.
We ought to be able to come up with Entertainment Corporation or something.
Yeah, we should. Miles.
We, the city staff, will not be doing any sales job because that would be prohibited electioneering that we, the city staff, are not allowed to do. But we will be putting out facts that clearly state exactly what the people will be voting on.
Well, that's exactly what I meant, Miles.
Yeah.
Yes, we can educate, we cannot advocate, so.
But that, so there's going to be, I think you answered this, but there is going to be a very concerted effort with multiple organizations, right? To make sure that this is going out in a positive way and not just positive marketing, but truly educating
Exactly.
that $14 billion is coming back in the next 30 years because of this,
Exactly.
et cetera.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, like a very concerted effort.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I'm hesitant on this because I don't know what the language is. You know, for example, this whole thing on the seawall that we had that's being spent for everything but the seawall because the language wasn't tightened up on it. I don't see any language in here as to what that looks like. I mean, you're asking us to vote on something that we don't know what the language looks like. So I cannot, I mean, in good consciousness, not say, hey, let's go do this and let's do it, and I don't know what it says.
Sure. We do have a draft, do have a draft ordinance to call the election. We can definitely share that. The motion today is just for us to take that next step. It would not be actually approving the election. That wouldn't be until in August.
Okay, but you see the problem.
Understood,
You're
yes.
asking to move
Understood.
forward with no information as to what's in it.
Sure.
Right? So, you know, shame on us for allowing the stuff with the seawall to be expanded to include just about everything, on the seawall and within, 200 feet of the seawall.
Exactly.
Okay, so I don't want to do that again.
Yes.
If it's going to be seawall, it's got to be seawall, not, hey, this is attached to the seawall.
Yeah.
And we spend it on $9 million on a water feature. So I want to say that I can't, as it's written right here, I can't approve. Thank you.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Heather, I asked you about this, I guess, by email yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, about this as well, and by way of trying to educate the public about this as well. I have this concern myself. I think a lot of people in the community here do as well. If this goes before a vote, if the voters approve this, would it threaten or in any way limit funding going towards seawall maintenance and perhaps expansion as we move into the next couple of 2 or 3 decades?
No, I mean, we would, if you would like to include expansion, we can definitely include that in the proposition language. I don't believe right now it's primarily maintenance and improvements to the seawall. But going into this, we will continue to build cash reserves within both the arena fund and the seawall fund. Those will not disappear whenever we repurpose this, and so we will have cash reserves. And then as we move forward, it will be up to City Council, in essence, to determine out of the amounts that we're collecting, how much of that will each year will go to those certain purposes. So if the City Council would like to build a little bit more of a reserve in the seawall fund, or the seawall allocation, it won't be a separate fund any longer, then, that can be budgeted for to take off of these collections as we move into the convention center, more of the convention center construction in the project.
Because I think that's one of the biggest concerns that people have about this and maybe some other issues related to other items being spent adjacent to or in proximity of the seawall, is that it might threaten funding for the seawall itself, either maintenance, as I said, or expansion as we go forward.
Sure. I mean, we will go into this with several $1 million in reserves for this, and we can, ensure it's at council's discretion on how we reserve those funds, and so we can set those minimums, and now there's a lot of latitude there.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Zanoni.
Sorry, thank you. I just want to add, Councilman, that the city has, the council and myself through recommending, we have a lot of funding options for the seawall. It's not just this sales tax. So we can use general fund money, we can use bond program monies, we can use grant monies. The setup is not that the seawall can only be funded through sales tax. It's at our discretion. It's a dedicated source now, but. And then can you elaborate a little bit, maybe for your colleagues and for us, what you mean by expansion? Is it height or is it length of this expansion concept?
So somebody mentioned this again this morning, and I think I mentioned this maybe at the last week's meeting as well. The Texas Water Development Board is predicting 1.1 feet of sea level rise in the next 30 years.
Right.
What does that mean for the seawall? Does that mean it's going to have to be, I don't know, it's going to have to be reconfigured or reinforced?
Okay.
I would assume it's going to have some impact on the nature of that structure, but I don't know that. I'm
Okay,
not an
so,
engineer.
good. Okay, that's good. I just want to make clear so we know, so we can respond to you. That's a good point, and I read that same article.
Just so y'all know, I'm not going to serve here in 30 years.
Yes, you are, Councilman. We need you.
Pardon, I'm sorry. Councilman Bonetta, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Here, just clarify for me again, so the funds that are in it, they're currently in type A and B, so where are they gonna go?
This would just be for type A. So type B still receives the 1/8 cents that it's receiving right now. So the funds that are sitting in type A, there's a fund for the arena and a fund for the seawall. Those would remain. And they could be put in reserve to be used for those purposes.
With the same language, I guess, the same language or the new language?
It would be the new language,
Okay.
yes. But those funds don't go away. They still are there within the type A.
Okay, so, yeah, with the new language, and then, the industrial streets, I mean, so, I guess we're just looking for all over. We're looking for a solution because you came up with one for an area, and we all cried, hey, what about my district? What about my district? So, yeah, I know, right? So is that your intent, Peter, or is that why you put that on there?
It's, so we know streets are important, and some council members talked about if we want to dedicate monies to streets, make it neighborhood streets. However, this sales tax has to be economic development oriented, so it would be commercial / industrial. They have to be revenue generating streets, so to speak. So those are the only streets left then. If we're not doing residential streets, it would be commercial and industrial. We know we have a lot of industrial streets. So it's just to tell the community, let's pledge money again. There's a lot of pledges that we have for streets in our financial policies. And this proposition would say we're going to pledge some of this money to streets, commercial and industrial.
And then when does the council decide that?
You would decide it today, and then when you call the election?
No, I mean, at that
Oh, when
point,
you-
how are we going to be able to divvy up
right.
the money?
Yes.
Because right now, the way it works is obviously, the Type A board, it's not often that they turn down anything.
Yeah.
Really their problem is they question the methodology of how much money you need and for what,
Through this, what is being proposed is that it'll be a different format on how the Type A funds will be allocated. And so most likely, the recommendation would be that the council would actually be the Type A board. We would not have an individual board for that. And then through the debt covenants, it would have to be, if these funds are repurposed and used for the convention center, a certain amount of money would have to go to meet our debt covenants. And then what would be considered for either streets or for parks would be anything over and above that amount.
Okay, hold on. Did you say that you're going to do away with the Type A board?
That is one of the things that will be for consideration.
Well, just to clarify,
Yes.
we wouldn't be doing away with it.
Yes.
The organization or the instrument would still exist.
Yes.
Their duties would be different. They would be more of a cash gathering organization. There would be an agreement between the city council and the Type A that the Type A is going to give authority to the city council to allocate the funds.
Yes.
That's recommended by Clay Benford, one of our strategists on
Our legal counsel. that's
legal
helping us
counsel
with this.
on the work team.
Okay, we need to be able to provide some clarity for that, because typically the Type A is the first offense. And I know there's obviously been some times that there's been some recommendations where, let's just say the council hasn't been excited about, and then it comes to the Type A first, and that way I've seen Neiman beaten up there a few times, by the boisterous group that there is. So, and then, typically it moves from there. So,
I was going to say, and the way that this is going to be structured is that there is going to be, less decisions that are available to be made because of the commitments that will be made with the money for the convention center complex project. And so while we will include and be able to use money within our regional parks and our streets, this is a little bit different than how we have it structured right now, in the fact that this allocation will will go on in perpetuity. It does not have a defined expiration. So as we hope that this project will be wildly successful and we will be generating more sales tax than we anticipate, this allows us to use those for these other project purposes that are included in there.
I was fully prepared to vote yes on this. In fact, I fell asleep here during some comments. And now you're bringing up comments that make me feel, because I agree with, I like some items that are project specific, but then I also like the ability of having the Type A board to be able to have some flexibility. Hence, an example is all the controversy over the water garden.
Sure.
And that way a lot of it was vetted, and, we had some, I remember we went through, it took us 6 years to approve the water garden. And, and a lot of it was because of ambiguity. If it's project specific, specifically for the the convention center complex or whatever it is that we're going to put there, I don't know. I'm a little bit.
So I will clarify that the structure of how this is going to operate is not something that is in the proposition. It's just the use of the money. And so we have a lot of time to discuss how City Council and how Type A board will interact That is something where we'll bring our legal counsel back on recommendations, and if city council chooses not to move forward with those recommendations, we could come up with another solution.
Oh, okay, and one thing that I recommend, Peter, is when there's a whole lot, see, because the voting public, particularly in November, are somewhat skeptical, and, you know, it can be volatile. And if for whatever reason it comes back, well, you know what, city staff is trying to pull this on. I mean, there's conspiracy theorists on this dais. And so that's the whole thing. If there's not complete confidence and understanding of what it is exactly that we're trying to do, then that's just an opportunity for anybody that opposes this, such as Councilman Pusley has indicated, you know, then we just need to be prepared for it. And I tell you what, if I'm confused, then I guarantee the general public will most likely be.
Yeah.
So we just need to be very, very clear to educate. As Miles says, and that way we give the other entities that are able to try and either lobby or sell, or, you know, whether it be Visit Corpus Christi or not Visit Corpus Christi, but the Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah.
We just need to be very clear, and
Sure.
I just see a lot of opportunity. Yeah, I mean, I have to, as much as it pains me to say, I agree with Councilman Hernandez that, you know, that too much broad language and not enough certainty, it puts it in jeopardy. So anyway, but I'm going to support it.
Sure thing. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor. Again, for clarity, and I think when we think about the public, because that's what this is about, you know, we're here to serve the public. Just for clarification, Type A wasn't it really set up for economic development, or wasn't it? I mean, this is what, okay. So it seems like most of the projects, or not seems, it is, that these projects that y'all are proposing is all about economic development. So I don't understand why there's, I don't know, just not supporting this. Even, you know, with the water gardens, I know that there was some controversy, but I think had we had this in place, we wouldn't have had it. We would have known that the water gardens is an economic development project, and I think once it gets finished, it's going to be something that will benefit all of us, not just, you know, the tourists, but the people here. The other thing I just wanted to mention is that, well, I think, was the sea level rise, but Councilman Klein did mention that, and I just wanted to make sure that we are researching that before we make these large investments. The other thing I just wanted to state was, like I mentioned to Peter when we took that trip to Oklahoma, was if streets are not in there, you're not going to get support. And, you know, I think that's, we need to remember that, you know, the people live here, and that we need to continue to keep this in mind, that streets are still, you know, on the forefront, and we shouldn't forget that. So I appreciate that you left it in there, or that you have it in there, and that the people will have an opportunity to vote. That's what that's why I'm here, is I want to make sure that the people do have that option. And with this, I hope that we don't have to do a good sales job if we're transparent and we're clear on the language. So I hopefully will have a win-win for everyone in November.
Sure.
Thank you.
Councilman Suckling.
Thank you, Mayor. In line with what Councilman Pusley and Councilman Barrera said regarding education and clarity, and I mean, we're going to need to have the support of council, obviously, to make this happen. I would say I was a little disappointed that we got that information yesterday about the meetings tomorrow. 48 hours on a lengthy day of information with our strategist and consultant. It's not going to allow me time to recreate my schedule to make that happen. So I won't be there, and I don't know how many other people can be there, but 48 hours notice for something of this magnitude is unacceptable in my opinion. So.
We're gonna have to, we'll have to have them come back. We do appreciate your comment,
Yes.
Councilman Suckley. So, tomorrow, Rob Hundred and Associates, our consultant on the American Bank Center, is due to come to town. It's a reschedule from a couple of weeks ago where we had to cancel for some reason. I think it was on our side. So the meeting tomorrow was to bring us up to speed, us being the city work team. I encouraged them to meet with the city council so you all know what's going on, but it was too short notice. So we'll have him come back and repeat what he's saying tomorrow to us with the city council on a day that's more conducive. It was at my request to the team that that Rob Hundred meet with the council as well, not just the city staff, but obviously it wasn't enough time to work with your all schedules. That doesn't mean he can't come back, and so that's what we'll do. We'll reschedule a meeting for him to come in to talk to us. It's just a next step, Councilman Pusley, where he's due to come in to. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. It went out via email. Did it
Yeah,
go?
I think you should have received an email, I believe, from Elsie on Friday is when it came in. And these are meetings with a lot of the different stakeholders, with OVG, with VCC, with some of the other stakeholders to talk more about the design. And while council is very much encouraged to participate in these also, as the city manager said, this is something that we will bring forward for further discussion specifically with council.
To our,
Yes, they sent it out.
I think they work with the
Monday.
constituent liaison, right?
Yes, they did.
Rebecca?
They
Yeah,
received-
we
they were-
plugged
they
the
received
constituent
it.
liaisons
I
in to
just
work
looked at my
directly with
email.
them.
I didn't, of course, I've told IT since I've been here for 2.5 years that at least 5% of my emails never come through.
Yeah.
I don't know. And
Well,
I actually showed them one day how it doesn't work. And they still haven't figured it out.
We'll have Peter Collins revisit it. He's most likely listening right now. He is. He listens to the meetings.
Okay. Councilman Roy.
Remind me again the categories. So we chose the convention center complex, regional parks, and commercial and industry streets.
Yes.
What did they have to be related to? Remind me on that.
So anything that it is used for has to be eligible under the state statute for type A funding. And so the convention center and the hotel, that is considered economic driver, and so we can use funds for that. We can use it for parks, and so we designated the regional parks since that is more of those that are not only used by citizens but other people, and then the streets.
I had mentioned this before, actually, to Peter in one of our one-on-ones, is that when you take a look at economic drivers, and when I hear from people, especially if we're going to try and expand and have a hotel and convention center, is the problem that we have in terms of our airport. And so I had asked, and because I think this would be a really big plus, is if we could, because in order to get certain flights, like a direct flight from here to Vegas or from here to Denver, we may have to guarantee those, which it takes a little bit of money.
Yes.
And I can't think of a better way to get people excited about, traveling and coming here, which is definitely would pay off. And I know that this is kind of late to the game, but I did mention this about a month or so ago. Maybe can we look at the possibility of somehow also incentivizing our airport?
We actually just created the program, the incentivizing program, where we guarantee, or they're working on it now, aren't they?
Yeah, they're working on it right now, exactly.
On guaranteeing those.
Yeah, I'm just saying if we have this little pool of money there also, I think the voters would be receptive to that.
Right.
Because you got streets and airports,
Sure.
slam dunk.
We can definitely, I'm not sure that type of activity is eligible under the type A, but we can definitely get with legal counsel and explore if that type
It's the
of.
economic driver.
I know, but there's some very specific
Okay, if you could look
things that
into
have to
that.
be in there, yeah.
Right, and we need to see I'll get an update. There's a task force that works on that, on securing monies, to guarantee those flights.
Right, but I'm just saying if we could do it.
Through type, yeah.
And we have the ability to
Right.
allocate a small portion of that toward
Right.
there. It's a big,
Right.
I think it'd be a big plus.
It would be a big plus.
Just keep it in mind.
I sure will, and I'll follow up to see if that is something that's eligible under the type A state statute.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think that's all. Is there anyone here that would like to make public comment on item number 22? Okay, there being no one, we will close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 22.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
The motion carries. Item number 23 is a motion authorizing a construction contract to FCS Construction for the construction of Cefe Valenzuela Landfill Sector 2A South Development.
Madam
Mayor, I
Mayor?
move for approval.
Okay, do we have a second?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if my fellow councilman is okay, I'd suggest that we approve 24, 25, 26, and 27.
With 23, you
We're
mean?
on 23,
I
right?
mean, 23 through 27.
Mayor, I need to recuse myself from 25, so.
So we can do all but 25?
Yes.
Okay, so you want to read?
Okay, Mayor, I move for approval of 23, 24, 26, and 27.
And 27. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 25 is a motion awarding a construction contract to Clark Pipeline Services for citywide water line repair, replace, large diameter, indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity.
And Mayor, I move for approval, and I'll allow, I guess, Councilman
Mr.
Suckley?
Suckley is going to abstain.
Or
We have
recuse
a
himself?
motion or recuse. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any additional comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries. Okay, gentlemen and ladies, this meeting is adjourned.